Chapter 1940, Feng's Decision. Big Sis Rain, how are things on Zero Wing's side? Based on the latest update, Miracle's forces should arrive on Kama Island in 10 minutes or so. Blue Phoenix asked anxiously as she read the most recent report she had received from her subordinate. It might be fine if Miracle had simply sent 30,000 elite players, but a considerable portion of its army was expert players. This wasn't a trivial matter. If such a powerful team trapped Zero Wing's team, it would be annihilated. Aqua Rose's sea-based peak legacy couldn't help them either. The battle would take place on land, and Aqua Rose wouldn't receive a boost to her combat power. Based on Black Flame's attitude, I doubt that Zero Wing will leave Kama Island without a fight, Phoenix Rain said, shaking her head. She felt that Feng was simply too reckless. She then ordered, Blue, relay my commands. Have all nearby guild members gather on Kama Island. We'll hurry and reinforce Zero Wing immediately. I'll get it done. Blue Phoenix nodded. Meanwhile, in the Demonkin's nest on Kama Island, Zero Wing's members were horrified when they heard about Miracle's mobilization. They had never thought that the guild would be so ruthless as to dispatch an army of 30,000 players. This was the army of a super-first-rate guild, not a first-rate guild. Moreover, Miracle had only dispatched slightly fewer Tier 2 experts than the number Zero Wing currently had on the island. If they tried to stand their ground against Miracle's army, the battle would definitely end with their deaths. Guild leader, are we going to retaliate? Aqua Rose asked Feng. No. With our current strength, fighting Miracle would be suicide, Feng said, shaking his head. They might have had a chance if Miracle had merely dispatched ordinary and elite players. With Zero Wing's team of Tier 2 experts, they could use guerrilla tactics and have a chance of surviving Miracle's 30,000-strong army. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. The expert players Miracle had dispatched were far stronger than ordinary expert players, and if they tried to take these experts on while so drastically outnumbered, not even guerrilla tactics would save them from a miserable death. Miracle was a veteran super-first-rate guild that could rival veteran super guilds in terms of overall strength. It simply hadn't earned the title of super guild, due to lacking a legacy. Miracle's Tier 2 experts were of a far higher quality than those from first-rate guilds or recently risen superpowers. The quality difference wasn't a result of a gap in basic attributes, but due to a difference in combat standards. Refinement Realm experts were considered top-ranked players in first-rate guilds, but to superpowers, Refinement Realm experts ranked nowhere near the top. Naturally, the difference between a Refinement Realm expert and one who hadn't reached that realm wasn't easy to make up. Zero Wing had been able to stand against super first-rate guilds and super guilds because these powers had only dispatched a small number of their Refinement Realm experts, or by relying on its players' overwhelming advantage in basic attributes. However, this situation was different. In an era where weapons and equipment drop rates had decreased, Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts no longer had as much of a basic attribute advantage. In a one-on-one fight, Miracle's Tier 2 experts would stomp on most of Zero Wing's. Unfortunately, it couldn't be helped. Miracle had secured its foundation after many years of hard work and investment. This was also why the various large guilds tried so hard to nurture experts. In God's domain, experts were a guild's true support pillar. Weapons, equipment, and tools were only one of the many means used to improve a guild's strength. Then, are we going to retreat? Aqua Rose asked. No. We cannot afford to do that. This is a manatite vein we are talking about. Finding another one won't be easy, Feng said, shaking his head. Aqua Rose was speechless. If they weren't going to fight or retreat, what were they going to do? For now, you'll continue to lead the team and clear out the Demonkin next. Leave Miracle to me. No matter what happens, don't leave the cave, Feng said, chuckling in response to Aqua Rose's confusion. Guild leader, you're not planning on dealing with Miracle by yourself, are you? That's too dangerous. I'll go with you, Aqua Rose anxiously insisted after realizing that Feng intended to act solo. He might be alright if he were surrounded by dozens or hundreds of Tier 2 experts, but if Miracle used magic arrays or traps to suppress him, the army would even whittle his HP down to zero, regardless of how extraordinarily strong Feng was. The various superpowers were even capable of killing mythic monsters, much less a Tier 2 player like Feng. Do I look that stupid? Feng laughed when he noticed Aqua Rose's nervous reaction. Relax. I know what I am doing. After saying so, Feng left the Demonkin nest alone. Meanwhile, a large fraction of Miracle's members had gathered on Kama Island's beach. Even 1,000 Miles had arrived to command the battle personally. Miracle's 30,000-strong army occupied more than half of the island's beach. Even the lowest-leveled player present was level 56, and they were all well-equipped. As for Refinement Realm experts, just the ones participating in the expedition this time numbered more than 150, and every one of them was a Tier 2 player. Vice Guild Leader, the Manatite Vein is located in a massive pit in the island's valley. The leader of the assassin party that had tracked Zero Wing's team reported from 1,000 Miles aside. I've already stationed my party outside the cave entrance to deal with Zero Wing's members. Thus far, the guild hasn't shown any signs of retreating. Zero Wing must be suicidal. They still haven't fled. 1,000 Miles laughed. Haven't they made peace with losing their Manatite Vein? Miracle had not tried to hide its large-scale mobilization. With Zero Wing's connection with Phoenix Rain, how could the guild have possibly missed Miracle's movements? The only explanation was that Zero Wing was being stubborn. But it didn't matter. The difference between the two guilds' strength was already massive, and the Sea of Death's inner region was Miracle's territory. Zero Wing didn't stand a chance. Suddenly, the gray-clad assassin's expression darkened as he reported to 1,000 Miles. Sensing the change, 1,000 Miles demanded, "What happened?" A moment ago, Black Flame abruptly charged out of the cave. Moreover, he discovered the 5 players I left to guard the entrance and killed them all. The assassin muttered softly. Interesting. He dares to emerge alone? Does he plan to use guerrilla tactics with the power of a single player? 1,000 Miles's lips curled into a smile. Perhaps we should play along. Relay my orders. Have every team prepare a magic array, and use it the moment they spot Black Flame. I want to see what he is capable of in the face of Miracle's army. After 1,000 Miles issued the command, Miracle's members swarmed Kama Island in 100-man teams, sweeping across the island like a fine-toothed comb in their search for Feng. With how closely the various teams operated, if one of them discovered their quarry, reinforcements would reach the scene quickly. Meanwhile, roughly 2,000 yards away from Miracle's army, Feng grinned as he watched Miracle's approaching army from the top of the island's valley. He then pulled a tome that radiated demonic energy from his bag. This tome was none other than the ancient Abyssal Book, an abyssal treasure that he could use to open an abyss passage. Dark Abyss Descend. Chapter 1941. Abyss Descends. Within Kama Island's shriveled forest, Miracle's members advanced on the valley near the island's center. Vice Guild Leader, I found Black Flame's tracks. By the looks of it, he has traveled past here before. It's very likely that he is ahead of us in the valley. Although the terrain here is complex, it is also a dead end. As long as we surround the valley's exit, he won't get away. The gray-clad assassin said, grinning at the tracks on the ground before gesturing to the valley ahead. Miracle had already sealed the island with magic arrays, so players couldn't use return scrolls or instantaneous movement magic scrolls to flee. In other words, the only way to leave Kama Island was on foot. While Feng would have the ability to employ guerrilla tactics from within the valley's complex terrain, he had also sealed off his own path of retreat. It might not have been a disadvantage if Feng were merely facing several thousand players, but what awaited him was an army of 30,000. Such a large force was more than enough to search every inch of the valley. Feng wouldn't have room for guerrilla warfare. As long as he revealed himself, he'd be surrounded and killed. Good. Since Black Flame is so eager to die, we'll grant his wish. Leave 50 Tier 2 players to guard the exit. Everyone else, search the valley. Leave no stone unturned. 1,000 Miles barked as he watched the dark, distant valley. Remember, start recording the moment you spot him. I want everyone to know what happens when you make an enemy of Miracle. I will also reward a piece of epic equipment to anyone who kills Black Flame. Miracle had suffered significant losses in the battle on Savage God Island, And although they had achieved their goal, securing the Savage God's legacy, the various large guilds had learned of the Water Ghost Legion's miserable defeat and the loss of dozens of ships. This had wounded Miracle's prestige among the guilds. Now that Feng was trying to cause trouble for his guild, 1,000 Miles was more than willing to slay the man, using the opportunity to restore some of the guild's lost reputation. When Miracle's members heard 1,000 Miles' orders, they bubbled with excitement. Although a lot of epic weapons and equipment had been found in God's domain thus far, even the various superpowers considered such items a luxury. Aside from the various superpowers' upper echelons and peak experts, guild players had no chance of wielding an epic-ranked item. Now that they had the opportunity to obtain a piece of epic equipment by killing Feng, why wouldn't they be excited? Under 1,000 Miles' command, Miracle's members swiftly entered the valley and searched through the island like a fine-toothed comb. Everyone hoped that Feng would appear before them. Shortly after Miracle's members began their search, a powerful storm brewed above them. Countless spatial tears ripped apart the dusky sky. Seeing this, Miracle's members slowed to a halt, watching the scene above them. As they all wondered what was happening, the numerous spatial tears merged into one massive black hole, nearly half as large as Island. Darkness energy then poured out, making the space around the black hole muddy and violent. A spatial passage. 1,000 Miles, who was quite knowledgeable about God's domain, found the black hole similar to spatial passages he had seen before. Only, the one above Island was on a much larger scale. As 1,000 Miles wondered about the spatial passage that had appeared above the island, deafening roaring drifted out of the pathway. A winged monster, covered in pitch-black scales, then pulled itself from the spatial passage. The moment this scaled monster appeared, Miracle's members felt the threat of death looming over them. When some of the players used their identification skills on the scaled monster, they could not help but gasp. This monster was actually a level 160 lord. How is this possible? Why has such a powerful monster appeared? These players' thoughts became chaotic when they learned the scaled monster's identity. A lord-ranked monster might not be a tough opponent since it was only the equivalent of a tier 2 player, but a level 160 monster was basically invincible to current players. While the army was stunned by the sudden development, another scaled monster emerged from the black hole. Not only was the second monster much larger than the first, but its aura was also leaps and bounds more powerful. To make matters worse, more scaled monsters followed, swarming out of the spatial passage. 1, 2, 3. By the time these monsters covered half of the sky above Island, Miracle's members had gone from panic to full-on despair. One level 160 lord was enough to wipe out their 30,000-man army, much less an entire force of such monsters. Retreat. Everyone retreat immediately. 1,000 Miles shouted as he snapped out of his daze. Unfortunately, by the time 1,000 Miles had issued the command, the scaled monsters had descended on the players in the valley. They gave Miracle's members no chance for escape. Not only did the level 160 lords attack with unrivaled strength, but their speed was just as overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, several hundred Miracle members had transformed into streaks of light and vanished from the island. Several thousand players had died by the time Miracle's army had fled the valley, and plenty of tier 2 experts had been among the slain. While Miracle's members ran for their lives, 1,000 Miles noticed a figure at the top of the mountain. He was very familiar with this figure. It was none other than Feng. Like an uninvolved passerby, Feng casually admired the massacre below. Damn it! It must be him. He must be responsible for opening that spatial passage. There's no way these monsters' arrival was a coincidence. Confusion and fury overwhelmed 1,000 Miles as he watched Feng. He actually summoned these monsters just to prevent Miracle from stealing the manatite vein. To prevent anyone from obtaining it? Insane. He is definitely insane. Chapter 1942. So what if I am? A flood of monsters still surged out of the spatial passage above Island. Moreover, as the swarm grew, stronger monsters emerged from the black hole. At first, only lords had come forth, but then great lords and grand lords had begun to arrive. Now even mythic monsters appeared from the passage. Like hungry wolves spotting fresh meat. These monsters descended on the fleeing miracle members the moment they emerged. Level 160 lords were enough to instant-kill Miracle's members, not to mention the higher-leveled Great Lord, Grand Lord and mythic-ranked monsters. Although Miracle's members had scattered and run the moment they received 1,000 Miles' command, the flying monsters were too fast to outrun. In the seconds after Miracle had initiated its retreat, over 3,000 members had transformed into streaks of light and vanished. Vice Guild Leader. These monsters are even chasing the members that have left the valley. They have no regional restrictions. With how fast the monster force is growing, I'm afraid that they'll annihilate us before we reach the shore. Silent March said, watching the monster-filled sky with a grim expression. An endless number of monsters flew out of the black hole above, and even though their forces had split up, the monsters wouldn't need long to eliminate them all. If the 30,000 players had only consisted of elite members, Miracle's losses wouldn't have been so severe, significantly harming the guild's operations, if they all died, but over 400 of these players were Tier 2 experts. If these players were slain as well, we can't break through? It seems that we have no choice but to use the magic breaker scroll to remove the seal on the island. 1,000 Miles gritted his teeth as he watched his guildmates die, one after another. March, instruct our elite members to do everything they can to attract the monster's attention. Once I remove the seal, have our guild experts use return scrolls to get out of here as soon as possible. Very few magic scrolls in God's domain were capable of removing regional seals. Even a super-first-rate guild like Miracle had only managed to obtain 6 thus far. Normally, these scrolls were reserved as life-saving tools to prevent other superpowers from ambushing their key forces. Since he was one of Miracle's vice guild leaders, he had been allocated one of these scrolls. If he used it now, he'd have to wait a long time before he'd receive another. However, he couldn't hold anything back with so many of his guild's Tier 2 experts at risk. Understood. Silent March nodded. Following which, 1,000 Miles took an ancient, golden magic scroll from his bag and began to activate it. In response, a golden light pillar flew from the unfurled scroll and pierced the invisible magic barrier that enveloped Island. The magic barrier shattered, and players on the island could once again use teleportation spells and tools. As the magic seal faded, Miracle's members breathed sighs of relief. With the barrier gone, they would not have to rely on their own feet to escape the island. Once they found a safe location, they could use a return scroll and leave this nightmare. However, just as Miracle's many experts activated their return scrolls to flee this godforsaken island, the scroll's loading bars were interrupted. What's going on? Why can't I teleport? No. We're still under the magic seal's effects. But didn't we remove the barrier? The development left Miracle's fleeing experts confused. Even 1,000 Miles, who had just used the magic breaker scroll, was bewildered. Vice Guild Leader, look at Black Flame. I think he just used a magic seal. A ranger with sharp eyesight announced as he pointed to the mountain and Feng. Hearing this, 1,000 Miles spun toward Feng. Multiple magic arrays hovered around the swordsman, all of which manifested to seal off Island. Black Flame, you're courting death. 1,000 Miles' gaze was frosty as he glared at Feng, his enraged bellow echoing throughout the valley. Every Miracle member in the valley stared at Feng with hatred and killing intent. They had already used their only magic breaker scroll, so only death awaited them if another magic seal enclosed the island. Courting death. Seeing 1,000 Miles' wrathful expression, Feng couldn't help but laugh as he replied, so what if I am? In truth, Feng hadn't wanted to open an abyss passage on Island. Once it opened, it would affect the region. And with the exception of himself, the ancient Abyssal Book's owner, the Abyssal monsters would hunt down every player within range. Activating the Abyssal Passage had greatly affected his plans for the Manatite Vein. Although Feng had expected information on the Manatite Vein to leak, and had prepared certain countermeasures, he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Moreover, Miracle had intended to take the vein for itself, rather than negotiate. He couldn't afford to be courteous with the enemy guild. He would teach Miracle the price for trying to steal Zero Wing's manatite vein. Black Flame, do you truly think Miracle will let you off the hook for this? Thousand Miles threatened as he watched the sealing magic array complete. Your entire guild will face Miracle's wrath, not just you. Guild leader Black Flame, many of Miracle's experts are on Kama Island. Our guild leader isn't exaggerating. If you complete the seal on Kama Island, Miracle will do everything it can to destroy Zero Wing. Silent March attempted to persuade Feng. Since you have developed Zero Wing to its current power, you should understand the various superpowers' strength. You should know how powerful our guild is. Do you really want to make an enemy of Miracle? Zero Wing had already become a noteworthy force in God's domain, but to a top-ranked super-first-rate guild like Miracle, it was still a trivial opponent. The only reason Miracle had not turned against Zero Wing thus far, despite the guild's multiple transgressions, was that it had much better things to do with its time and resources. However, if Miracle concentrated its strength against Zero Wing, removing the guild from God's domain wouldn't be difficult. You people really are interesting. You clearly came looking for trouble, yet you're making Zero Wing look like the bad guy here, claiming that our guild is trying to make an enemy of ours? Miracle's members sure are skilled with one-sided plays. Feng laughed. I'll repeat myself once again. So what if I am? Chapter 1943, Zero Wing's Wrath. Black Flame, you're going too far. Thousand Miles shouted hurriedly when he realized that Feng showed no intentions of canceling the magic array. We no longer have the power to take the manatite vein. We have even lost several thousand elites. If you complete the barrier around Kama Island, you might be able to use these monsters to kill us, but only once. However, Zero Wing will have to face Miracle's full wrath in return. Wrath? Feng could not help but laugh at Thousand Miles. I don't know how terrifying Miracle's wrath is, but you should have a taste of Zero Wing's first. Feng's voice echoed throughout the valley, and Miracle's members felt a chill crawl down their spines from the indifference and killing intent his stone contained. They had never thought that Feng was so ruthless. He actually ignored his guild's safety to ensure their deaths. Insane. He must be insane. He wants to drag us down with him. How can a guild leader like this exist in God's domain? Miracle's members were bewildered as they stared at Feng. The various large guilds' guild leaders would do almost anything they could to ensure their guild's survival in God's domain. They often set aside their personal feelings for the bigger picture. Feng, on the other hand, didn't seem to care about Zero Wing's survival in the least, acting entirely on his emotions. However, Feng hadn't lied. While they weren't sure how Miracle would retaliate, they were certain that they'd face Zero Wing's wrath right now. Good. Very good. Since you want to duke it out, show me what you're capable of. Thousand Miles shouted, his eyes turning bloodshot. Everyone heed my command. Attack Black Flame with everything you've got. The magic seal has a long activation time. If we can interrupt his channeling, he can't seal off the island. I will personally gift anyone who kills Black Flame a piece of epic equipment. The Vice Guild leader is right. Our deaths are not certain yet. As long as we can interrupt Black Flame, we still have hope of surviving. If we kill Black Flame, we'll even get a piece of epic equipment. Right. This battle's outcome isn't set in stone. We still have a fighting chance. Kill Black Flame. Hearing Thousand Miles' orders, Miracle's members knew that their only hope of survival hinged on striking Feng with everything they had. Otherwise, none of them should think of leaving Kama Island alive. Fortunately, the magic seal needed 2 minutes to complete. They weren't completely out of luck. As their morale recovered, Miracle's members charged toward Feng while ignoring the abyssal monsters around them. The only thing on their minds was Feng's death. Like wild beasts that had awakened from their slumber, the auras of the remaining 20,000+ players flared as they bared their teeth at their adversary. Retaliating even in the face of death? Feng sneered at the approaching mob. He stood just below the spatial passage, and as Miracle's members approached, they would encounter more abyssal monsters. With current players' strength, charging at these monsters was suicidal. But Miracle's players were in a frenzy. They disregarded all costs while charging at Feng, and even when their comrades fell beside them, they didn't pull their gazes from their target. Everyone keep it up. Black Flame is still channeling the magic array, and can't move. If even one of us reaches him, victory will be ours. Silent March cried, rallying his troops. While a magic seal was powerful, it had an obvious flaw. The player activating it had to remain in a safe place. If the caster moved in the slightest, the channeling process would be interrupted and would fail. Although there were indeed a lot of abyssal monsters between them and Feng, Miracle's players on Kama Island greatly outnumbered the monsters. Although the price of distracting the abyssal monsters was considerably high, it was possible, and it would allow a few players to slip by, reaching their target. Sure enough, 7 players managed to break through the abyssal monster's encirclement after a short moment, arriving within 60 yards of Zero Wings guild leader. Even if I can't move, I can still use my skills and spells. Seeing the approaching enemies, Feng promptly activated Chilling Field. The moment Chilling Field activated, the 7 Miracle members immediately felt a chill envelop their flesh. Both their movement speed and attack speed significantly decreased. Before the Miracle members could move within 40 yards of Feng, icicles exploded from the ground, striking the 7 players as damages in the tens of thousands appeared above their heads. The mana on Kama Island was extremely thin, which limited the combat power players could exert, and with Chilling Field's movement speed reduction, dodging the icicles' attacks became impossible for the 7 Miracle players. In the blink of an eye, the attacks killed 2 players. Only the 5 Refinement Realm experts managed to avoid death. However, while the 5 Refinement Realm experts had dodged the first wave of Feng's attacks, the swordsman was far from finished. As a constant stream of attacks bombarded them, the Refinement Realm experts were forced to halt their advance, focusing on defense. Unfortunately, they still took hits from time to time, continuing to lose HP. In the end, all 5 died before they could move within 20 yards of their target. Although Refinement Realm experts were frightening existences in first-rate guilds, their evasive and defensive maneuvers were unrefined before Feng. Die. Following which, Feng struck one group of Miracles members after another, mercilessly slaying every player that came within his attack range. None of them could get within 10 yards of Feng. Seeing this, Miracle's surviving members were dumbfounded. While Silent Mars came within 50 yards of the swordsman, she stopped her advance and took out a single target, Tier 4 offensive magic scroll. Numerous spiraling wind blades then formed around Feng. Under Silent March's control, these wind blades bombarded the immobile guild leader. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out in succession, the resulting shockwaves throwing dust and dirt into the air. He's finally dead? Silent March could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief as she watched the dust cloud surround Feng's location. She had used a large number of guildmates as bait to get within 50 yards of the swordsman, and find an opportunity to use the magic scroll without her opponent noticing. But once the dust settled, it revealed Feng's unharmed figure. Golden divine runes circled his body, isolating him from the outside world. These runes were the result of the 7 luminaries' ring's absolute defense. However, rather than the runic barrier, everyone's attention was on the pitch-black magic arrays around Feng. The arrays had completed and sealed off Kama Island. Chapter 1944, Slaying 1,000 Miles U. 1,000 Miles paled when he saw the fully formed magic arrays. Magic scrolls like the Magic Breaker scroll was the only way to remove the magic seal once it was complete, and before its duration ended. It's over. We're doomed. When the rest of Miracle's army saw the magic barrier slowly spread out from above them, they were distraught. Thousands of abyssal monsters had already emerged from the spatial passage. They had thought it would be possible to reach the island's shores before their annihilation when there had only been several hundred, but that hope was gone. Several hundred more Miracle members had died while the army had succumbed to their despair. Players only snapped out of their daze, fleeing like madmen, when the fallen players' weapons and equipment hit the ground. Although they knew that they had no hope of surviving this, They prayed for a miracle to save them. Vice Guild leader, what should we do? Silent March asked anxiously as she watched Miracle's Tier 2 experts fall, one after another. We're out of options now that the magic seal is complete. Have our experts bring up the rear. We're retreating, Thousand Miles said, shaking his head. Now that the magic seal had taken shape, not even he had a countermeasure. Fortunately, he was one of Miracle's Vice Guild leaders, and his guild had allocated him plenty of life-saving tools. Unfortunately, he'd only be able to save a small number of players with the tools he had on hand. But Silent March felt her heart bleed as she watched the abyssal monsters slaughter their guild's experts in the valley. Miracle had brought more than 7,000 experts to Kama Island. This was the first time their guild had suffered such a severe loss since joining God's domain. Enough. If you don't hurry, I can't guarantee our safe escape. Thousand Miles snapped gravely. He, too, was reluctant to make the decision. He was, after all, responsible for this offensive operation. He wanted nothing more than to kill Feng, but he understood that with Feng's strength and the abyssal monster's interference, slaying the swordsman was impossible. All he could do was leave this godforsaken island as quickly as possible. Understood. Silent March nodded. As Silent March began her retreat, several hundred experts formed a tight circle around her, guiding Silent March and several upper echelons out of the valley. Black Flame, just you wait. It won't be long before I pay this back tenfold. Thousand Miles bellowed as he glared at Feng, already thinking of ways to deal with Zero Wing. After ensuring that his guild's upper echelons had gathered around him, Thousand Miles retrieved a dark purple globe from his bag. Countless divine runes had been engraved on this crystal globe, the globe itself giving off waves of pressure. This globe was one of the treasures Miracle had obtained from an ancient ruin _ the Wind God's Orb. The Wind God's Orb was a consumable that temporarily granted players the power of the Wind God. With the Wind God's power, players could fly freely through the sky for 5 minutes. Moreover, players' flight speed would be so incredible that not even flying ships could keep up with them. Whether one was using the Wind God's Orb for escape or pursuit, the orb was a very useful tool. Unfortunately, it could only be used 10 times. Once all 10 uses had been expended, the Wind God's Orb would turn into dust. Although the magic seal on Kama Island prevented teleportation, it did not prohibit players from flying. As long as they had the power of the Wind God, they could easily shake off the abyssal monster's pursuit. Moreover, 5 minutes of flying would be more than enough to escape Kama Island. Once they were off of the island, fleeing from the abyssal monsters would be a piece of cake. After taking out the Wind God's Orb, Thousand Miles began to chant an incantation, granting him and the others the Wind God's power. With Thousand Miles as the center, a gigantic, dark purple magic array formed on the ground, hungrily absorbing and devouring the surrounding mana. At the same time, a powerful storm enveloped Thousand Miles and the others, preventing other players from approaching the group. The Wind God's Orb? Feng muttered. He could not help but feel a little astonished when he saw the dark purple globe in Thousand Miles' hands. Miracle really is quite generous to have given him such a precious item. But you must be dreaming if you think you can escape with that. Feng then activated Gale Domain, transforming into a blur as he flew toward Thousand Miles. The Wind God's Orb had been extremely famous in God's domain, a masterpiece crafted by an ancient civilization. As long as there were no magic arrays that prevented flight in an area, even Tier 5 players wouldn't stop a player endowed with the Wind God's power. Only Tier 6 players would have the ability. Hence, the Wind God's Orb had been publicly acknowledged as one of the top 10 treasures for pursuit and escape in God's domain in the past. However, the Wind God's Orb had an obvious flaw. It required a lengthy channeling time. Each endowment required roughly 15 seconds. Although Feng was currently around 800 yards away from Thousand Miles, he could cross the distance in less than 10 seconds with the effects of Gale Domain. Of course, Miracle's members noticed Feng's movement. Black Flame. Thousand Miles' rage burned even brighter when he saw Feng's approach. Escort team, block him with everything you've got. I'll kill him myself in a moment. He had called off the assault on Feng simply because he found the task troublesome. He had decided to ignore the man and let the hateful bastard live for a few more days. However, Feng ignored his benevolence and now targeted his life. Vice Guild Leader, rest assured, we'll make sure he doesn't leave your sight. We'll show this brat just how ignorant he is. A silver-armored, middle-aged man confidently declared as he watched Feng's approaching figure. After saying so, the middle-aged man who led the escort team and the team's 200-plus members vigilantly awaited Feng's arrival. Once the flying swordsman was within 100 yards, the escort team activated their berserk skills. A few members even activated a magic array, trapping Feng within a magic barrier. Shatter. When Feng was less than 60 yards away from Thousand Miles, he activated Power of Darkness and swung down Killing Ray. Lightning Slash. A blue lightning bolt tore through the sturdy magic barrier, and by the time Miracle's players noticed it, the bolt had pierced through Thousand Miles' body, devouring all of his HP. Chapter 1945. Miracle Defeated. How is this possible? Silent March stared at Thousand Miles' empty HP bar with wide eyes, shocked. That attack had been too fast and sudden. The escort team had clearly trapped Feng in a magic barrier that even a Grand Lord would need some time to struggle free from. Yet Feng had broken free and killed Thousand Miles with the same, single attack. Any player capable of rising to the position of Vice Guild Leader in a superpower had more than just strong management abilities, but also had enough individual strength to convince others to follow them obediently. Although Thousand Miles had been focused on activating the Wind God's orb, landing a ranged attack should have been impossible, but Feng had taken advantage of the moment Thousand Miles had lowered his guard due to the magic barrier, claiming the man's life. God's domain had many spells and skills that quickly took effect, and by the time these abilities activated, even experts would be hard-pressed to dodge them normally. Players had to predict the attack's trajectory, taking preemptive measures to dodge or block the attack. However, Feng's execution had been so fast that she hadn't even noticed his movements when he activated the skill. Needless to say, it would have been impossible for Thousand Miles, who had been distracted, to notice the attack. The other members around the Vice Guild Leader's corpse were just as stunned. They stared at the body with incredulous looks. Thousand Miles was one of their guild's Vice Guild Leaders. Not only was he extraordinarily powerful as an individual, but the guild had also given him plenty of treasures. Even super guilds would have a difficult time killing Thousand Miles. In fact, regardless of the several thousand abyssal monsters on Karna Island, they had never considered that the monsters might kill Thousand Miles, yet their Vice Guild Leader was dead. Moreover, Thousand Miles hadn't died at the hands of a superpower. He hadn't even died while surrounded by enemies, overwhelmed and outnumbered. Instead, a guild leader from a guild that had only recently become famous had claimed his life. If news of this spread, it would cause a sensation throughout God's domain. Black Flame, the escort team's leader, turned ashen as he shot Feng a glare. From today on, neither you nor Zero Wing will have a place in God's domain. Not even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion can protect you. Had someone from another superpower killed Thousand Miles, it would not have had much of an impact on Miracle's reputation. At most, the public would think that the offending superpower had grown stronger. However, the fact that a minor power like Zero Wing was responsible for the Vice Guild Leader's death was humiliating. If word of this got out, Miracle would become a laughingstock among the various superpowers. Others might even assume that Miracle had grown weaker, doubting its qualifications as a super-first-rate guild. If Miracle did not annihilate Zero Wing after such an insult, it would have no hope of mingling in God's domain in the future. That's my business, Feng said while slashing the abyssal blade at the escort team. Lightning Edge. Countless arcs of lightning streaked toward the dazed escort members. Although a portion of the escort members had reacted to the attack quickly and dodged Lightning Edge's trajectory, the attack killed more than 70% of the team. I'll kill you. The escort leader, Nameless Hacker, gnashed his teeth in rage as he watched his teammates die. Nameless Hacker and the other survivors charged at Feng, killing intent flashing in their eyes. They would slay this swordsman even if they had to sacrifice their own lives. I'll support you. Silent March was just as resolved to kill Feng. After activating her berserk skill, she began to chant an offensive spell, aiming for the guild leader. Although Nameless Hacker was not a match for Miracle Dragon, he was a peak expert at the Void Realm. If he had 20+ melee refinement realm experts supporting him, not even a domain realm expert would dare to take him on. Furthermore, he had the support of a magical class expert, Silent March. She could make up for the melee player's flaws by launching attacks at Feng's blind spots, which the melee players could not reach. Die. As Nameless Hacker reached Feng, he raised his greatsword and executed a downward slash. The greatsword transformed into a rainbow that descended on Feng. As the rainbow passed, even space began to crack. At the same time, the other escort members circled to Feng's sides and executed their strongest skills. As they attacked, they paid no attention to defense. They were fully intent on trading blow for blow with Feng. Once Silent March saw Nameless Hacker use his ultimate move, she followed by releasing her channeled spell, the Tier 2 curse Death Coffin. With Feng in the center, death energy filled a 30-yard radius, constantly corroding the players' lives. Silent March planned to use the escort team to buy time for death energy to detonate, killing the team and Feng. Meanwhile, Nameless Hacker and his comrades paid no heed to Silent March's spell. Now that 1,000 Miles was dead, they had no way to escape Karna Island before the abyssal monsters killed them. In any case, they were more than willing to sacrifice themselves if it meant Feng's death. In response to his opponent's suicidal attacks, Feng used Dragon Breath and 9 Dragons Slash. He had no intention of dodging the attacks. His basic attributes were far beyond Nameless Hacker and Miracle's members. He could simply stop the attacks with brute force. Boom, boom, boom. The moment Dragon Breath collided with the descending rainbow, a massive explosion shook the valley. Dragon Breath shattered the rainbow and blew Nameless Hacker away. Abyssal Blade's phantoms, meanwhile, put a stop to the melee refinement realm expert's assault. Before the death energy Silent March had summoned could detonate, Feng used Instant Strike to appear before her and swung Killing Ray at the female necromancer. Although Silent March tried to block the attack with her staff, she was too late. Killing Ray shattered the magic barrier protecting Silent March and cut straight through her neck, instantly obliterating her HP. So fast, the escort team members were stunned. First, 1,000 Miles had fallen. Now even Silent March had died before the rear-line healers could do anything about it. Feng's attack power and attack speed were terrifying. Without Silent March's assistance, Nameless Hacker and the others were utterly helpless against Feng. Even though they still had their healer's support, Feng killed one after another. With the abyssal monster's interference, the entire escort team had been eliminated in less than 20 seconds. Seeing this, Miracle's surviving experts, who had been rushing over to help, turned and fled, losing any motivation to attack Feng. Unfortunately, the flying abyssal monsters gave Miracle's members no opportunities to escape Karna Island. In less than 10 minutes, all of the 30,000+ players Miracle had dispatched to the island were dead. None left the island alive. Chapter 1946, Impossible Outcome. After Miracle's forces on Kama Island were annihilated, the abyssal monsters circling above began to scatter to the surrounding areas. And Feng couldn't be any happier to see it. Although this turn of events would be a problem for players developing in the Sea of Death, it would benefit him. The abyssal monster's presence would deter anyone from approaching Kama Island. However, the abyss passage he opened above the island was small, unlike the medium passage in the Twin Towers Kingdom. As a result, its influence would be very limited. In the continent of God's domain, abyssal monsters couldn't roam freely since they were foreign to this world. Hence, the world's power constantly suppressed them. The farther they ventured from the abyss passage, the stronger this suppression would become. With the power of a small abyss passage, the passage's range of influence was very limited. Moreover, he could only use this method to deter players once. Each ancient abyssal book could be used to open only 2 abyss passages, a medium passage and a small passage. King's Return's Hellfiend had already opened the medium passage to deal with immortal light in the Twin Towers Kingdom. And now that Feng had used the remaining small passage, he'd have to make sufficient sacrifices if he wanted to use the book to open another. To open another passage, he would need to sacrifice 50,000 players for a small passage, 300,000 players for a medium passage, or 1 million players for a large passage. Capturing so many players to sacrifice would be an immensely difficult task. He might be fine if his actions went undiscovered, but once other players found proof of his wrongdoing, the consequences would be horrendous. After watching the abyssal monsters venture away from Island, Feng began to loot the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's temporary residence on Thunder Island. Big Sis Rain, I've notified every fleet in the Sea of Death. Since we cannot command those under 9 Dragons Emperor, we only have 3 fleets heading towards Island. They should arrive in half an hour at the earliest, Blue Phoenix reported. They had begun to gather their forces the moment they had heard of Miracle's interest in visiting Island. However, the island was located in an extremely dangerous sea zone, and the various superpowers on Thunder Island didn't usually operate in that area. As a result, their fleets had been some distance from Island when the situation had occurred, and even the closest ships would need some time before they'd arrive. Half an hour? Hopefully they'll make it in time. Phoenix Rain nodded. While half an hour wasn't very long, it wasn't very soon either. If Zero Wing acted rashly, annihilating the guild's forces would be child's play for Miracle's 30,000-strong army. However, if Zero Wing's members split up and hid, they might last for another half an hour. Just what is Zero Wing trying to do? Despite knowing that Miracle has dispatched an army of 30,000 to Island, Zero Wing is insistent on clashing with Miracle. Blue Phoenix was exasperated over Feng's decision. She had the feeling that Zero Wing must have fought so many first-rate guilds that it was treating Miracle like one of those old enemies. Zero Wing only had 500 members on Island. Even if these members were all a part of Zero Wing's main force, they wouldn't even serve as a warm-up for Miracle's army. After all, they were talking about 30,000 elite and expert players. Moreover, all of those players were from a veteran super-first-rate guild, not a first-rate guild. As Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix discussed the situation, the doors to the guild leader's office swung open, and 2 people walked in. The moment these 2 people entered the office, Blue Phoenix's expression darkened. Rain, long time no see. 9 Dragons Emperor greeted Phoenix Rain with a smile after entering the room. It seems you have secured quite a harvest in the Sea of Death. You've already replaced quite a few pieces of your equipment. 9 Dragons Emperor, why are you here? Phoenix Rain responded dryly. 9 Dragons Emperor was closely tied to the ambush she had suffered on Savage God Island. If not for her lack of evidence, she would have long since reported him to the Great Pavilion Master. Just the sin of setting her up would instantly get 9 Dragons Emperor banished from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Unfortunately, 9 Dragons Emperor was too clever to leave evidence. No matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find any proof. This is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild residence. Is there some reason that a pavilion master such as myself cannot be here? 9 Dragons Emperor returned Phoenix Rain's question nonchalantly. Although this is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence, this place is under my management. I believe you of all people understand how the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion operates. Neither pavilion is allowed to interfere with each other's work. Or do you need me to remind you of the rules? Phoenix Rain asked coldly. Fine, I won't waste words with you. I am here on official business. The Great Pavilion Master has issued an order. Since this is such a crucial moment, you're not allowed to interfere with Miracle. 9 Dragons Emperor said, chuckling. If you still don't get it, I'll explain the order in greater detail. The Great Pavilion Master had stated that you are not to interfere with the situation on Island, and you must recall all of the ships you have sent. Have I made myself clear? All matters on Thunder Island are under Big Sis Rain's management. Why would the Great Pavilion Master give such a command? Blue Phoenix refused to believe a word 9 Dragons Emperor said. I knew you all would ask that. Here is the Great Pavilion Master's order. He had intended to inform you directly via call, but fearing that you would disobey, he sent me here to carry his orders out. Nine Dragons Emperor said as he playfully displayed the system message Ku Rong had sent him. How could this be? Phoenix Rain frowned when she saw the message. Our guild is in a precarious situation, and Zero Wing has made too many enemies. All of the various superpowers have expressed their opinions on the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. After lengthy consideration, the Great Pavilion Master has decided not to interfere in the matter between Miracle and Zero Wing to avoid exposing the pavilion to even greater danger. If you refuse to follow orders, then all responsibilities on Thunder Island will be transferred to me. Nine Dragons Emperor said, smiling. Even if you sent reinforcements, it would be futile. 1,000 Miles is leading the operation personally. Zero Wing has no chance of survival. He was very pleased with Miracle's actions. Whether Phoenix Rain helped Zero Wing or not, Zero Wing would suffer severely, and Phoenix Rain would lose a powerful helper. Fortunately, this increased his chances in the next contest for Thunder Island. The naval power Zero Wing had displayed near Savage God Island had been too frightening, forcing him to take the guild seriously. But there was no need for that now. Now that Miracle had crippled Zero Wing, the latter would no longer pose a threat in the upcoming contest. Moreover, with Zero Wing's main force crippled and Ku Rong's current attitude toward the guild, he could take advantage of the situation to deal with Zero Wing's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire. Big Sis Rain, what should we do? Blue Phoenix asked anxiously. Phoenix Rain considered the matter, her expression ugly. She hadn't expected Ku Rong to interfere. Rain, you best decide quickly. I don't have that much patience. If you can't, I'll make the decision for you. Nine Dragons Emperor threatened. The twisted expression on Phoenix Rain's face delighted him greatly. You. Phoenix Rain frowned. However, before she could say more, she received a message. It had been sent by the spy she had planted in Miracle. How is this possible? Phoenix Rain was stunned as she read the message's contents. She simply could not believe what she read. Rain, are you trying to disobey orders? Nine Dragons Emperor demanded after Phoenix Rain's long silence. Inwardly though he grinned ear to ear. As long as Phoenix Rain refused to obey Ku Rong's orders, he would take control of Thunder Island. It would save him a lot of effort with his future plans. Sure. Of course, we'll follow orders. Phoenix Rain smiled as she glanced at Nine Dragons Emperor. Blue, notify the fleets to return immediately. Return. Blue Phoenix was confused. Are we really doing this? Nine Dragons Emperor stared at Phoenix Rain in shock. He had never expected her to be so decisive. Of course. The battle on Kama Island is already over, Phoenix Rain said. Including 1,000 Miles and Miracle's other upper echelons, the 30,000-man army has been eliminated. There's no longer a need to visit the island. Chapter 1947, Bountiful Harvest. Miracle's been annihilated. Nine Dragons Emperor was dumbfounded when he heard Phoenix Rain's announcement. How can this be? Miracle wasn't an ordinary super-first-rate guild. Aside from its weaker legacy, it was stronger than some super guilds overall. Furthermore, 1,000 Miles had led the operation personally. If another superpower had to face Miracle's 30,000-man army, the battle would be bitter even if the superpower thoroughly prepared, much less annihilate Miracle's forces. Annihilating Miracle's army would be far more difficult than simply defeating it. If Miracle's 30,000 players decided to scatter and flee, no power should be able to eliminate them all even if the army were badly outnumbered. How could Zero Wing possibly achieve such a feat? Big Sis Rain, are you sure? Even if Zero Wing managed to obliterate Miracle's army, 1,000 Miles shouldn't have died. As one of Miracle's vice guild leaders, he should have plenty of life-saving tools on him. Killing him should be much harder than annihilating Miracle's army. How could he possibly die? Not even Blue Phoenix could believe the report. As a member of a superpower herself, she knew just how serious the various superpowers protected their upper echelons, especially their vice guild leaders. Even before God's domain, The various superpowers guild leaders and vice-guild leaders had faced assassination in other virtual reality games. This wasn't new to them. However, as the various superpowers adapted to God's domain, they provided even better protection for their upper echelons. Take the ambush Phoenix Rain had faced on Savage God Island, for example. While Miracle might have had the ability to slay the main force members under Phoenix Rain, it hadn't been able to kill her. Had Phoenix Rain's subordinates faced annihilation, Phoenix Rain would have used the life-saving tools the guild had given her to flee the island. Of course, losing her main force members would have affected her plans. When Nine Dragons Emperor heard Blue Phoenix's question, he could not help but nod in agreement. He decided that the news must be fake. It would have already been impressive if Zero Wing's small team of 500 escaped Miracle's forces, but no matter how strong those players were, annihilating Miracle's army should have been impossible, not to mention slaying 1,000 miles. I wondered the same thing, but I've just verified the information. Miracle has issued a red annihilation order on Zero Wing. It's the highest-ranking annihilation order available in Miracle. Issuing this order means that there are no options for reconciliation between Miracle and the order's target, and only one of them will be allowed to live, Phoenix Rain said. Why would the guild issue a red annihilation order if Zero Wing didn't annihilate its army? That is a lie, right? Miracle's army had more than 400 Tier 2 experts. Such a severe loss will certainly affect Miracle's future plans. Blue Phoenix still couldn't believe the news, but faced with the facts, she had no choice but to accept it as truth. Miracle had issued the red annihilation order in the past, but only when the guild had expected a decisive battle with another superpower. No matter how she looked at it, now that Miracle had used the order on Zero Wing, it must have suffered a humiliating loss against the smaller guild. Nine Dragons Emperor, what a pity. It seems that my ally is quite reliable and no longer requires my help. If you have nothing else, I must ask you to leave. Unlike you, I don't have much free time. I still have to take care of many matters on Thunder Island. Phoenix Rain smugly dismissed Nine Dragons Emperor. Veins bulged on Nine Dragons Emperor's forehead. After taking a moment to calm down, he sneered and said, Phoenix Rain, don't get excited so soon. Zero Wing might have gotten lucky and defeated Miracle, but you know better than I just how frightening Miracle is. Zero Wing has ignorantly pushed itself onto the path of annihilation. It won't be long before Zero Wing is thoroughly removed from God's domain. After Nine Dragons Emperor finished, he turned and left the office in a huff. Seeing Nine Dragons Emperor's frustrated expression, Phoenix Rain felt refreshed. However, she knew that Zero Wing had gotten itself into more trouble than ever before. Phoenix Rain wasn't the only one to learn of Miracle's extermination. All of the various superpowers received reports on the battle on Kama Island. Zero Wing really is impressive to cause so much damage to Miracle. Even 1,000 Miles was slain. The guild has dragged Miracle's reputation through the mud. Let's see if Miracle still dares to call itself number one among super first-rate guilds. I had never thought that Miracle would suffer such an upset one day. If Miracle doesn't deal with this matter properly, it will become a laughingstock in the sea of death. Zero Wing is quite powerful. With such capabilities, it should easily rank among the top 5 of up-and-coming guilds. The news of Miracle's slaughter surprised all of the various superpowers, although they also pitted Zero Wing. With how much potential Zero Wing had displayed thus far, it was guaranteed to become a super first-rate guild if given enough time. However, now that Zero Wing had provoked Miracle, the guild had no future to speak of. Had Miracle's defeat been minor, it would have at most sent some guild experts to harass Zero Wing. As a superpower, Miracle had a lot on its plate after all. It couldn't utilize its full strength to deal with some small guild. However, this situation was different. Not only had Zero Wing slaughtered Miracle's 30,000-strong army, but it had also killed 1,000 Miles, one of the guild's key figures. This was a great embarrassment for Miracle. If the Super First-Rate Guild didn't obliterate Zero Wing and restore its reputation, even as a superpower, it wouldn't survive long in God's domain. Meanwhile, Zero Wing, which hadn't been particularly famous in God's domain outside of Starmoon Kingdom, had become a household name. Even the kingdoms and empires far from Star Moon Kingdom now knew the name Zero Wing. Meanwhile, back on Kama Island Dash. After working tirelessly for more than 2 hours, Feng finally collected the items Miracle's members had dropped. Miracle had dispatched over 30,000 players to Kama Island, and over 7,000 of them were experts. The guild had also sent more than 400 Tier 2 players. One could easily imagine how powerful the dropped items were. However, Feng did not store everything in his bag, which only had a limited amount of space. Hence, he only stored the best items, ignoring the common weapons and equipment. Even so, he still claimed more than 7,000 items, including over 500 level 50 fine gold weapons and equipment, and over 100 level 50 dark gold items. When exploring a corner of the valley, Feng noticed a crimson crystal globe on the ground. Within the globe burned a golden flame, and as if the flame had a life of its own, it transformed into a small, flaming dragon as Feng approached. Fire Spirit. Feng gasped when he saw the item. Chapter 1948, Special Epic Tool. Snapping out of his daze, Feng stepped forward and picked up the crystal globe. Although he had seen this crystal globe at an auction during his previous life, he found it hard to believe that the item before him was the same one. He had to verify his suspicion. Sure enough, it really is a fire spirit. Miracle is amazing. It actually got its hands on this. Feng could not help his elation as he inspected the crimson globe. Current players should be wholly ignorant of the fire spirit. Even if they managed to find one, they wouldn't know the fire spirit's true value. Based on the fire spirit's attribute panel, it was a weak epic tool that could only cast one spell, the Tier 2 spell Fire Spirit. When cast, the spell would summon a Tier 2 fire spirit of the same level. In other words, obtaining the epic tool only granted players one additional summoning skill. While a Tier 2 fire spirit might be of some help to Tier 1 players, it was hardly of any use to Tier 2 players and above. Moreover, each fire spirit summon cost 5 magic crystals. Although the summoned fire spirit did not have a duration, to Tier 2 players 5 magic crystals per summon was very expensive. Moreover, the summoned Tier 2 fire spirit wasn't even stronger than the summoners. Rather than wasting 5 magic crystals to summon a meat shield, it was cheaper to party with an MT. Because of this, the various large guilds paid no attention to the fire spirit, despite being an epic tool. However, Fire Spirit had one passive skill called Devour Mysterious Flame, which allowed the fire spirit to absorb mysterious flames, growing stronger. Unfortunately, no guild dared to use this passive skill. Mysterious flames were incomparably precious in God's domain, helping lifestyle players increase their production success rates. Losing a Tier 1 mysterious flame might not be so painful, but only a fool would sacrifice mysterious flames at Tier 2 and above to strengthen an epic tool. Tier 2 mysterious flames were, after all, just as valuable as ordinary epic items. Sacrificing a Tier 2 mysterious flame to upgrade the fire spirit was simply unprofitable. No one knew what the fire spirit would do after devouring the flame, and on the off chance that it received a minor basic attribute boost, the sacrifice would be an utter waste. Hence, the powers that obtained a fire spirit generally considered it useless. Even worse, the fire spirit would drop upon death. If one accidentally died after expending a mysterious flame to upgrade the fire spirit, they'd die a second time from regret. However, players hadn't yet discovered the fire spirit's frightening growth rate after devouring a mysterious flame, especially a high-tiered flame. Not only would feeding the fire spirit mysterious flames increase its tier, but its life rating would also improve. One guild in the past had become incredibly famous due to the fire spirit. The guild had been Thunder Family, a first-rate guild. A super first-rate guild had backed Thunder Family into a corner, and all of its territories, save the guild's main city, had been taken. Everyone had thought that the Thunder Family was finished, but the guild had summoned a fire spirit. The highest-tiered fire spirit in God's domain had only been Tier 3 back then. However, the Thunder Family had summoned a Tier 4 fire spirit. Moreover, it was an archaic species-ranked fire spirit. Fire spirits might not be as durable as ordinary monsters of the same rank and level, but as pampered children of fire, They had plenty of Tier 4 curses. A Tier 4 archaic species was already a challenge to take down, not to mention one with multiple Tier 4 curses. One could easily imagine what the influence the Thunder family's Tier 4 fire spirit would have on a large-scale battle. In the end, Thunder family had won the final battle at its main city. Afterward, the various major powers had paid more attention to the epic tools known as fire spirits. Although Thunder family had remained a first-rate guild even after 10 years in God's domain, no superpower underestimated it. The guild had eventually nurtured its fire spirit to Tier 5, and its life rating had risen to Fallen Angel. It had become almost invincible among opponents of the same tier. And even Tier 6, God-ranked players had fled from one-on-one battles with the Tier 5 fire spirit, including its many Tier 5 curses. The fire spirit had become a terrifying adversary. One could say that obtaining a fire spirit was the equivalent of obtaining a capable Tier 5 helper. It was unimaginably valuable. However, nurturing a fire spirit wasn't easy. Thunder family had practically bankrupted itself to nurture its fire spirit to Tier 5. Even superpowers had a hard time getting their hands on Tier 3 and 4 mysterious flames, and unless one obtained them in secret, countless problems would plague the player. Even so, the fire spirit was worth the cost. The fire spirit tool had another amazing aspect as well. After devouring enough mysterious flames, the tool's rank would increase. Once it became a fragmented legendary item, it would gain an additional skill called Flame Refinement. The skill could grant a maximum often players the fire spirit's flames. Naturally, the strength of these flames would depend on the fire spirit's strength. The stronger the fire spirit was, the stronger the flames would be. In the past, various superpowers and first-rate guilds would frequently rent these flames from Thunder family, which in turn allowed the guild to make a fortune. Although Aqua and Snow failed to find any clues leading to Tier 2 and Tier 3 mysterious flames, they did obtain quite a few Tier 1 mysterious flames. I can use them to feed the fire spirit. Feng was quite satisfied as he gazed at the crimson globe in his hand. Tier 1 mysterious flames might not upgrade the flame spirit by much, but if it devoured enough of them, it would undergo a qualitative transformation. After Feng finished organizing the loot, he returned to the cave that contained the manatite vein. He then set up an abyssal barrier and a teleportation point outside of the cave. In the future, Zero Wings members would be able to teleport directly there without worrying about the abyssal monsters. From now on, the manatite vein belonged exclusively to Zero Wing. The guild wouldn't have to worry about competition from other superpowers, and it wouldn't have to dispatch players to guard the mine. The island's abyssal monsters would serve as a natural deterrence. Following which, Feng regrouped with Aqua Rose and the others, continuing to lead them deeper into the Demonkin nest, defeating one patrol squad after another. The Demonkin nest was quite large, and the pathways within were incredibly complex. As a result, exploring the nest was far more difficult than Feng had assumed. Guild leader, I found the nest's boss, Fire Dance excitedly announced. To mine the manatite vein, they first had to defeat the nest's guardian boss to stop the Demonkin from respawning. The Demonkin would only respawn once the guardian boss had, but the boss's based inner veins had very long respawn times. Although the guardian boss would grow stronger with each respawn, it wasn't a cause for worry since players would be much stronger by the time it did. Alright, I'll lead the team to you. Feng rejoiced when he heard Fire Dance's sudden declaration. He immediately led his team to her location. However, when Feng made it to the cavern Fire Dance stood in and saw the Demonkin, he was stunned. The Demonkin was 6 meters tall and fully geared in dark gray armor. Its back was decorated with all sorts of long swords. Currently, the Demonkin stood in the middle of the cavern with its eyes shut. A Tiermaster. Chapter 1949 Tiermaster. Everyone felt stifled as they watched the quiet Demonkin in the middle of the dark cavern with grim expressions. Demonkin King Ava Mythic Tiermaster. Level 68. HP 600 000 000/600 000 000. What kind of monster is that? How is it giving off such intense pressure? Is that really a tier 4 monster? I can already feel death loom over me just by looking at it. Why do I feel like I can't even hit it even though it's just standing there? Huh. What does tier master mean? Although none of them knew what a tier master was, after a long time fighting in God's domain, they had developed their instincts. Those instincts screamed a warning. If they set foot in this cavern, they'd get a one-way trip to hell. Naturally, Feng wasn't particularly surprised by his team's reaction. After all, their instincts were correct. If they entered Ava's cavern carelessly, their deaths would be guaranteed. The concept of a tier master was still foreign to current players. It was akin to a king among those of the same tier, but unlike ordinary archaic species or dragons, a tier master's strength didn't originate from extraordinary attributes. Rather, it came from the monster's extraordinary combat standards. Dealing with tier masters was far more difficult than dealing with archaic species that had high attributes. A fight against a tier master was a test of players' combat standards. If players' combat standards were lacking, they would die instantly. In comparison, players would have a fighting chance against an archaic species even if they were at a disadvantage in terms of attributes. Moreover, when raiding tier masters, players would not be able to use their numerical advantage. In fact, raiding a tier master with more players than necessary would only increase the raid difficulty. Tier masters were capable of summoning an army of monsters, and they would summon more monsters based on the number of players participating in the raid. The summoned monsters might not have high attributes, but even the weakest combat standards would be at the trial tower's 3rd floor. This was why tier masters were so fearsome. Normally, tier masters only spawned after level 100. Feng had never considered that the boss guarding Kama Island's manatite vein would be a tier master. Guild leader, this boss is giving off a very dangerous feeling. We have quite a few players with us. Should we send some players in to test the waters? Aqua Rose suggested. When dealing with unknown bosses, particularly field bosses, teams usually dispatched a small group to test the boss's abilities and search for appropriate countermeasures to avoid excessive losses. After all, dying in the field meant losing a full level. Even when resurrected, players still lost half a level of EXP. Forget it. Compile a list of data on every member of the team. I'm going to reform a 100-man raid team, Feng said, shaking his head. There was no point in probing a tier master. Such bosses were straightforward. Unlike other bosses which used many strange skills and spells, a tier master would only use normal attacks and the occasional team wipe move. If players could keep up with the boss's combat standards, they could defeat it. If they couldn't keep up, it didn't matter what strategies they employed. They'd all die. Moreover, the 500 tier 2 players present were all true experts in the guild. Whether they lost half a level or a full level, it would deal a significant blow to Zero Wing. They'd be better off going all out on their first try. Following which, Aqua Rose gathered the details on the 500-man team and sent the information to Feng. She had collected data on players' basic attributes, weapons, equipment, and current progress in the trial tower. After planning for about half an hour, Feng finally decided on the 100 members that would take part in the raid. The weakest of the players he had selected had already reached the late stage of the trial tower's 6th floor. They would have no problems facing the tier master's summoned mobs in a one-on-one. Alright Cola, start the raid. Feng commanded once everyone had their tasks. Cola nodded seriously. Although he was nervous, he willed himself to enter the cavern. The moment Cola stepped into the cavern, a bright light illuminated the space. Rather than a cavern, this place looked like an ancient temple. Faded murals covered the cavern walls, and stone pillars stood at intervals, supporting the cavern's vast ceiling. Although severely damaged, magic arrays were visible on the stone ground. Once Cola was within a certain range, the Demonkin King opened its eyes. The moment Ava's crimson eyes were revealed, Cola felt as if he had plunged into an icy hell as a chill seeped into his bones. Unlike other monsters whose auras contained death and violence, Ava's aura was calm and indifferent. Before Cola could overcome the frosty sensation, Ava moved. Unlike other monsters they had faced, Ava wasn't lightning fast. They could all follow every single movement with their eyes, but despite the several hundred yards between the boss and Cola, each of Ava's steps rapidly devoured the distance. Crap! This monster's an expert. Cola had an incredibly bad feeling as he watched Ava approach. Hurriedly, he raised Titan Guard to defend himself. Dang! A crisp, metallic clang reached everyone's ears as dazzling sparks flew from Cola's Titan Guard. Cola stumbled back several steps before stabilizing himself. However, before he could catch his breath, another sword descended on him. This time, Cola instinctively raised his shield to block the attack. As they watched Cola receive a series of attacks from Ava, everyone could not help but gasp. Although Cola only lost around 13,000 HP from each attack, the Tier Master continued to push him back. In the battle between the expert MT and the Guardian boss, Cola was at a complete disadvantage. He had no opportunities to launch a counterattack, he could only defend himself. If he diverted his focus in the slightest, Ava's blade would likely find its mark. When the rest of the 100-man team came within 100 yards of Ava, the Demonkin King bellowed with anger. Multiple Demonkin then began to rise from the ground, ranging between level 64 and 66. By the time they stopped emerging, a total of 200 Demonkin stood before the players. Among them, the weakest was a chieftain, while the strongest was a lord. At first, Zero Wings members paid little attention to these monsters due to their low ranks, but after clashing with them, these expert players were stunned. These Demonkin commanded incredibly high combat standards. The weakest Demonkin could easily reach the Trial Tower's 3rd floor, while a few Lord-ranked Demonkin could reach the 5th floor, the publicly acknowledged expert standard in God's domain right now. Of course, Demonkin's attributes were already higher than players. Combined with expert combat standards, the Lord-ranked Demonkins instantly slew several Tier 2 players. Fortunately, Violet Cloud managed to rescue some of them in time, reducing the number of casualties. Thank goodness. It seems this Demonkin King is only at the late stage, 5th floor standard. Defeating it shouldn't be a problem. After watching Cola fight Ava for some time, Feng had a rough estimate of the Guardian boss's combat standard, and he could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief. Not all Tier Masters were equal. The weakest among them were close to reaching the Trial Tower's 6th floor. In other words, the 5th floor's late stage. In a large guild, a player with such a combat standard would be considered a relatively strong expert. As for the stronger Tier Masters, some had even reached the Void Realm. Fortunately, Ava was one of the weakest Tier Masters. Had it been slightly stronger, Cola would have died instantly even if he met the attribute requirements for this raid. The only reason Ava was able to suppress Cola was its mythic ranked attributes. Although Cola's life dangled off the side of a cliff, Ava couldn't push the MT any farther. Furthermore, Cola could activate his Berserk skill to bridge the gap between them. Under Feng's command, Cola activated his Berserk skill, instantly decreasing the raid's difficulty. Meanwhile, with Turtledove and Yi Wumian tanking most of the mobs, the rest of the team was free to attack the Demonkin King, decimating its HP. 90%, 70%, 50%. When Ava only had 1% of its HP remaining, Feng activated Divine Providence and finished the Demonkin King off with Shadow Blade and Lightning Slash. As soon as the Guardian boss fell, a system notification reached everyone's ears. Chapter 1950, Demonkin King's Loot. System. Congratulations. You have killed the Demonkin King, Ava. Due to the Demonkin King's death, all Demonkin in the area will not respawn. System. Congratulations. You have obtained the first kill on the Demonkin King Ava. Rewards doubled. Guild popularity plus 500 and humanity reputation plus 20. When they heard the system announcements, Zero Wings members cheered in joy. Now that they had killed the Demonkin King, the Manatite vein had finally come under Zero Wings' control. Their guild could now mine the vein freely. Currently, only a few superpowers had possession of or veins that produced magic crystals. Once the system notifications ended, the Demonkin King's corpse burst into countless particles of light. Items began to manifest in the air, falling to the ground one after another. These dropped items glowed with colorful lights, dazzling the watching players. By the time they stopped appearing, a small mountain had formed on the ground. As expected of the first kill reward, the loot is frightening. Feng was a little astonished as he gazed at the small mountain of loot. Although the Demonkin king hadn't dropped as much loot as the Void Serpent, it still surpassed ordinary mythic monsters of the same level. After Feng had the healers start resurrecting the dead, he began to organize the loot. As his team watched expectantly, Feng spent more than 20 minutes inspecting the items. The Demonkin king had dropped a total of 176 items. Although more than half consisted of materials, there were still 33 weapons and equipment, a considerable amount. As many as 17 were level 60 secret silver weapons and equipment. Level 60 secret silver equipment was better than level 55 fine gold equipment at this stage of the game. Even level 50 secret silver equipment was extremely rare among the various large guilds, let alone level 55 fine gold equipment. Without hesitation, Feng held an internal auction for the 17 level 60 secret silver equipment pieces. Although level 60 secret silver equipment was too high-leveled for most of the players on the team, there were level reduction gemstones in the guild warehouse. They should be able to equip level 60 weapons and equipment after equipping the gemstones. Everyone on the team fervently bid for the weapons and equipment. As for the 8 level 60 fine gold and 6 level 60 dark gold weapons and equipment pieces the Demonkin king had dropped, he had no intention of distributing them via internal auction. Instead, he stored them in the guild warehouse and made them available to the guild's core members for purchase. Not only did these items cost a large number of GCPs, but players also needed to contribute sufficiently to the guild. After all, weapons and equipment of such level and rank could even tempt superpowers. He would not allow other guilds to claim the items by spending a few GCPs. The Demonkin king had also dropped 2 pieces of epic equipment, a pair of cloth armor boots and a leather armor belt. Both pieces offered excellent attributes. The boots granted magical class players a chance to reduce their spellcasting time by half, while the belt increased physique by 5% and granted players the leap skill, which gave players greater flexibility. After some consideration, Feng decided to give the boots to Aqua Rose and the belt to Fire Dance. Both women's combat standards ranked among the top in Zero Wing, and they could best utilize the power of these 2 epic equipment pieces. At this point, Zero Wing lacked peak experts more than anything else. Compared to the various superpowers, the guild's number of peak experts was pitiful. Moreover, as the various superpowers gathered more peak equipment, Zero Wing's attribute advantage would decrease. Hence, instead of splitting the guild's peak equipment among its many experts like the various superpowers, Zero Wing needed to concentrate its resources for greater effect. After Aqua Rose and Fire Dance equipped their new epic equipment, their basic attributes soared. Among the two, Fire Dance's current equipment lineup was simply dazzling. Fire Dance currently wore 6 pieces of epic equipment, as well as the fragmented legendary weapon, 1000 Transformations. Not even a super guild's guild leader was a match for her equipment now. Even if she encountered a superpower's apex experts, she'd have a high chance of triumphing. However, the Demonkin king's remaining items delighted Feng far more than the materials, weapons, and equipment the boss had dropped. No matter how many Demonkin patrol squads they had killed, he hadn't been able to get his hands on the last fragment of the Magicbreaking crossbow design. Fortunately, it had finally dropped from the Guardian boss, completing the design. So this is the Magicbreaking crossbow? Sure enough, its production method isn't easy. It's no wonder why only superpowers had managed to mass-produce the weapon. Feng could not help his excitement as he gazed at the complete design in his hands. The Magicbreaking crossbow had been the perfect tool for ordinary players to combat experts in the past. Even ordinary, Tier 0 players could defeat Tier 3 and 4 experts with the power of this weapon. Because of this, the various large guilds had treated it like a precious treasure. Unfortunately, the Magicbreaking crossbow design was incredibly rare, and as a result, most guilds, those that hadn't acquired the design, had only amassed a small stockpile of the tool. Even Shadow had only collected around 500 crossbows after spending a long time accumulating them. Even so, a 100-man expert team that was fully equipped with magic-breaking crossbows could kill a Tier 4 player, much less 500 crossbows. The only downside to the magic-breaking crossbow was that it was a consumable item. It would disappear once its durability ran out. Hence, guilds avoided using the weapon unless they had no other choice. But now that Feng had the complete design, this flaw wouldn't be a problem. Although crafting the magic-breaking crossbow required very rare materials, a master engineer, a master forger, and a master alchemist, these requirements weren't a problem for Zero Wing. After Feng stored away the magic-breaking crossbow design, he shifted his attention to a small, magic crystal box. Among the items the Demonkin King had dropped, this small box's value was only second to the magic-breaking crossbow design. This item was a bloodline box, capable of randomly generating a single bloodline when opened. The bloodline this box would generate would range between basic and advanced rank. The box was no less valuable than an ordinary fragmented legendary item. Hopefully, it gives me something good. Once Divine Providence's cooldown had ended, Feng took a deep breath and activated the godly skill. He then activated the bloodline box. Chapter 1951, Superior Vein. After Feng clicked to open the bloodline box, a loading bar appeared before him. Once the loading bar was full, the bloodline box slowly opened, brilliant, colorful light escaping from under the lid. The colorful glow instantly attracted the attention of Zero Wing's players. However, as their gaze rested on the strange box, an imposing aura washed over them. Despite the aura's weak pressure, the players instinctively cowered in fear and reverence. They felt like lowly ants standing before some great being. The party members only relaxed after the colorful light faded, revealing the bloodline box's bounty before Feng. A crystalline bottle laid inside the bloodline box, the silver liquid within radiating a cold, tranquil feeling. Curious, Feng inspected the bottle. He had only come across a few bloodlines in the past, so he couldn't determine what kind of bloodline the silver liquid was based on appearances alone. However, upon seeing the silver liquid's attribute panel, Feng was stunned. Spacetime bloodline. Feng's hands nearly trembled as he gazed at the silver bloodline. Although he did not know much about bloodlines, he knew that those with the three supreme attributes, illusion, space, and time, were incomparably rare in God's domain. Although the bloodline before him was only basic rank, it was far more valuable than any ordinary advanced bloodline. Spacetime bloodline. Reduces all spells cast time and cooldown. Improves vitality, followed by intelligence, endurance, agility, and strength. Amazing! Feng was flabbergasted after reading the Spacetime Bloodline's introduction. While increasing magic damage was extremely important to magical class players in God's domain, their spells' cast time and cooldowns took precedence. Stronger spells had longer cast times, but enemies, be they players or monsters, wouldn't give players a lot of time to cast spells. As a result, magical class players preferred items that could reduce their cast times over items that increased magic damage. Moreover, reducing a spell's cast time would also reduce the casting difficulty, which would, in turn, increase a player's spell completion rate. Guild Leader, what is that? Its aura is almost like divine might, Blackie asked curiously as he looked at the crystalline box in Feng's hands. It took a lot of effort for even the slightest move when subjected to that aura. Fortunately, the aura had only washed over him for several seconds. It's something that can guarantee expert players a straight path to the apex of God's domain. Feng said, chuckling. Take a look at its attributes for yourselves. Saying so, Feng shared the Spacetime Bloodline's attributes with Blackie, Aqua Rose, Alluring Summer, and Violet Cloud. Amazing! Whoever gets this bloodline will have no trouble completing their Tier 3 promotion quest once they get that far. Aqua Rose muttered as she stared at the Spacetime Bloodline, entranced. She had never expected to find such an amazing item in God's domain. Its effects could practically rival a legacy. Alluring Summer and the others nodded in agreement. Just the basic attribute growth the bloodline granted could greatly affect the user's future. In addition, the reduced cast time and cooldowns would improve as a player reached higher levels. With this bloodline, even an ordinary magical class expert could become a peak expert with enough time. If the guild provided further resources, a somewhat talented player wouldn't have any issues reaching Tier 4 in the future. Looking at the 4 people before him, Feng could see the burning passion in their eyes. He suggested, "We can't let this bloodline just sit around. Why don't you discuss among yourselves and decide who will take this bloodline?" The space-time bloodline was incomparably valuable. Regardless of which player he gave it to, they'd have no issues reaching Tier 4. Unfortunately, relying on a basic bloodline wouldn't be enough to reach Tier 5. They'd also need luck and individual strength. "I already have my Sea God's legacy. Let someone else have this bloodline," Aqua Rose said after giving the matter some thought. "I'll pass too. I'm normally busy with the guild's management. I won't be able to put this bloodline to good use," Blackie said as he swallowed his desire. He also felt that someone else should have it. "Let's give it to little sister Violet. She only has an advanced legacy. Her current equipment isn't that great either, but she has the highest combat standard among us," Alluring Summer suggested. "If Violet uses this bloodline, it'll be a great help when raiding dungeons or in PvP in the fields." "I agree," Aqua Rose said. Healers were inconspicuous to most players, but as a team commander, Aqua Rose knew how important these players were. If a team had a powerful healer, it would alleviate the pressure on the team's MTs. While Violet Cloud's current weapon and equipment were considered high quality in the various superpowers, the items weren't anything special in Zero Wing. Compared to her and Alluring Summer, Violet Cloud's equipment standard was lacking. If Violet Cloud obtained the space-time bloodline, Zero Wing would have one extra peak expert it could rely on. "Since everyone has already decided, this is for you, Violet," Feng declared as he handed the space-time bloodline to Violet Cloud. Considering his companion's points, he agreed with the wisdom of the decision. Violet Cloud, who hadn't said anything, was speechless. However, she was quite happy to receive the space-time bloodline. With this, her basic attributes would no longer be so much lower than the other main force members. After dealing with the Demonkin King's loot, Feng had Fire Dance lead a small group of players to eliminate some of the scattered Demonkin in the nest while he led the rest of the team to take care of the remaining Demonkin patrol squads. He also had Aqua Rose survey the Manatite vein and calculate the mining volume, so they could determine the suitable amount of manpower to dispatch. Although teleporting here would be convenient, each teleportation would consume a large number of magic crystals. Hence, it was best to plan properly to maximize their profits. Moreover, as it was still necessary to keep the Manatite vein a secret, it was best to inform as few players about it as possible. After about 4 hours, they finally killed the last Demonkin near the Manatite vein. In the end, many of the team's players had risen from level 57 to 58, and Aqua Rose had completed her survey of the vein. "Guild leader, we're rich," Aqua Rose excitedly announced. "Based on the information I've obtained, the various superpowers Manatite veins required between 1,500 and 2,000 players to mine at maximum efficiency, and their chances of obtaining magic crystals are between 5% to 7%. Meanwhile, after our experiments, we'll only need around 1,600 people to mine at maximum efficiency, but we'll have a 7% to 9% chance of obtaining magic crystals. Our vein is almost a superior vein. Alright, dispatch players to mine this vein immediately. I'll leave the management to you. Keep the vein confidential," Feng said, nodding. This outcome didn't particularly surprise him. He had long since known that Kama Island's Manatite vein was a superior vein. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to capture it first. "Also, guild leader, I received a message from the secret pavilion some time ago, stating that Miracle has issued a red annihilation order on Zero Wing. Moreover, Miracle has secretly dispatched a large number of experts to the Black Dragon Empire. The guild likely plans to attack our branch guild members," Aqua Rose said worriedly. "They have trouble striking us in Star Moon Kingdom, so they're starting with the Black Dragon Empire?" Feng chuckled. He then said, "Alright, I got it for now, just focus on the Manatite vein. I'll prove to Miracle that Zero Wing isn't just unshakable in Starmoon Kingdom, but in the Black Dragon Empire, as well. Chapter 1952, Dark Tidings. Black Dragon Empire, Lake Heart City. Due to the teleportation gate to the Ice Crystal World, Lake Heart City had become one of the most popular cities in the Black Dragon Empire. A flood of players visited the city each day to travel to the Ice Crystal World and obtain its unique resources. Moreover, it was much faster to level in the Ice Crystal World than on the continent of God's domain. Even adventurer teams eagerly rushed to the new Otherworld, not to mention the various large guilds. Meanwhile, Nine Dragons Emperor sat by a window in a high-class restaurant not far from the teleportation plaza, quietly watching the teleportation gate with a grin. Suddenly, a tall, muscular man approached with hurried steps. He was none other than Blood Dragon, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's branch guild leader in the Black Dragon Empire. Pavilion Master, good news. I've discussed the situation with Miracle. As long as we provide information about the Zero Wing members in Lake Heart City, Miracle will take care of everything. Once the matter has been dealt with, we will secure Zero Wing's possessions in the Empire, Blood Dragon respectfully reported. Miracle sure moves quickly. Nine Dragons Emperor smiled upon hearing Blood Dragon's report. I knew Miracle wouldn't let things slide. I had planned to remove Zero Wing from Lake Heart City quietly, but now, I won't have to put in the effort. Based on the information I've received, Miracle has dispatched at least 20,000 expert members and 80,000 elite members, Blood Dragon said. To ensure the total annihilation of Zero Wing's branch in the Empire, Miracle's elders have decided to send their first vice guild leader to command the battle. By the looks of it, Miracle plans to end the battle swiftly, restoring the guild's reputation as quickly as possible. They've even sent Shredded Soul? Nine Dragons Emperor was slightly surprised by the news. He had only met Shredded Soul a few times, but almost everyone in the virtual gaming world knew about the man. One could say that he was a mythical figure. Since his rise, Shredded Soul had been responsible for numerous miraculous feats. He was no doubt the most capable subordinate under Miracle's guild leader. Some time ago, Shredded Soul had led Miracle's forces in a victory over a super guild on the western continent of God's domain, and occupied a neutral city. This incident had caused a huge sensation among the various superpowers, and was the reason that Ku Rong, the Great Pavilion Master, wanted to avoid a conflict with Miracle. Miracle was simply too strong. If not for its lacking legacy, it would have already been crowned as a super guild. The fact that Miracle had sent Shredded Soul was utterly unexpected. They didn't only send Shredded Soul. To put a swift end to Zero Wing, Miracle also dispatched 12 of its guild elders. Zero Wing's doom is assured, Blood Dragon said. Those capable of rising to the position of elder in a superpower had a list of impressive achievements in the virtual gaming world. They also had to display certain individual combat standards. Without sufficient strength, after all, no one would listen to their commands. In Miracle, a player had to reach the Void Realm at the very least to become an elder. Since Miracle had dispatched so many experts, the guild had certainly prepared plenty of trump cards as well. It was clear how furious the guild was with Zero Wing. Good. Keep an eye on Zero Wing's people. Notify Miracle the moment you notice any changes, Nine Dragons Emperor instructed, smirking as he watched the numerous Zero Wing members on the street outside. I had thought of involving Beast Emperor, but it seems that won't be necessary. Meanwhile, in Starmoon Kingdom's Zero Wing City, after Feng had assigned Aqua Rose her tasks, he used a return scroll to teleport to Zero Wing City. As soon as he exited the guild residence, he could tell that the city's player population had slightly decreased. The city wasn't as lively as it had been during his previous visit, and there were far fewer guild players in the city. When Feng reached the Candlelight trading firm, he noticed that the shop's business had slowed considerably, as well. Guild leader, you're back. When Melancholic Smile noticed Feng enter the shop, she hurriedly reported, "The invites we've sent to the various corporations have all been returned. Even some of the corporations that had previously expressed interest in our auction have lost interest. They've declared that they are only willing to purchase Zero Wing City's virtual stores. None of them are willing to rent. Feng was surprised by the news. Has something happened in Witch's Hill? 3 hours ago, 2 guilds established towns in the area. Although both are only basic towns, they have received support from the kingdom's various large guilds. All of these guilds intend to share responsibility for the 2 towns' development. Moreover, both towns are selling a large number of virtual stores and are currently negotiating with the various corporations, Melancholic Smile said, nodding. Based on our investigations, a few major corporations and first-rate guilds have expressed interest and plan to invest in the towns as well. If they reach an agreement, it will severely affect Zero Wing City's development. Why don't we sell a small number of our virtual stores, guild leader? We've recently moved to a new training ground, and we have to spend a lot of money on multiple aspects. With our current daily income, we can't afford to support the training ground. Not bad. They actually set up towns in Witch's Hill so soon. Feng chuckled. Don't worry about selling the virtual stores for now. If we really need credits, you can sell some of Candlelight's lower quality weapons and equipment. Sell them in batches and don't reduce the price too much. We'll store the higher quality items in the guild warehouse. After saying so, Feng transferred all the weapons and equipment he had looted from Miracle's members to Melancholic Smile. When Melancholic Smile saw the items, she was dumbfounded. Of the 7,000+ weapons and equipment Feng had just given her, even the most inferior was level 50 secret silver equipment. Although mainstream players had already reached level 50 equipment was still difficult to come by, especially for secret silver rank and above. Even if she only sold 1,000 pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment, she'd earn enough credits to sustain the guild for quite some time. After all, many players and the various large guilds, in particular, preferred to purchase items with credits, rather than spend their coins. Guild leader, I can really sell these items? Melancholic Smile asked. Normally, Feng objected to selling God's domain's resources for credits more than anyone. Doing so was putting the cart before the horse, after all. Yet Feng actually wanted her to convert so many important items into credits. Do it. Just make sure that you don't sell them for too cheap, Feng said, chuckling as he shooed Melancholic Smile away. Normally, he wouldn't agree to something like this since Zero Wing needed resources, but since the guild had secured the Manatite vein, things had changed. Moreover, while level 50 secret silver weapons and equipment were precious right now, after a little more time, they wouldn't be. Rather than wait for these items to depreciate, selling them for credits to sustain the new training ground was a wiser option. Once she had Feng's confirmation, Melancholic Smile left excitedly with the weapons and equipment. She then sorted the items and selected those with inferior attributes to sell in the Candlelight trading firm's various branches. However, these items would cost credits, not coins. Chapter 1953, How Dare They? Zero Wing City, Candlelight trading firm's first floor hall. Although many of the guild players that had resided in Zero Wing City had shifted their operations to the new guild towns in the Witch's Hill, the city was still independent players' first choice when visiting the area. The 2 guild towns weren't a match for the city's level of convenience or its wonderful environment. While players browsed the merchandise in the first floor hall, a new counter appeared. According to the sign hovering above the counter, it offered weapons and equipment in exchange for credits. In NPC cities shops, items could only be purchased with coins or traded for certain special items, such as magic crystals. There was no function that allowed players to purchase items with credits. However, guild towns and cities were a different story. The owner could freely determine what currency they'd accept. The new counter attracted the attention of every player in the hall the moment it appeared. What's going on? Candlelight is selling weapons and equipment for credits? They're not garbage weapons and equipment, are they? I doubt it. Who would buy them if they were trash? I bet that they're ordinary weapons and equipment. After all, Candlelight is Starmoon Kingdom's #1 trading firm, and multiple lifestyle masters work for the firm. The new items are probably these masters' failed products. Even so, it's better than nothing. I have wanted to replace my level 45 equipment for a while now. However, I don't even have enough coins to buy a piece of ordinary level 50 equipment. Indeed. If Candlelight's asking price isn't too high, I might buy a few pieces for myself. Everyone quietly discussed the new counter. Many among them had already approached out of curiosity. They wanted to know what kind of weapons and equipment Zero Wing was trying to sell. Several dozen level 50 weapons and equipment had been laid out on the counter, and every one of them gave off the glow unique to secret silver items. The dazzling sight dumbfounded the players that investigated the counter. What's going on? These are level 50 secret silver weapons and equipment. Am I hallucinating? Did Zero Wing make a mistake when it set the currency requirement? Even large guilds' internal members have a hard time obtaining a piece of level 50 secret silver equipment. Yet Zero Wing is selling them? And they're only selling the pieces for credits. Amazing. Scram. I was here first. I'm buying 5 pieces. I want 10. The players that had only planned to window shop went into a frenzy. Regardless of whether they could use these weapons and equipment right now, they intended to buy as much as they could. Each piece of equipment only sold for a few thousand credits, while the weapons sold for over 10,000 credits. It was much easier to buy these items with credits than with coins. Relatively well-off players, in particular, immediately purchased an entire set. In the end, it took less than 3 minutes for the 100-plus secret silver weapons and equipment to sell out, and Zero Wing instantly earned over 600,000 credits. Crap! They've already sold out. I knew I shouldn't have hesitated and bought more. I could have made a small profit by reselling them. The moment the weapons and equipment sold out, many of the independent players who had hesitated regretted their decision. They hated themselves for acting quicker. However, after another 10 or so minutes, another batch of weapons and equipment appeared on the counter. Like the first batch, every piece was level 50 secret silver rank. Is Zero Wing insane? It's selling more? Out of the way. I'm going to buy as many as I can this time. Upon seeing the new batch of weapons and equipment, the independent players' eyes turned bloodshot as they charged over to the counter. This time, the items sold out in less than a minute. Meanwhile, news of the Candlelight trading firm's level 50 secret silver weapons and equipment quickly spread, shocking many powers. What's going on? Our guild has had a massive headache over acquiring more level 50 secret silver equipment. Yet Zero Wing is selling such items in large quantities. Is Zero Wing going to disband soon? Is Zero Wing's warehouse overflowing with these items? Quick! Send someone to camp the Candlelight trading firm. As long as Zero Wing sells these weapons and equipment for credits, buy as many as you can. Although the various large guilds had already raided level 50, 100-man team dungeons, they had been limited to normal mode. None of them had any progress in hard or hell mode. Only the various superpowers had the power to challenge these modes. Hence, level 50 top-tier weapons and equipment were still extremely rare. Normally, players could only obtain such items by defeating field bosses or completing high-difficulty quests. At this point, the various superpowers didn't even have enough level 50 secret silver weapons and equipment to gear their expert players fully. Yet, Zero Wing had so many of these items that they were selling them so cheaply to the public. However, while most of the various large guilds assumed that was the case, the various superpowers knew otherwise. Zero Wing was simply offloading the loot it had taken from Miracle. News of the battle between the two guilds had only reached the various superpowers thus far. Most first-rate guilds had no idea of the incident, let alone those weaker than first-rate guilds. Black Dragon Empire, in one of Lake Heart City's high-class restaurants. Uncle Yuan, is this Zero Wing's way of complaining that Miracle isn't killing it fast enough? Purple Jade was astounded when she read the latest report. Even newly formed superpowers would not dare to provoke Miracle to such an extent. Yet Zero Wing was so bold as to throw fuel on the fire. I don't know, but based on my understanding of Shredded Soul, he won't let Zero Wing get away with this. He'll employ the most ruthless methods to deal with the guild, Yuan Tiexin said, chuckling. However, this has definitely made our trip here worthwhile. Even if we don't see Miracle's true strength, we should at least witness 3/4 of it. They had come to Lake Heart City to investigate Miracle's power. This was only the third time Miracle had launched such a major assault on another guild, and every major operation was a golden opportunity to investigate a guild's strength. Meanwhile, inside Miracle's temporary residence in Lake Heart City, Miracle's upper echelons and durs currently filled the residence's spacious meeting room. However, the room was deathly silent as everyone focused on an emaciated, middle-aged man. Although he appeared frail, none in the virtual gaming world dared to look down on this man. He was Miracle's first vice-guild leader, Shredded Soul. Damn it! Damn Zero Wing! How dare they! I will tear their corpses to shreds. Thousand Miles's expression had twisted in an ugly mask as he read the latest report on the enemy guild. Zero Wing. A cold glint flashed in Shredded Soul's eyes as he read the report. How courageous! They dare to sell our items so openly. It seems it has been so long since Miracle has taken action in the Eastern continent, that even an upstart guild dares to look down on us. If any of Miracle's members find Zero Wings outside of an NPC town or city, regardless of their rank in the guild, they are to kill them all on sight. Chapter 1954. Basic Combat Devices Affects Starmoon Kingdom, Zero Wing City. As the crowd in the Candlelight trading firm cheered the level 50 secret silver equipment sales, a disturbance occurred among Zero Wing's internal members. There hadn't been much level 50 secret silver or fine gold equipment in Zero Wing's guild warehouse, but suddenly, a massive stockpile had appeared. There were even plenty of level 50 dark gold weapons and equipment now, tempting many of the guild's internal members. They, too, went into a frenzy to purchase the new items. Level 50 secret silver equipment wasn't very difficult to obtain for Zero Wings members since the guild's various raid teams returned with some of these items from time to time. However, level 50 fine gold and dark gold equipment was a different story. Many of the guild's Tier 2 experts didn't even have full sets of such equipment. Many guild members chose to convert their rare materials into GCPs to purchase the new equipment, which not only increased the guild's material stockpile, but also increased the overall strength of these guild members. At this point, Feng had arrived at the Candlelight trading firm. He immediately headed to his exclusive special forging room, and was greeted by the sight of various rare materials, all of which he had instructed Melancholic Smile to prepare. He then dived into crafting the basic combat device. Feng was very familiar with the combat device's power. Although the design he had obtained was only for the basic combat device, the basic version was most suitable for current players. Even an ordinary player could become as strong as an ordinary expert after equipping the basic combat device. And if given to ordinary expert players, they wouldn't be far from rivaling peak experts, if at all. The basic combat device was what Zero Wing needed most right now. If he could mass-produce the device, he could mostly solve the issue regarding Zero Wing's weak foundation, and expand the guild significantly in a short time. As for the magic-breaking crossbow, he had left the tool's production to Cream Coco and her comrades. After all, he was Zero Wing's guild leader. He had a long list of duties each day, and he simply didn't have the time to stay cooped up in his forging room. He only forged the basic combat device personally, because the design was bound to him. Dense mana filled the quiet special forging room. Using the Philosopher's Stone, Feng began to synthesize one mana stone after another. He then collected the necessary materials, and began his first attempt at crafting the basic combat device. Smelting, extracting, engraving. Before 5 minutes had passed, a Rubik's Cube made of pitch-black iron took shape before Feng. Since this was the first time he had crafted a basic combat device, Feng couldn't help his growing nerves as he waited for the system to appraise the iron cube. The basic combat device was a special tool that only basic master forgers or above could produce. Moreover, the tool was quite difficult to craft. Even a basic master forger would not have more than a 50% production success rate. Once the loading bar was full, a melodious sound echoed throughout the forging room. System. Basic combat device has been successfully manufactured. Forging proficiency increased by 5 points. Obtain 274,000 EXP. So this is the Divine Library's basic combat device? Feng stared at the basic combat device's attributes in astonishment. Basic combat device. Increases the life rating of players at Tier 3 or below by 1 grade and skill and spell completion rates by 2% for 12 hours. He had already known that the combat device increased its user's life rating, but he hadn't expected this device to increase skill and spell completion rates as well. In the past, the basic combat devices he had obtained from ancient ruins had provided additional defense. At most, though he had never found one, he had heard that the more powerful devices increased attack power or movement speed, but the basic combat device he had just forged actually increased skill and spell completion rates. This bonus attribute was far more valuable than any of the bonuses he had heard of in the past. In God's domain, the higher one's skill or spell completion rate was, the more power they'd exhibit with their skills or spells. This was one of the major factors that differentiated players. The difference between a skill with 90% completion rate and 100% was massive. This improvement was particularly useful in PvP, in which players usually fought at top speed, especially experts. Even a split-second difference could decide a battle's outcome. Having a completion rate boost would increase skills and spells tolerance, and players' execution wouldn't have to be as precise to get the same results. Excited, Feng immediately began to forge more basic combat devices. After crafting nearly 20 basic combat devices, Feng received an unexpected call from Gentle Snow. Guild leader, the situation in Lake Heart City has changed. A large number of experts have suddenly arrived and started hunting our guild members in the fields. Over 500 of our players have already died. Gentle Snow reported, her head aching slightly. All of these ambushing players have very high combat standards, and although I've sent teams to deal with them, they've turned the tables on our members. Miracle can't sit still any longer, huh? Giving the matter some thought and considering the previous reports, he assumed these players were from Miracle. Only he hadn't expected the guild to act so soon. Do you know how many people they have? We've confirmed around 50,000 enemies, Gentle Snow replied weakly. Although Zero Wing's development in the Black Dragon Empire had been progressing smoothly, the branch guild did not have many expert and elite members. Overall, there were a little over 2,000 experts and 90,000 elite members. Moreover, the majority of the expert players were her subordinates from Ouroboros. They sure mobilized their forces quickly. The number surprised Feng slightly. After the battle on Kama Island, he knew that Miracle wouldn't let him or Zero Wing get away unscathed, but he had thought that it would take the guild some time to muster a large force after so many of its expert and elite members had died. He had never thought that Miracle could gather 50,000 players in so little time. He truly hadn't expected this situation. He had thought that Miracle would, at most, transfer a little over 10,000 players to the Black Dragon Empire to harass Zero Wing. Transferring more than that would leave Miracle's other territories undefended. If Miracle weren't careful, it could easily be ambushed by other powers. Guild leader, what should we do? Gentle Snow asked. Do we fight? Fighting Miracle's 50,000 strong army directly would incur serious losses for Zero Wing. Depending on the severity, the guild's development might even grind to a halt. However, if they avoided fights with Miracle's forces, the enemy guild would continue to ambush Zero Wing's teams. The guild couldn't afford that either. Of course we're fighting. Moreover, we have a big surprise for Miracle. Feng said, smiling faintly as he thought about the basic combat devices he had just completed. Chapter 1955, Foothold. A surprise? Gentle Snow watched Feng on the screen in confusion. Naturally, she welcomed the confrontation with Miracle, but it was a very powerful super-first-rate guild. Moreover, based on Miracle's reaction, the guild seemed quite intent on Zero Wing's destruction. Defeating their 50,000-man army wouldn't be easy. There was also a huge difference between the number of experts in Zero Wing and those in Miracle. Miching, in a moment, I want you to visit Zero Wing City's Candlelight trading firm. I've got something good for you, Feng said, nodding. If this had happened before he had obtained the basic combat device design, he wouldn't have dared to drop all pretenses with Miracle on Kama Island. Any superpower was terrifying once it got serious, after all. He had watched superpowers slaughter many large guilds in the past, including plenty of first-rate guilds. Top-ranked first-rate guilds might put up a fight against super first-rate guilds and super guilds normally, but in a serious confrontation, they had no hope of surviving. "Alright, I'll head there now." Seeing Feng's solemn expression, Gentle Snow understood that the item he spoke of was immensely important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told her to make the trip personally. After Gentle Snow disconnected the call, she took out a guild transfer scroll and teleported to Zero Wing City's residence. She then donned a black cloak and made her way toward the Candlelight trading firm. Candlelight trading firm, Feng's special forging room. As Gentle Snow entered the workshop, she could feel the strange mana in the room. It felt particularly violent. Logically, players should feel clear-headed in places with high mana density, but she felt her blood boil and her heart pound as she entered the room. "What are these?" Gentle Snow asked as she around the room at the pitch-black Rubik's cubes. She could sense that these cubes were the cause of the strange mana. "These are basic combat devices, and the items I wanted to give you," Feng, who was in the midst of forging another basic combat device, explained as he stopped his work. The magic arrays engraved on the basic combat devices were extraordinary, capable of changing the nature of mana. If he hadn't been an advanced magician, he wouldn't have been able to complete the devices. Despite their passive state, the basic combat devices were still effective. Even though the effects were much weaker in this state, they changed the room's mana as the pile of cubes increased. Basic combat device? This was the first time Gentle Snow had heard of this item. "You'll know once you inspect them," Feng said as he traded one of the completed devices to Gentle Snow. Outsiders couldn't inspect or take items in a workshop in God's domain to prevent theft. After all, the materials within workshops were extremely valuable. Gentle Snow was dazed as she inspected the basic combat device's attributes. Not only could one of these devices increase a player's life rating by 1 grade, but it could also increase skill and spell completion rates. She had never heard of such a tool. The various powers had already investigated the life rating feature and understood its implications. After equipping the basic combat device, players would become boss-like existences among their peers. They'd receive an overall increase to their strength. "Guild leader, are all of these cubes the same?" Gentle Snow could not help but ask, shocked as she surveyed the pitch-black Rubik's cubes around the room. Although Feng had said as much, she needed confirmation. The revelation was just too shocking. Most tools that increase players' combat power only improved one or several aspects. Take a tool that increased players' strength, for example. The strength boost might increase a player's combat power, but if the player couldn't land an attack, it would be meaningless. Unlike most tools that increase combat power, the basic combat devices increase their user's life rating, which was far more effective than increasing several attributes. A life rating boost wouldn't just improve a player's basic attributes, but it would also sharpen players' 5 senses and qualitatively transform their physique. With such an overall boost, players could better exhibit their combat power. Gentle Snow couldn't believe that so many of these valuable items existed. Not all of them are the same. Pointing at the 2 Rubik's cubes on his work table, Feng said, "These 2 are strengthened basic combat devices. Although there's no change to life rating, it provides an additional 10% to physique. It will help players better exhibit their combat power." These 2 strengthened versions were a result of his black steel insignia's effect, which improved an item's attributes by a fixed percentage. 10% to physique. Gentle Snow gaped at the items. Basic combat device was already impressively powerful, yet there were strengthened versions of it as well. While a 10% boost to physique might not seem like much, it significantly increased a player's actual combat power. "I have only started production. Take these and use them for now. It's best if you let the guild's Tier 2 experts test them," Feng said as he traded the 22 basic combat devices and strengthened basic combat devices to Gentle Snow. I'll deliver more basic combat devices later. However, do not engage Miracle in any large-scale fights before you get the next delivery. Although he wanted to use the Hell tanks, they were necessary to fend off Beast Emperor and Blackwater. If they found out that the Hell tanks had been moved to the Black Dragon Empire, they'd take advantage of the opportunity to strike at Zero Wing's territory. The best he could do was rely on the basic combat devices. I understand. Gentle Snow nodded. Thus far, Zero Wing's forces had used guerrilla tactics against Miracle, and the basic combat devices were perfect for that strategy. Zero Wing had the upper hand numerically, only lacking quality experts. Besides, Miracle's ordinary experts weren't the cause of her headaches. Its peak experts were. Peak experts could exhibit far greater combat power in small fights than in large-scale combat. However, if Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts equipped the basic combat device, they might be able to put up a good fight. Following which, Gentle Snow returned to Lake Heart City with the 22 basic combat devices. She then recalled all of the guild's Tier 2 experts in the area, anxious to test the device's effects. Meanwhile, in one of Lake Heart City's high-class restaurants, Boss Soul, we've just received a report from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Zero Wing has sent a 100-man team to quest in Blue Wave Rock. A level 58, Tier 2 assassin reported after approaching Shredded Soul. Zero Wing still won't give up? Shredded Soul chuckled. Notify the nearby teams and get rid of them. Teach Zero Wing that it no longer has a foothold in Lake Heart City. Chapter 1956. First Test Lake Heart City, Blue Wave Rock. A large group of Miracle members patrolled inside a mountain surrounded by lush forest. These players had split into 32 teams of 100. Boss Starstreak, everyone's in position. If Zero Wing's members dare to set foot in Blue Wave Rock, we'll ensure that none leave alive. A level 57 ranger wearing silvery gray chainmail reported to the black-clad, indifferent youth before him. Good. Vice Guild Leader Shredded assigned us this mission personally. We need to complete it properly. You all know the consequences if we fail, Starstreak said solemnly. Shredded Soul was well known for his strict nature. He'd even demote the guild's peak experts if they didn't handle a mission properly, not to mention lower-ranked members. Hence, the guild members had given him the title Demonic Vice Guild Leader. Boss, rest assured, Zero Wing can't even dispatch enough members to serve as a warm-up. Besides, you're in command this time. Even if Gentle Snow leads her branch guild's main force personally, she'll only be marching towards her grave, the level 57 ranger confidently declared. His confidence was not baseless. Although Shredded Soul was a strict vice guild leader, he was also a careful person. All of the 32 teams he had dispatched to Blue Wave Rock were expert teams, with over 1,000 expert players. Over 100 among them were also Tier 2 players. The peak assassin expert, Starstreak, was even in command, and his assassination and tracking standards were first-rate. For other peak experts were participating in the operation as well. Zero Wing had only sent a 100-man team to Blue Wave Rock, and based on the latest reports, the team only had 20 Tier 2 players. Even if the remaining 80 players were experts, defeating Zero Wing's team would be a piece of cake. While Miracle's forces waited for Zero Wing to fall into their trap, the 100-man team had rested in a forested area a short distance away for some time now. Boss Fierce, Blue Wave Rock is just ahead. My guess is that Miracle's army has been hiding there, waiting to ambush us. Are we really going in there? A level 57, Tier 1 assassin asked nervously as he looked towards Blue Wave Rock. In truth, Gentle Snow hadn't sent them here for a quest, but to fight Miracle's members. However, although the team had 20 Tier 2 experts, the rest were elite members. These elite members might hold their own against first-rate guild's elites, but they'd be lucky to defeat a super-first-rate guild's elite members in a one-on-one, not to mention Miracle's army. The 80 elite players likely wouldn't even survive against one of Miracle's expert parties. This is the mission we've been assigned, so yes, we're going there. Fortunately, your job doesn't involve fighting. You guys only need to scout the area and figure out Miracle's movement pattern. Leave the fighting to us, Fierce Snake said. Alright, we've recovered most of our stamina. It's time to move out. This operation would test the basic combat device's effects, and since that wouldn't be easy to determine in large-scale combat involving thousands of players, Gentle Snow had deliberately chosen Blue Wave Rock as the battlefield. Not only did dense forests surround the area, but its terrain was also quite complex. This was a perfectly suitable area for a small force to employ guerrilla tactics. Moreover, Miracle wouldn't be foolish enough to mobilize tens of thousands of players just to catch a 100-man team. They could fight and retreat freely in Blue Wave Rock, and Miracle's members wouldn't be able to do anything about it. But as a precaution, the entire 100-man team consisted of assassins. These assassins were responsible for scouting Blue Wave Rock and preventing a situation where the Tier 2 players were surrounded and killed. After all, Tier 2 players were important assets to the guild. They must not be lost. When Fierce Snake finished speaking, the 80 Tier 1 assassins went into stealth and dispersed. Fierce Snake and the Tier 2 players then moved as a 20-man team. After wandering Blue Wave Rock for around 20 minutes, the scouting assassins located 4 100-man teams. The closest among them was less than 1,000 yards from Fierce Snake's team, while the farthest was within 4,000 yards. At this distance, the farthest team would need 10 minutes at most to reinforce the closest force. Everyone, equip your combat devices. The 100-man team ahead will be our first test subjects. Fierce Snake commanded after verifying the scouting team's locations. Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts then eagerly retrieved the basic combat devices they had been assigned and used them. Although they had a general understanding of the item, they didn't know how effective it would truly be. Moreover, they had signed confidentiality contracts, which would force them to delete their accounts should they leak any information, to take part in this operation. This feels amazing. Zero Wing City's high mana environment is nowhere close to half as effective as this device. I can even hear the leaves rustle over 100 yards away. That's nothing. Look at the birds in the sky. They seem so much slower now. Once the team members had equipped the basic combat devices, the mana around them became turbulent. Although their bodies felt so much lighter, they felt their blood boil as they were overcome by an urge to fight. Charge! Fierce Snake roared. Without hesitation, Fierce Snake's 20-man force charged toward Miracle's closest team. When less than 600 yards separated the two, one of Miracle's rangers discovered the charging players. The ranger immediately reported to his Tier 2 commander. A 20-man team dares to charge at us? They must be tired of living. Leader, should we request reinforcements from the other teams? Are you joking? It's only a 20-man team. If we notify the other teams, we'll only become a laughingstock. Don't worry about that. We'll handle these fools ourselves. The Tier 2 elementalist leading the team growled before readying his players. Although his was only one of many teams Miracle had sent to Blue Wave Rock, he had more than 30 experts under his command. For players were even Tier 2 experts, and he was even a Refinement Realm expert. He alone was enough to defeat several non-Refinement Realm, Tier 2 experts. Why would he ever fear Fierce Snake's 20-man party? Once Zero Wing's force was within 60 yards of Miracle's team, Miracle's ranged players opened fire on the 20-man party, launching spells and arrows. Despite the numerous attacks descending on his players, neither Fierce Snake nor his companions showed any intention of dodging the incoming attacks. Rather, the Tier 2 MTs moved to the front of the team, while the rest of the Tier 2 experts fell in behind them. The party then charged into the bombardment. Boom, boom, boom. A rain of spells and arrows showered Zero Wing's Tier 2 MTs. However, the results left Miracle's members dumbfounded. Not only did the 3 MTs block every one of their attacks with their shields, but they also retained all of their HP after doing so. Before Miracle's members snapped out of their daze, Fierce Snake reached the enemy melee players and brandished his level 55, dark gold ranked battle axe. Boom! A violent storm sent several players flying back by over a dozen yards, losing a significant chunk of their HP. The difference in strength was clear. The rest of Zero Wing's Tier 2 players had also spread out, pouncing on Miracle's members like starving tigers. Zero Wings players dodged Miracle's attacks without much effort, even the Tier 2 experts' attacks. With Zero Wings' strength and speed advantages, Miracle's Tier 2 experts were forced to retreat, continuously losing HP. Miracle's Tier 2 experts only stayed alive, albeit barely, thanks to the support from their healers and companions. How? He clearly hasn't reached the refinement realm yet, so how is he displaying such great combat power? The Tier 2 elementalist leading Miracle's team couldn't believe his eyes. Although Fierce Snake had higher basic attributes, the man's attributes were high enough to keep him on the run. However, not only was Fierce Snake's perception astonishingly acute, but the Berserker's reaction speed was also impressively fast. The Berserker even blocked attacks that no normal player should be able to. After less than 30 seconds, nearly half of Miracle's 100-man team had been annihilated. Quick! Notify Boss Starstreak and the others. The Tier 2 elementalist shouted in a panic. Chapter 1957. Experts close to the peak. Starstreak and his team had set up camp on one of Blue Wave Rock's barren hillsides. They had excellent visibility, which allowed them to scout their surroundings. Unfortunately, the monsters in the area had short respawn times and constantly need to be cleared out. Currently, Starstreak's team fought dozens of level 62 cliffside gargoyles. Boss Deep Trace's team has been attacked by Zero Wing and is requesting immediate backup. A level 57 ranger reported. Zero Wing has taken the initiative to attack. Starstreak, who commanded the battle against the gargoyles, could not help but chuckle. It seems they haven't learned from the previous lessons. Send the nearby teams to reinforce Deep Trace immediately. Tell the other teams to head towards their location as well. Do not allow Zero Wing to escape. The level 57 ranger immediately relayed the command to the various teams. Fortunately, the closest team was only 3 minutes away from Deep Trace, and once the two teams grouped up, they should have no problems pinning down Zero Wing long enough for the other two nearby teams, which were about 10 minutes away, to arrive. Once the 4 teams surrounded Zero Wing's members, the latter would have no chance to flee. Starstreak then led his team as they withdrew from the battle, ignoring the provoked the cliffside gargoyles and heading straight for Zero Wing. Shredded Soul had given him this mission personally, and he had no choice but to take it seriously. Although Starstreak felt that 4 teams should be enough to defeat Zero Wing's 100-man team, he decided to head there personally as a precaution. Elsewhere, Fierce Snake's 20-man party fought with more vigor as time passed. On the other hand, fear overwhelmed the Tier 2 elementalist that led Miracle's team as he watched his teammates die, one after another. What is this? Just what is going on? The elementalist couldn't believe his eyes as he watched Fierce Snake and his comrades cut down Miracle's players. At first, Zero Wing's defense had contained many weak points, but as the battle progressed, these weaknesses had vanished. Zero Wing's fighters had also reduced their excess movements. It was as if Fierce Snake and his players had obtained a new body and adapted as they fought. His spells had been, more or less, able to interrupt Fierce Snake's strikes at the beginning of this fight, but the Berserker now chased him while dodging or blocking his spells without issue. While the Tier 2 elementalist was awed by Fierce Snake's improvements, the Berserker continued to tighten his control. Now he completely abandoned defense and utilized the basic combat technique, Wind Shadow Footwork, for the first time in this battle. Like a light breeze, Fierce Snake weaved his way through the incoming spells. In 2 breaths, Fierce Snake dodged the spells and reached the elementalist. He then swung down with his battle axe. Tier 2 skill Thundering Impact. The battle axe descended on the Tier 2 elementalist like a lightning bolt. The enemy player had no way of coping with the attack's speed or strength. Boom. When the lightning bolt landed, the blast carved out a massive crater beneath the elementalist. The caster, who had only had 1/3 of his HP remaining, vanished from the forest with his shattered magic shield. Only a robe remained of the player. When Miracle's members saw this, they despaired. The Tier 2 elementalist had been their leader, and a bona fide refinement realm expert. He could hold off several non-refinement realm Tier 2 experts by himself during their sparring sessions. Now that even their powerful leader had died, How were they supposed to face Fierce Snake and the others? Run away. One of Miracle's members instinctively shouted before turning and fleeing the battlefield. Run away? Can you though? Fierce Snake ran after the fleeing player before snatching up the robe his prior prey had dropped. When the basic combat device increased his and his teammates' life ratings, their basic attributes had received a significant boost. The improvement was akin to activating a miniature berserk skill. Their HP in particular had doubled. At the same time, their movement speed had risen considerably. Fierce Snake was even confident of defeating an excellently equipped, Tier 2 assassin with his current movement speed. After less than a minute since the battle had begun, all of Miracle's 100 elite and expert players were dead. In contrast, Fierce Snake's team of 20 had suffered 0 casualties. Boss Fierce, Miracle's other teams are heading your way, one of the scouting assassins reported in the team chat. The nearest team should arrive in about 2 minutes. 2 minutes. After giving the matter some thought, Fierce Snake looked at the teammates around him and asked, "We should have enough time. Brothers, what do you think? Will you be ready for round 2 after a short break?" "Don't be insulting, boss. That fight was barely a warm-up." "That's right. Boss, you're so sneaky. You fought the enemy leader by yourself and only left the small fries for us. We barely got a chance to test any new combat techniques." Every player in the 20-man party agreed with Fierce Snake's conclusion. In fact, they brimmed with fighting spirit. They had discovered how powerful the basic combat devices were in their previous battle, and due to their new life ratings, they could finally execute the combat techniques that had given them too much trouble before. This was a great opportunity to grasp these techniques fully. Of course, they still couldn't use these combat techniques casually since it was such a burden on their stamina. By using combat techniques they had yet to master, they lost stamina even faster than usual. Hence, they only used the techniques when they fought powerful enemies. Tier 1 experts simply weren't worth the effort. "Good. I'll leave the big ones to you in the next battle," Fierce Snake said, laughing. After resting for a short time, another team from Miracle stumbled on Fierce Snake's party. However, before the new arrivals could get a grasp of the situation, Fierce Snake and his players charged toward them. Fierce Snake's party had already adapted to the basic combat device's effects, so they eliminated the second Miracle team with far more efficiency. Once their enemies were dead, they retreated from the battlefield. By the time the third and fourth Miracle teams arrived, only an empty battlefield was there to greet them. "What did you say? Zero Wing killed 2 teams with just 20 people?" Starstreak paled when he heard his subordinates report. After calming his burning rage, he continued coldly, "Send me the battle videos. From now on, I want all teams to move in pairs." Starstreak examined the battle videos he had received after disconnecting the call. How is this possible? Since when has Zero Wing had so many powerful experts? Starstreak's anger vanished when he saw the fight between his guildmates and Fierce Snake's group, his expression hardening. Originally, he had refused to believe that Zero Wing had slaughtered 2 100-man teams with only 20 players, even accomplishing this feat before reinforcements could arrive. They shouldn't be able to wipe out 2 teams so quickly even if Fierce Snake and his party were all Tier 2 players. But after watching the videos, he understood how it had happened. Although Fierce Snake and the others had not reached the refinement realm, their combat power nearly rivaled that of peak experts due to their attributes, extraordinary perception and reaction time, and combat techniques. Even Starstreak would need some time to take Fierce Snake down by himself. If he had to face 2 or 3 experts of this caliber, even he'd be forced to retreat, and every member of Zero Wing's 20-man party wielded the same combat power. Even his 100-man team might lose against such a monstrous party, much less the other teams patrolling Blue Wave Rock. "Starstreak, what's happened?" A level 58, Tier 2 Ranger asked when he noticed Starstreak's twisted expression. "It's nothing," Starstreak said, shaking his head. "Inform all teams to give up the search for Zero Wing immediately." "Give up? But we have orders from Vice Guild Leader Shredded." The Ranger stared at Starstreak in astonishment. "I understand. I'll report the situation to the Vice Guild leader personally, Starstreak said, nodding. Even so, shouldn't you give us a reason? The ranger asked. A reason? Smiling bitterly, Starstreak responded. What if I tell you that the 20-man team we're chasing consists of experts with the combat power to rival peak experts? Is that enough of a reason? What a joke. If their remaining 3,000 members work together to fight Zero Wing's 20-man party head-on, it might be a different story, but trying to catch 20 peak experts in this forest was impossible. Even though Blue Wave Rock's forest wasn't particularly large, they'd still need 10 times their current manpower to accomplish such a feat. Chapter 1958. Promotion to Intermediate Master Black Dragon Empire, Lake Heart City. Several guild elders and over a dozen upper echelons occupied the guild leader's office within Miracle's temporary residence. They all quietly and carefully watched the emaciated, middle-aged man before them. This man was none other than Shredded Soul, one of Miracle's mythical existences. Although the people present were all peak experts, they were tense with fear as Shredded Soul's aura washed over them. The tension in the room was all due to the message Starstreak had just sent. Has Starstreak gone mad? He only has to take out 100 Zero Wing members. Yet he dares to retreat despite having over 3,000 players under his command? Doesn't he know that the Vice Guild leader hates retreating more than anything? This is the first time I've seen the Vice Guild leader so angry. Hopefully, Starstreak's punishment won't be crippling. The upper echelons whispered amongst themselves as they gazed at Shredded Soul's frosty expression. They all agreed that Starstream must be tired of living in God's domain. Shredded Soul's authority in the guild was only second to the guild leaders, and while the other Vice Guild leaders had command of their subordinates, the man before them could mobilize any player in Miracle. Even the guild's trump card legions were forced to follow Shredded Soul's commands. Shredded Soul even had the authority to remove guild elders from their positions as long as he had enough reasoning to do so, let alone regular guild members. Even the other Vice Guild leaders feared this man. But there was no helping it. Shredded Soul was responsible for major contributions to the guild, and all of the guild's founding elders and the guild leader stood behind his authority. A chill ran down the various upper echelon spines as they thought about Starstreak's opposition to Shredded Soul's command. After a long moment of tense silence, Shredded Soul finally seemed to relax. The watching crowd then released a sigh of relief. Good. Very good. Shredded Soul's lips curled as he read the report from Starstreak. I have underestimated Zero Wing. It's no wonder why such a small guild dares to provoke Miracle. Vice Guild leader, what happened? Is there something unique about this 100-man team from Zero Wing? One of the upper echelons asked curiously. Shredded Soul had clearly been furious about Starstreak's decision to flee from Blue Wave Rock a moment ago. But after reading the follow-up report, the Vice Guild leader actually smiled. Those that knew Shredded Soul knew what his smile meant. He had either found something interesting or an opponent that he considered appropriate. Take a look for yourselves. Shredded Soul said as he input the report and displayed the information before the crowd. He then played the battle video involving Fierce Snake and the other Tier 2 Zero Wing experts. As Fierce Snake and his comrades fought the first team, their movements were clumsy but had visibly improved during the fight against the second team. Even when facing Miracle's Tier 2 Refinement Realm experts in a one-on-one, Fierce Snake and the others had gained the upper hand, slowly whittling down their opponents. Every member on Zero Wing's 20-man team wielded combat power that rivaled Miracle's peak experts. How is that possible? How does Zero Wing have so many experts with peak-level combat power? Based on our information, although Zero Wing is stronger than the average first-rate guild, it has less than 10 peak experts. How did it suddenly gain an additional 20? Miracle's upper echelons watched Fierce Snake and his team fight with wide eyes. After watching the videos, they realized why Starstreak had ordered a retreat. With the forces under his command, facing 20 experts with peak-level combat power who used guerrilla tactics would be suicidal. Even a team of several hundred players would be helpless against 20 peak experts. If they wanted to hunt these players down in the field, they'd have to dispatch 1,000-man teams for the search, and several tens of thousands for the fight. Notify Starstreak that his forces are allowed to retreat, Shredded Soul said calmly. Vice Guild Leader, Zero Wing is clearly trying to put on a show. Are we just going to let them get away with this? One of Miracle's upper echelons asked. With the forces Miracle had sent to the Black Dragon Empire, cordoning off Blue Wave Rock and hunting down Zero Wing's team was entirely possible. We are Miracle. We do not need such wasteful tactics to eliminate Zero Wing. Since the guild wants to show off its abilities in guerrilla warfare, we'll do the same. Shredded Soul snapped, smiling. Split up our forces and have them deal with Zero Wing's members. Rather than focusing on the areas around Lake Heart City, we'll target every Zero Wing player in the Black Dragon Empire. I want to see who can rack up the most kills. When they heard Shredded Soul's command, realization dawned on the crowd. So what if Zero Wing had a party of peak combatants? Zero Wing's overall strength was nothing compared to Miracle's. If Miracle scattered its forces and attacked multiple locations at once, how many areas could Zero Wing keep safe? Although doing so would incur losses, Zero Wing's suffering would be much greater. After Starstreak received the command to retreat, he led his forces away from Blue Wave Rock. Meanwhile, news of this situation quickly spread to the various superpowers. Miracle has retreated. What happened at Blue Wave Rock? Miracle's retreat surprised the various superpowers, and they immediately ordered infestations on the battle at Blue Wave Rock. However, when the reports came in, the superpowers that had been watching the war between Zero Wing and Miracle were astonished. They had never considered that Zero Wing had such a sturdy foundation. They also marveled at Zero Wing's performance. They hadn't expected Shredded Soul to suffer such a loss, albeit a minor one, at Zero Wing's hands. It had been a long time since a non-superpower had accomplished such a feat. When Phoenix Rain, who was busy on Thunder Island, received the news, she was stunned. Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words, who explored an ancient ruin in the Dark Knight Empire, were astonished as well. However, Feng, who toiled in Zero Wing City's Candlelight trading firm, remained wholly ignorant of the matter, thoroughly absorbed in forging basic combat devices. After over a day of work, Feng received a system notification. System: strengthened basic combat device has been successfully manufactured. Forging proficiency increased by 5 points. Obtain 368,000 EXP. System: congratulations. You have been promoted to an intermediate master forger. Chapter 1959. Forging Treasure Chest. Finally, Feng cried out when he heard the system notification. Intermediate Master Forger. This was a huge threshold for forgers to cross. Although it was extremely difficult to become a Master Forger, with how many players God's Domain had, quite a few were capable of reaching the Master rank. However, the majority of these Master Forgers would grind to a halt at the basic Master rank. A forger would only receive the various superpowers' attention after becoming an intermediate master. Meanwhile, to the various superpowers, basic master forgers were simply qualified to join them. Only by becoming an intermediate master forger could players craft truly powerful war weapons. In addition, only intermediate master forgers and above could producing top-tier dark gold weapons and equipment for expert players. After all, even among dark gold weapons and equipment, there was a considerable difference between the basic attributes and additional effects they provided. Take the level 55 to 60 dark gold equipment. He forged using the standardized designs he had acquired from Titan City, for example. Despite being at the dark gold rank, those pieces were nothing compared to ordinary dark gold equipment of the same level that dropped from bosses. They were only slightly stronger than fine gold equipment of the same level. Moreover, a forger qualified to produce epic weapons and equipment after becoming an intermediate master. In contrast, basic master forgers could only produce dark gold weapons and equipment, at best. Moreover, they would be limited to forging the most ordinary dark gold ranked items, since they'd have such a low success rate when attempting to craft top, tier weapons and equipment of the same rank. While a basic master had a chance of successfully producing epic weapons and equipment, in theory, not even the various superpowers would be willing to front the production costs. They'd only tolerate an intermediate master forger's success rates. Now that Feng was an intermediate master forger, he could finally begin production for the Guardian puppet. Now all he needed to do was to stockpile the necessary materials to mass-produce it. Once he had amassed enough Guardian puppets, not only would Zero Wing be capable of defending its territories, but it could also afford to relax its guard. The guild would be able to fight the evil god's temple in the fields. Even capturing ancient Rock City would be possible. Shortly after Feng received the notification informing him of his subclass's new rank, a second notification reached his ears. System. Congratulations. You are the first player to become an intermediate master forger in Starmoon Kingdom. Rewarding 1 silver forging treasure chest and humanity reputation plus 50. A silver forging treasure chest? Surprise flashed in Feng's eyes as a silver chest, studded with a 5-colored gemstone, appearing in his bag space. At this stage of the game, players were ignorant of forging treasure chests. However, all forging players had dreamed of acquiring one during his previous life. As the name suggested, forging treasure chests contained items specifically for forgers, such as secret forging techniques, forging designs, and various forging tools. In the past, there had even been rumors that these chests could drop mysterious flames. To forging players, forging treasure chests were far more valuable than ordinary treasure chests. Normally, players had to complete high-ranked quests for their subclass to obtain such a treasure chest, and even then, the quests normally only awarded bronze forging treasure chests. Feng had only ever heard of the silver version. He had never seen one personally. He had never thought that he would receive such a reward for being the first person to become an intermediate master forger in Starmoon Kingdom. Immediately, Feng removed the silver forging treasure chest from his bag and activated Divine Providence. When Feng opened the treasure chest, the lid slowly lifted. A dazzling, 5-colored light escaped the chest, illuminating the forging room. When the glow eventually faded, 2 items appeared before Feng. One was a hammer engraved with dark purple runes, while the other was an old book. When Feng tried to inspect the items, all they would reveal was the word unknown. These are. After Feng appraised both items with omniscient eyes, he could not help but stare at the items with wide, surprised eyes. Magic Refining Hammer, Dark Gold Rank, Durability 200 out of 200. Equipment Requirement. Master Forger. Increases production speed by 10%, success rate when producing items below epic rank by 5%, and success rate when producing items at epic rank by 2%. 100 Refinement Gold Design. 100 Refinement Gold has a certain chance of granting weapons and equipment below epic rank the metallic reinforcement buff, strengthening the item by 10%. Each weapon or equipment piece can only be strengthened once. Players are allowed to equip a maximum of 3 weapons and equipment with the metallic reinforcement buff at a time. Amazing! It's no wonder why there had barely been any information about silver forging treasure chests in the past. Feng's eyes glowed as he read the 2 items' attribute panels. Both items were extraordinarily valuable, especially the 100 Refinement Gold Design. This would be an excellent item for strengthening his guild members. He wouldn't even trade it for tens of thousands of gold. Meanwhile, with the Magic Refining Hammer, he would have a slightly higher success rate when forging items. Following which, Feng notified Aqua Rose and had her collect large quantities of the necessary materials for the Guardian puppet. Meanwhile, he intended to continue his work with the basic combat devices. Zero Wing urgently needed more of these devices. Miracle had withdrawn from the Zero Wing members who wielded basic combat devices, but it had redirected its focus to whittling down the guild's forces in the Empire. This situation had given Gentle Snow a massive headache. Although he had focused on forging the basic combat devices to produce more temporary peak experts, he could only craft around 200 devices each day. He was also expending a ridiculous number of magic crystals to do so. If Aqua Rose hadn't already arranged the necessary manpower to mine the manatite vein, which earned the guild tens of thousands of magic crystals every day, he would have likely emptied Zero Wings reserved in a single day. Furthermore, he had to take breaks from time to time. He couldn't perform such high-intensity work without rest. Unfortunately, each basic combat device could only last 12 hours. If he wanted to ensure the safety of Zero Wings members during the day, he'd need to equip each Tier 2 expert with 2 or 3 devices. In other words, Zero Wing could only maintain around 100 peak experts in the fields. With how large the Black Dragon Empire was, it was impossible to safeguard all of Zero Wing's members as they operated in various locations. As a result, they had to prioritize a few important leveling maps. Sadly, it was no longer possible to gather Zero Wing's members in a select few maps. Due to Zero Wing's constant expansion, the branch guild had too many members. Meanwhile, each map could only accommodate a limited number of players. Overly saturating a map would only impede the guild members' development. Hence, Zero Wing sustained significant losses. The guild's foundation wasn't strong enough, and there was no comparison between the number of experts in Zero Wing and those in Miracle. Zero Wing had already suffered over 10,000 casualties. In contrast, Miracle had suffered less than 2,000 casualties. The difference was clear. Although Feng had considered sending Fire Dance and the other main force members as reinforcements, Silverwing Town's defenses also required a large number of experts. This put the guild in an awkward position. Fortunately, things had taken a turn for the better. Even with the various support tools at his disposal, he had only pushed his forging success rate to around 50%. But now that he was an intermediate master forger and had the magic refining hammer, his success rate had risen to 70%. Moreover, his production speed had increased by at least 25%. Overall, he could forge nearly twice as many basic combat devices in the same amount of time. In other words, he could craft around 400 devices each day, which would allow him to double the patrols in the Black Dragon Empire. Time passed quickly. After working for an entire day, Feng had finally produced 400 basic combat devices. Among them, 21 were strengthened basic combat devices. Suddenly, Gentle Snow contacted Feng, asking, "Guild leader, have you finished forging the basic combat devices yet? Our current device's duration is almost up. If we can't restock, our operations will crumble." The war with Miracle hadn't been particularly tense at first, but as time passed, Miracle had dispatched more experts to the Empire, becoming a far more formidable foe. Now Zero Wing was at a complete disadvantage. If the guild's experts lost the basic combat devices, as well, Miracle would quickly crush them. "They're done. I'll deliver them to you in a moment," Feng said, chuckling. "They're done." Gentle Snow breathed a sigh of relief. "I recall the patrols now then." After Gentle Snow disconnected the call, she contacted the Tier 2 players fighting Miracle's forces and ordered their return. As for Feng, he finished organizing the new devices and called Melancholic Smile. "Melancholic, how are things on your side?" Feng asked when he saw Melancholic Smile's tired expression. "Guild leader, this magic-breaking crossbow is too hard to produce. We've only completed 60 crossbows thus far," Melancholic Smile reported, slightly ashamed of her progress. 60. After giving the matter some thought, Feng said, "That should be enough. Send them to me." Chapter 1960. Send them on their way. Black Dragon Empire, Lakeheart City Zero Wings residence. Due to the war against Miracle, an awkward atmosphere had infiltrated the residence. While they rested, Zero Wings members felt an invisible noose slowly tightening around their necks, capable of stealing their lives at any moment. "Snow, this is bad. We've already suffered over 35,000 casualties. Although the majority of the victims are normal members, everyone is afraid for their lives. Moreover, Miracle has deliberately announced the number of slain Zero Wing members, scaring away potential recruits. Many of our guild members are considering moving to another country to level up. At this rate, the Black Dragon Empire's branch guild will be finished sooner or later, Zhao Yueru worriedly reported to Gentle Snow. The strength Miracle had displayed thus far was utterly beyond what they had imagined. Miracle had already dispatched over 100,000 members to the Black Dragon Empire. Among them, over 20,000 were confirmed expert players. This was simply ridiculous. The average first-rate guild only had several thousand expert players in total, yet Miracle had sent over 20,000 to harass Zero Wing. That was nearly triple the number of experts in Zero Wing. To make matters worse, Miracle had rapidly improved the quality of its forces. In the last 2 days alone, the enemy guild had dispatched more than 1,000 Tier 2 players to the Empire. In contrast, Zero Wing had only slightly increased the number of Tier 2 players under its command. Furthermore, Miracle had bolstered its forces with plenty of Refinement Realm experts, dispatching more of these players than the number of experts Zero Wing had equipped with basic combat devices. In addition, Miracle still had various guild elders, none of which had made a move yet. No matter how she looked at it, this difference between them and their enemy was impossible to overcome. None of those factors are our main problem right now. I've just received a report stating that Miracle's performance has encouraged a number of the Empire's powers, and they've begun to move against us, Gentle Snow said, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. These little powers are normally neutral, but now that they realize that we are slowly losing to Miracle, they are taking advantage of the situation to kick us while we're down. Some have even started to mock us on the forums, demanding a decisive battle in the Ice Jade Forest. They wouldn't have been forced into such a passive state if their only enemy had been Miracle. While it was true that Miracle had sent over 100,000 players to the Black Dragon Empire, Zero Wing's branch guild still had the numerical advantage. However, Miracle wasn't the only power to target Zero Wing. Many of the Empire's large guilds had pegged them as an enemy as well, boosting Miracle's momentum in this war. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yueru's expression darkened. If this were true, Zero Wing's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire was on the path to destruction. The other guilds are kicking us while we're down? Feng, who had just entered the room, frowned as he overheard the two women's conversation. MHM. Gentle Snow nodded as she turned to Feng. They aren't fools, guild leader. They know that we cannot afford to face Miracle head-on, resorting to guerrilla tactics. Hence, they're boldly ambushing our guild members. However, if we dispatch our forces to deal with these interlopers, either they'll notify Miracle or Miracle will hear of it from their spies, setting up an ambush for our reinforcements. We have already lost nearly 3,000 experts thanks to these little powers' interference. With the branch guild's strength, Zero Wing could easily deal with these large guilds, but they were using themselves as bait to lure Zero Wing's experts in for Miracle. Zero Wing couldn't simply dispatch a small group of experts as reinforcements since these large guilds employed 1,000 man teams for their ambushes. Yet if their guild dispatched an equally large force, Miracle would discover their movements immediately and use the opportunity to cripple Zero Wing. This was the cause of her current headache. Whether Zero Wing fought or not, it would suffer. Snow, gather 1,000 experts in the residence. Smiling, Feng continued. Since Miracle wants a frontal confrontation and we have enemies who want to act like bait, we'll fulfill their wishes. But Gentle Snow wondered if Feng truly understood Miracle's situation when he issued his command, but before she could dissuade him, he sent her a trade request, dropping a large number of basic combat devices and magic-breaking crossbows into the trade window. After taking a look at the total numbers, Gentle Snow was dazed. She couldn't believe her eyes. 400 basic combat devices. They could dispatch 200 peak experts to the Black Dragon Empire's various maps for an entire day with so many devices. There were also the magic-breaking crossbows to consider. The crossbows attacks had the power of Tier 3 attacks. A direct hit would guarantee an instant kill. Even if the target blocked the attack, the impact would still be significant. Most importantly, the magic-breaking crossbows could easily be carried and used. Players with these crossbows would be akin to miniature defense turrets. Understood. I'll see to it immediately. Gentle Snow abandoned all thoughts of opposing Shifeng's commands. A seed of anticipation even began to sprout in her heart. She immediately recalled the Tier 1 and 2 experts operating near Lake Heart. Over the past 2 days, quite a few Tier 1 experts had completed their Tier 2 promotion quests. Since the branch guild in Lake Heart City urgently needed experts, the new Tier 2 players were sent here. As a result, more than 500 Tier 2 experts operated around Lake Heart City right now. Even after deducting the Tier 2 experts that had been sent to protect the guild's leveling maps, gathering 200 of these experts on short notice wouldn't be a problem. In no time at all, 200 Tier 2 experts and 800 Tier 1 experts had gathered in Zero Wing's residence in Lake Heart City. Feng gave each of the Tier 2 experts a basic combat device, and distributed the 60 Magicbreaking crossbows amongst the Tier 1 rangers, who were particularly skilled with long-ranged attacks. Once the team was prepared, Feng boldly led his 1,000-man force out of Lake Heart City, heading for the Ice Jade Forest, a resource-rich, level 60 to 75 map. This was also where Zero Wing's members encountered miracles most often. Meanwhile, in one of the high-class restaurants around Lake Heart City's Central Plaza. Just what is Black Flame thinking? He's actually sending a 1,000-man team to Ice Jade Forest? Doesn't he realize that Miracle and the various large guilds have occupied that map already? Yuan Tiexin could not help his surprise when he read the latest report on Zero Wing. Over a dozen large guilds had gathered in the Ice Jade Forest, and Miracle had stationed a significant portion of its army in the area. There should be more than 150,000 players in the forest at the moment, and they were all elite and expert players. Even if Zero Wing gathered every one of its players in the Black Dragon Empire, it would fail to wrestle back the Ice Jade Forest, much less a 1,000-man team. While Yuan Tiexin wondered about Zero Wing's purpose, Feng and his team reached the Ice Jade Forest by mount. Guild leader, we discovered a team raiding a field boss. It has roughly 3,000 players. 2,000 Miracle members are also lying in wait. A Tier 2 assassin reported to Feng. Since we've found them, let's send them on their way. Feng commanded indifferently. Chapter 1961 Slaughtering Time. Icy blue frost covered the Ice Jade Forest trees. From afar, it looked like a crystal forest. Since the monsters in the area had a chance of dropping ice crystal fragments, which could be refined into ice resistance potions, many powers came here to grind. Moreover, as the monsters in the Ice Jade Forest were not skilled with magic and had no ranged attacks, they were relatively easy to kill. Because of these factors, the Ice Jade Forest had become one of the most important resource maps within the Lake Heart City region. A 3,000-man expert team from the Tier 2 guild, Eternal Undead, currently raided the Eight-Eyed Frost Spider, a level 62 specialized Grand Lord. The team had split into 3 groups of 1,000 and took turns tanking the Grand Lord and its 100-plus Guardian Frost Spiders. When a group was near its breaking point, it would swiftly retreat, switching places with one of the other 2 groups and ensuring that only 1,000 players remained within the boss's sphere of influence. This prevented the boss from receiving an attribute boost. The boss is going to enter its berserk state soon. MTs, use your life-saving skills. Healer unit, switch with the reserve unit. Miserly Wind, one of Eternal Undead's vice guild leaders, hurriedly ordered as the Eight-Eyed Frost Spider's HP was about to fall to 30%. The guild's members followed the orders seamlessly as the MTs activated their life-saving skills, and the healers gradually retreated from the battlefield. At the same time, the waiting healers switched places with their comrades before they ran out of mana. When the Eight-Eyed Frost Spider went berserk, the team's level 58, Tier 2 MTs rapidly lost HP. Seeing this, the rear-line healers cast one healing spell after another without paying heed to their mana consumption. This prevented the MT's HPs from falling below a safe limit. In the meantime, the Eight-Eyed Frost Spider's HP steadily dropped. Boss Wind, this place is awesome. Not only is our leveling speed here so fast, but we've also collected a ton of ice resistance resources. We should have partnered with Miracle sooner. The guild might have given us a spot in the inner region. A level 58, Tier 2 Oracle said excitedly as he watched the near-dead 8-eyed frost spider. The guild leader has his own concerns. We weren't sure how serious Miracle was about eliminating Zero Wing, and we couldn't recklessly provoke Zero Wing, Miserly Wind said, smiling. But now that we know how furious Miracle is with the guild, and that it fully intends to annihilate Zero Wing, we don't have to worry about them. Even if we are bait, Zero Wing won't dare to attack us, and we can grind in such a resource-rich area in return. I actually hope that Zero Wing comes looking for a fight. If they do, we'll be able to earn some extra income, the Tier 2 Oracle said as he licked his lips in anticipation. That isn't likely. Zero Wing should know that it has no place in the Ice Jade Forest anymore. Of course, Miracle has cut the guild off from every map in the Lake Heart City region, not just the Ice Jade Forest. If Zero Wing dares to dispatch a force to any of these maps, Miracle will destroy it. However, Zero Wing will crumble sooner or later, regardless of what it does. Now that the various large guilds are provoking Zero Wing on the official forums, its reputation will suffer if it refuses to respond. If the situation drags on, no player will want to be a member of the guild, Miserly Wind said, chuckling. Once Zero Wing is gone, our guild can garrison in Lake Heart City and enjoy a share of the Ice Crystal World's profits. Just as the 8-eyed frost spider was about to die, Feng's 1,000-man team had sneaked within 2,000 yards of Eternal Undead's army. The team's 200 Tier 2 experts led the charge against Eternal Undead on their mounts, while the remaining 800 experts followed on foot. Eternal Undead scouting rangers immediately noticed the commotion and reported back to the team. Boss Wind, we found Zero Wing's members. They're charging toward our team. The Oracle beside Miserly Wind exclaimed as he read the scout's message. What? Have Zero Wing's members lost their minds? The news confused Miserly Wind. How many are there? It's a 1,000-man team, the Tier 2 Oracle said. A 1,000-man team? Miserly Wind chuckled. Zero Wing sorely overestimates itself. It dares to charge at us with just 1,000 players? Do they think that Eternal Undead is a guild of pushovers? Tell our players to finish the boss quickly and prepare to greet Zero Wing's team. This is our guild's chance to bolster our fame in the Black Dragon Empire. We mustn't let Miracle's members take it from us. Among his 3,000 players, 1,500 were experts and 40+ were Tier 2 players. Miserly Wind was not worried about Zero Wing's assault at all. When Zero Wing's 1,000-man team was less than 500 yards away from Eternal Undead's, the latter finally defeated the 8-eyed frost spider. Under Miserly Wind's command, Eternal Undead's members then fell into a defensive formation to greet the enemy guild. Attack! Our chance to get rich has come. Miserly Wind shouted when less than 100 yards separated the two forces. The battlefield glowed with countless lights as spells and arrows flew to meet Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts as they led the charge. Kill them! Fierce Snake bellowed when he saw the incoming attacks. He brandished his battle axe, slamming it on the ground before him. The earth split, and walls of rock and dirt rose up before Fierce Snake, stopping the spells and arrows that targeted his players. Zero Wing's other Tier 2 players didn't bother to dodge the incoming attacks either. Like Fierce Snake, they blocked every attack without fail. Although some of the incoming attacks included Tier 2 spells and skills, they posed no threat to Zero Wing's Tier 2 players, due to the basic combat device's effects. With little to no effort, Zero Wing's Tier 2 players stopped one wave of attacks after another, soon reaching Eternal Undead's defensive wall. The defensive wall Eternal Undead's MTs had formed was practically non-existent to Fierce Snake and his comrades. With a single attack, each of Zero Wing's Tier 2 melee players sent multiple MTs flying. In the blink of an eye, Fierce Snake and the others broke through Eternal Undead's defensive wall, and pounced on the ranged players like hungry lions pouncing on a flock of sheep. Eternal Undead's Tier 1 players lasted no more than a handful of hits before Zero Wing's enhanced Tier 2 experts, and the enemy guild's Tier 2 experts were no exception. The difference between their basic attributes was already massive, and after including physique, reaction speed and several other aspects, Eternal Undead's members stood no chance against these Zero Wing experts. Even though Eternal Undead's healers frantically cast their healing spells, they couldn't stop the rapid drain on their allies' HPs. After a brief moment, over 500 of Eternal Undead's players were dead, their bodies transforming into streaks of light and fading from the Ice Jade Forest. How is this possible? Miserly Wind's eyes widened in shock, paling as he watched his guild's experts die, one after another. He had never dreamed that his guild's experts would be so weak against Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts. In fact, not even Eternal Undead's Tier 2 players survived more than a few hits from Fierce Snake and his friends. However, Miserly Wind didn't know that Fierce Snake and his team had the combat power to rival peak experts. Naturally, 200 peak experts would have no trouble slaughtering 3,000 ordinary experts, and only half of Eternal Undead's team consisted of expert players. Upon seeing Zero Wing's remaining 800 players draw near, fear overwhelmed Miserly Wind. 200 of these players had already devastated his team. If another 800 players join the fray, retreat. Everyone retreat to Miracle's teams. We'll be safe once we meet up with them. Miserly Wind shouted in a panic. Chapter 1962 Bait. As soon as Miserly Wind gave the command to retreat, Eternal Undead's panicking members calmed down and ran towards Miracle's last known grinding spot. Although Zero Wing's members were strong, Miracle was a veteran super-first-rate guild that rivaled super guilds. Not only did the guild have its fair share of experts, but those experts were also far superior to those in Eternal Undead in terms of weapons, equipment, and combat standards. Most importantly, Zero Wing would not dare to fight Miracle in a large-scale battle. As long as they met up with one of Miracle's 1,000-man teams, they'd have protection from Zero Wing. Like madmen, Eternal Undead's remaining 2,000-plus members split up and ran for Miracle's teams. Fierce Snake and his companions were momentarily stunned as they watched their enemies flee. The battle hadn't even started 10 seconds ago, yet their opponents were already running for their lives. Boss Wind, I've contacted Miracle. It's sending its teams to our location now. The Tier 2 Oracle informed Miserly Wind, who wore a twisted expression. He could empathize with his leader. Of the 3,000 players their guild had dispatched, half were expert players. Yet the moment they collided with Zero Wing, they had lost more than 300 of those experts. The guild only had a little over 4,000 expert players in total, and nearly 10% had died in the blink of an eye. This was a heavy blow to their guild. Notify everyone and tell them to lure as many Zero Wing members to Miracle's forces as possible. We cannot let Zero Wing off the hook after killing so many of our guild's experts. Miserly Wind growled as he glanced at the enemy players chasing him and his teammates. We'll meet up with Miracle and surround Zero Wing's team, slaughtering every one of its players. Their guild had lost too much in this battle, but the loss levels were only secondary. The lost weapons and equipment was far more important. The guild had used a lot of resources to acquire these items for their experts. Meanwhile, before they had collected a notable harvest from the Ice Jade Forest, they had lost so many assets. They had to get payback. Understood. I'll have the others maintain their distance from Zero Wing's members, the Tier 2 Oracle said, nodding. When he glanced back at Fierce Snake and the others, who still pursued Eternal Undead's players, he thought this was a good opportunity to recoup their losses. Let's see if Zero Wing can deal with a stronger force. Zero Wing was famed for its wealth. Its members were all very equipped. Since Zero Wing's members here had such high attributes, they definitely wore top-tier weapons and equipment. Although Miserly Wind's plan would increase the team's casualty count, it would be worth it if they could claim some of Zero Wing's weapons and equipment, bolstering their guild's main force. After saying so, the Tier 2 Oracle informed his teammates to slow down deliberately. By doing so, they would ensure that Zero Wing's members, who were forced to stop whenever they killed someone, could catch up. This would create the illusion that Zero Wing's members would eventually catch and kill every Eternal Undead member, encouraging Fierce Snake and his team to continue the chase. After another 1,000 yards or so, Eternal Undead had a little more than 1,600 surviving members. Miserly Wind's face contorted. He hadn't expected Zero Wing's members to be so ferocious. Boss Wind, look! The Tier 2 Oracle shouted excitedly as he pointed toward the large group of players in the forest ahead. Good. Have everyone get ready. When Miserly Wind saw the Miracle's mounted members, the sight rekindled his hope. This moment will determine whether or not our guild can progress in the Black Dragon Empire. When Eternal Undead's members saw Miracle's players, they stopped holding back and ran toward Miracle's forces at full power. As if they had prepared for this moment, Miracle's 2,000-man team split into two groups, one moving towards Fierce Snake and his companions, while the other moved to intercept Feng's 800 players. Guild leader, Miracle's members have arrived. Fierce Snake, who led the charge, informed Feng when he saw Miracle's members emerge from the forest ahead. They're finally here? Calmly, Feng ordered. In that case, let's get started. We can finally get to work. Fierce Snake's eyes glowed with excitement. He then shouted through the team chat, "Brothers, it's time to earn our keep." Wonderful. I can finally get serious. This game of cat and mouse is over. Hey, leave some for me. I want to experiment with some basic combat techniques. Excitement shot through Zero Wings members as they watched the fleeing Eternal Undead team. Suddenly, their movement speed skyrocketed, and they instantly closed the distance between them and their prey. They then used one skill after another. For a time, bright lights and explosions filled the forest. Zero Wings Tier 2 experts instantly slew the enemy Tier 1 experts that had lasted a few moves against them previously. 200 of the 1,600 plus fleeing players fell in the blink of an eye. Despite fleeing with all of their power, Fierce Snake's team caught up with Eternal Undead's players in seconds. Following which, Eternal Undead's team member count decreased with lightning speed. After a short moment, less than 100 players remained alive from Eternal Undead. Due to this abrupt change, Miserly Wind, who had prepared to celebrate his plan's success, was dazed. However, Miserly Wind didn't know that Fierce Snake and his men had nearly as much combat power as peak experts because of their extraordinary basic attributes and physiques. Killing inferior players was a piece of cake. Fierce Snake and his team were even more efficient at hunting down and killing ordinary experts than true peak experts. How is this possible? How are they suddenly so strong? Miserly Wind was bewildered as he watched his guildmates fall, one after another, behind him. He didn't understand what was happening. Fierce Snake's team was superior to his in terms of combat methods, attack power, and movement speed. They fought like completely different people than they had in the earlier battle. As Miracle's members drew nearer, Miserly Wind thought of a possibility. Could it be? Have they been using us as bait to lure Miracle's members all this time? Chapter 1963. The Might of the Magic-Breaking Crossbows. Miserly Wind shuddered as he considered the possibility. He had never thought that Zero Wing was crazy enough to face Miracle head-on. But with another glance at the enemy players, he couldn't care less whether or not he and his team had been bait. All Miserly Wind could think of was escaping. At his level, he'd need several days of hard work to recover from a single death. Moreover, he wore higher quality weapons and equipment than the guild's other experts. If he lost one of his items, who knew how long it would take to find a replacement? Miracle's team was only 100 yards away now. As long as he met up with the approaching force, the fight would go on for some time, giving him the opportunity to get away, even if Miracle's army was no match for Fierce Snake and his monstrous players. As Miracle's forces drew closer, they spotted Eternal Undead's surviving members. Damn it! Zero Wing's team actually has the guts to kill our allies right before our eyes. Miracle's members wore sour expressions as they watched Eternal Undead's players die. They immediately increased their speed. Finally, once Miracle's members were within his attack range, Fierce Snake used Charge, reaching the enemy MTs instantly. He tightened his grip on his battle axe and swept the weapon in a horizontal arc. Tier 2 skill Bladestorm. With Fierce Snake as the center, a powerful storm brewed, enveloping a 20-yard radius and sending over a dozen MTs airborne. The attack interrupted Miracle's offensive charge on the spot. Zero Wing's other Tier 2 experts joined the fray without hesitation. Like a sharpened blade, they pierced Miracle's formation, diving for the team's core. With their advantage in basic attributes and physique, Miracle's 1,000-man team had no hope of stopping their advance. Only Miracle's Tier 2 experts were able to put up a fight, although barely. Zero Wing slaughtered their Tier 1 experts with very little effort. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's Tier 2 ranged players bombarded Miracle's rear line, preventing the enemy DPS from providing their comrades any support. After a brief moment, Zero Wing's 200-man team gained the upper hand. Although Miracle's team was not as easy to defeat as Eternal Undead's, it didn't fare much better. As for the Miracle team that had charged for Feng's 800-man party, Feng waved a hand and cast Flame Domain once it was within 50 yards and prepared to attack. At the same time, Zhao Yueru cast Frostflame Hell. Two towering pillars of fire enveloped Miracle's members. The players caught within the AoE turned to ash instantly, vanishing from the battlefield. This Miracle team suffered a far more tragic fate than the one facing Fierce Snake's party. How is this? Miserly Wind slid to a halt, staring at the flaming pillars with a stupid expression. A single round of attacks had wiped out nearly half of Miracle's 1,000-man team. If they hadn't spread out, the two spells would have had no trouble eliminating the majority of Miracle's force. Miserly Wind felt as if Eternal Undead's desperate fight against Zero Wing had been little more than a warm-up for his adversaries. As everyone was in shock over witnessing the power of the two large-scale destruction spells. "Crossbow unit, get ready!" Feng shouted. He then pointed at the remaining Miracle members and commanded, "Fire!" Immediately, the 60 Tier 1 Rangers at the front of the team released the Magic-breaking Crossbows bolts. Xiao! 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 The Magic-breaking Crossbows had an attack range of 70 yards, even longer than that of Tier 2 Rangers. At this point, the entirety of Miracle's force was within range. When the 60 Magic-breaking bolts were released, they flew through the air so fast that even Tier 2 assassins would have trouble dodging them. Furthermore, Miracle's members were still in shock. The Magic-breaking Crossbows instantly claimed 60 Miracle lives. The rest of the force only returned to their senses after watching their allies die beside them. When Miracle's members realized that even Tier 2 experts had fallen, a chilling thought crept into their minds. The moment after the first bolts found their marks, the Magic-breaking Crossbows launched a second volley. Although many of Miracle's members had noticed the attacks, the Magic-breaking bolts were just too fast. Miracle's Tier 1 players had no hope of dodging the attacks and died instantly. Only the Force's Tier 2 players had managed to evade the incoming bolts. After 2 volleys, Miracle's 1,000-man team had lost more than 100 players. The 60 Magic-breaking Crossbows ended their lives even faster than Fierce Snake and his friends. Retreat! Everyone retreat! The Tier 2 player leading the assault on Feng's 800-man team shouted, fear gripping his heart as he gazed at the corpse pinned to the ground beside him. The 60 Magic-breaking Crossbows were far more frightening than the earlier large-scale destruction spells. The spells had long cooldowns and couldn't be used once the two forces met in melee combat, but the crossbows' cooldowns were quite short and easily landed attacks in close quarters. Most importantly, the crossbows could kill a player with full HP in a single attack, and not even the Tier 2 MTs were an exception. How were they supposed to fight such a weapon? After issuing the command to retreat, Miserly Wind, who rested a long distance away, was dumbfounded. He had thought that Miracle would last against Zero Wing, but the fight that he had just witnessed couldn't even be called a battle. It had been a one-sided massacre. Although Miracle's leader had ordered a retreat, even he, a Tier 2 Refinement Realm expert, had died after becoming a target for more than 10 Magic-breaking Crossbows. The leader hadn't been able to resist as Zero Wing turned him into a human pincushion. These Magic-breaking Crossbows are amazing. Gentle Snow watched Zero Wing devastate the remnants of Miracle's 1,000-man team with wide, shocked eyes. She had recognized the Tier 2 team leader as a Refinement Realm expert, yet he had fallen after taking 10 or so Magic-breaking bolts. The magic-breaking crossbow was truly an amazing weapon in a frontal confrontation. Now she more or less realized why Feng had dared to take so few players to Ice Jade Forest. Although the magic-breaking crossbow was a consumable, it could fire 300 magic-breaking bolts, which had been formed with mana, before breaking. With the 60 magic-breaking crossbows they had enough firepower to survive a large-scale battle involving tens of thousands of players. Although more than 100,000 enemies resided in the Ice Jade Forest, less than 30,000 were from Miracle. As long as they picked their fights carefully, and only took on several thousand Miracle members at a time, they could end Miracle's tyranny in this map. Meanwhile, Fierce Snake and his companions chased down Miracle's fleeing members on the other side of the battlefield. Although Miracle's members desperately fled, Zero Wing's Tier 2 players held an absolute advantage in terms of speed. Miracle's members didn't get far before they died. Aside from a few players that had used instantaneous movement magic scrolls, none escaped death. How'd it go? Feng asked Fierce Snake, as he watched the rest of the team loot the battlefield. Unfortunately, a dozen or so got away, but we haven't had any casualties, Fierce Snake reported. Good. Publish the video of the battle with Eternal Undead and Miracle on the official forums. Let's show the other guilds that if they want to kick us while we're down, Miracle won't be able to protect them. Feng said. Understood. Fierce Snake nodded. Chapter 1964, Black Dragon Empire Shaken. The war between Miracle and Zero Wing was no longer a secret in the Black Dragon Empire. Almost every player in the Empire knew about it, and everyone had assumed that Zero Wing was doomed. Until now, no large guild in God's domain had survived a serious confrontation with a superpower. All of the lesser guilds had fallen in a short time, and Miracle had already placed a bounty on Zero Wing's experts and upper echelons. The offer was high enough to tempt many of the Empire's experts, and countless players had secretly taken action. Miracle had even recruited the Black Dragon Empire's various large guilds in its war with Zero Wing, and despite the public provocations on the forums each day, the guild hadn't responded and Zero Wing's reputation in the Empire had plummeted. At this point, many of Zero Wing's members had considered withdrawing from the guild. After all, players joined guilds to ease the burden of leveling up and share in the guild's glory. Nobody would join a cowardly guild that the public ridiculed. Meanwhile, the Empire's various large guilds spent their time preparing. The moment Zero Wing withdrew from the Black Dragon Empire, they would swoop in to take over its abandoned territories. However, an uproar shook the forums shortly after Fierce Snake uploaded the battle videos he and his teammates had recorded. The forum post's title was particularly eye-catching. Death to those who support Miracle. He had published the post under Zero Wing's name, and the imposing response was hard to ignore. Less than a minute after the post went live, it had become the most popular of the day with over 1 million views. Amazing. Zero Wing is simply amazing. Eternal Undead's members died right in front of Miracle's members, yet Miracle couldn't do anything about it. I wonder how the various large guilds feel now. Zero Wing is obviously showing them that even if they have Miracle's support, the guild can't protect them. Zero Wing is so arrogant. It's just one guild. Does Zero Wing really think it can survive if so many guilds band together? This warning will only enrage its enemies and make Zero Wing's situation worse. That might not be the case. Did you see how Eternal Undead's members died? They were fish on the chopping board in front of Zero Wing's team. Although Eternal Undead is only an average second-rate guild, it is still a bona fide second-rate guild. Yet Zero Wing slaughtered its members. The other guilds will only suffer the same fate. That's right, this 1,000-man team from Zero Wing is simply ferocious. It almost annihilated Miracle's 2,000-man army. If such a team targets other guilds' expert teams, the outcome will likely be the same. Zero Wing is really a guild of experts. I think I'll stick with joining Zero Wing. The Empire's players had a heated discussion over the battle videos Fierce Snake had published. They had never thought that the moment Zero Wing took action, the guild would make such a terrifying move. With a single battle, it had deterred other guilds from trying to take advantage of the war, and humiliated Miracle. Zero Wing hadn't suffered a single casualty in this latest battle, while Eternal Undead and Miracle's teams had been almost extinguished. Despite the two guilds having 5 times as many players, their defeat had still been miserable. This proved to everyone in the Empire that Zero Wing's strength wasn't superficial. When Zero Wing's members saw the post, however, their passion and enthusiasm rekindled. They all wished they had taken part in the battle and given Miracle a good beating. At the same time, many Zero Wing members aspired to become expert members more than ever. They hoped that they could one day fight overwhelming odds, securing an absolute victory like Fierce Snake and the others. Just the idea was exhilarating. Let's see if those guilds dare to act so arrogantly before us again. All hail Zero Wing. All hail the guild leader. When the various superpowers' upper echelons received news of the battle, an indescribable shock overwhelmed them. The battle's outcome had a greater impact on them than it had on the general public. Ordinary players might not be able to determine Fierce Snake and his team's exact strength, but they could. How has Zero Wing secured so many experts with the combat power to rival peak experts? Yuan Tiexin read the latest report with furrowed brows. Peak experts were a guild's core combatants. Not even the various superpowers had many peak experts. Yet Zero Wing had just revealed a force of 200 seemingly out of nowhere. A team of 200 peak experts would be an absolute nightmare out in the fields. Destroying such a force would require an army of tens of thousands of elite and expert players as well the use of magic arrays. Miracle likely has quite the headache over this situation right now. It had probably never considered that the little bug it was trying to crush would turn out to be a steel spike. Purple Jade said, giggling. Miracle had always been overbearing. Normally, even super guilds avoided clashing with the guild, whereas super first-rate guilds were often oppressed by it. However, she also had to admit that Miracle had the strength to do so. Seeing the guild suffer such devastating, repeated losses was extremely rare. Meanwhile, in Miracle's residence in Lake Heart City, the room's atmosphere was intensely chilly. Many of the Empire's large guilds had given up on provoking Zero Wing due to its recent demonstration. After all, the guild had proven that Miracle couldn't guarantee their safety in the fields. No matter how one looked at it, letting a large number of guild experts die just to grind in a better resource map wasn't worthwhile. Damn it! How did Zero Wing suddenly obtain so many experts? Thousand Miles paled as he watched the battle video before him. I thought Zero Wing could only produce a small number of those basic combat devices. After Fierce Snake's team had displayed their strength at Blue Wave Rock, Miracle had sent spies to investigate the source of their power. With Zero Wing's current standards, gaining so many peak experts so quickly was impossible. The only explanation was that the guild had acquired a special tool. Based on those investigations, they had learned that Fierce Snake and his companions had become so powerful through a tool known as the Basic Combat Device. However, while this tool was very powerful, it had a limited duration, and only a small number could be crafted each day. At most, Zero Wing could supply a 100-man team for a full day. Fortunately, once these players scattered across the Empire, they'd no longer pose much of a threat. But Zero Wing had revealed 200 of these experts in the latest confrontation. Thousand Miles could not figure out how Zero Wing had managed to craft so many more basic combat devices. If Zero Wing could truly maintain a 200-man team of these experts at all times, it would impact the current war's status quo. Moreover, they had discovered that Zero Wing had a powerful collection of heavy crossbows during the battle. Not only did the crossbows' attacks contain immense strength, but they were also impressively fast. If 10 or so magic-breaking crossbows attacked together, even a Tier 2 Refinement Realm expert would fall without the use of an invulnerability skill. Vice Guild Leader shredded. Should we dispatch our peak experts to reinforce the Ice Jade Forest? Miracle Dragon asked as he turned to Shredded Soul. Forget it. Order a retreat, Shredded Soul said, shaking his head. Retreat? Confused, Thousand Miles asked. Are we just letting Zero Wing off the hook? Do you plan to order our forces to continue the fight? Shredded Soul glared at Thousand Miles. Coldly he continued. Zero Wing has proven that it has the strength to fight us toe-to-toe in the Black Dragon Empire. We might win if we continue fighting, but we'll pay a heavy price and fulfill the other superpower's long-held wish. If we have to pay such a price for defeating Zero Wing in the Empire, what will we gain? How would we have lost so many elite and expert players if not for your stupidity? Had you investigated Zero Wing properly before taking action, I wouldn't have had to come here and clean up your mess. I'll deliver a report to the guild leader personally, so I suggest you cool down in the meantime. Shredded Soul's reprimand left Thousand Miles speechless, but he still felt wronged. Who would have thought that an up-and-coming guild like Zero Wing, which wasn't backed by any corporation, was so powerful? I will return to the Western continent. I'll leave the cleanup to you, Shredded Soul added as he stared at Thousand Miles. He then used a guild transfer scroll and vanished from the meeting room. Chapter 1965, Quasi-super-first-rate Guild. Black Dragon Empire, Ice Jade Forest. Despite Thousand Miles' reluctance, he had no choice but to follow Shredded Soul's command and recall the guild members from the Ice Jade Forest. Meanwhile, Miracle's retreat caused a sensation throughout the Black Dragon Empire. What's going on? Miracle's retreating? That's not possible, right? Miracle is a super first-rate guild. Yet it's actually giving up on Zero Wing? The sudden turn of events stupefied the Empire's players. They simply could not figure out what had caused Miracle to turn away from Zero Wing so abruptly. The two guilds had only engaged in a single battle involving several thousand players. To both, such a small battle wasn't even a warm-up. Thus far, all of Miracle's actions had displayed its intention to annihilate Zero Wing's branched guild in the Black Dragon Empire. Yet they had fled from their prey. It was as if everything had just been an act. How disappointing. Miracle retreated after such a minor battle. And here I thought it was some amazing guild. In the end, it is no different than the Empire's other guilds. All hail Zero Wing. Even Miracle can't take down Zero Wing. Varied opinions of Miracle's withdrawal split the Empire's players. Some players felt that Miracle didn't deserve its title as a super first-rate guild since it couldn't even take out a non-superpower like Zero Wing, and others assumed Miracle had given up because Zero Wing truly was powerful. That cowardly Shredded Soul. He hasn't even started the war. Yet he's already given up. I even ensured that he had all the information he needed. Nine Dragons Emperor slammed his fist into his desk when he read the report on Miracle's withdrawal from the Black Dragon Empire. He had hoped to use Miracle to wound Zero Wing. He had never expected the superpower to pack up and leave so soon. Meanwhile, in one of Lake Heart City's high-class restaurants. Uncle Yuan, look. Shredded Soul has returned to the Western continent to take charge of things there. By the looks of it, he's really given up on Zero Wing, Purple Jade exclaimed, surprised. She had investigated Shredded Soul personally, and had concluded that the man was truly ruthless. Once he set out to do something, he never gave up. Yet he had decisively pulled his forces away from the conflict with Zero Wing. This was unbelievable. It's not that unusual. After all, there is no benefit in continuing the war with Zero Wing. At most, Miracle will restore some of its damaged reputation. With 200 experts that possess the combat power to rival peak experts and those heavy crossbows, Zero Wing qualified to contend with a superpower. Unless Miracle decides to go all out, it'll be helpless against the smaller guild. Moreover, Miracle is fighting a remote war. It already has to expend a lot of resources to engage in this war. Miracle's position will only become more of a disadvantage as the war drags on. Yuan Tiexin said, chuckling. Taking a sip from the cup of icy blue wine in his hand, he continued. At the end of the day, Miracle is a massive organization set out to make money. There's no way it would abandon everything it has built for its reputation. Since Zero Wing has proven that it has the strength to protect itself for some time, and the other superpowers know Miracle's strength, Miracle has no reason to continue fighting. That makes sense. Purple Jade nodded. However, Zero Wing is pretty impressive. It always has a surprise up its sleeve. I had thought the guild was doomed this time. I hadn't expected it to reveal such a trump card. It's no wonder why Zero Wing dared to compete with the various superpowers over the Or Empire's resources. In God's domain, might was right. Provoking Miracle wasn't a problem as long as Zero Wing could endure the larger guild's wrath. If Zero Wing couldn't do that, Miracle would destroy the guild. If it could, it would survive. It was just that simple. The various superpowers would not ridicule Miracle for being weak, because it failed to destroy a guild that merely rivaled first-rate guilds. They would only take joy in the fact that Miracle had accidentally tugged on a tiger's tail. However, it's too early for Zero Wing to celebrate. The guild still has a bumpy road ahead. Furthermore, Miracle will definitely strike if given the chance in the future, Yuan Tiexin said. Miracle had only given up on dealing with Zero Wing this time, because the losses outweighed the gains. Even if it defeated Zero Wing, all it would gain was reputation. While reputation was important for a guild's development, it was not particularly important to a veteran super first-rate guild like Miracle. However, it was a different story for the various superpowers operating in the Or Empire. These superpowers were there to obtain resources for their development. It was entirely possible for these organizations to use everything they had to remove Zero Wing. They wouldn't give up as easily as Miracle. Now that Zero Wing had exposed 2 more trump cards, its development in the Or Empire would be at risk. While Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade conversed, the various superpowers expressed their astonishment over Zero Wing's performance. They had never dreamed that a guild with no background was capable of forging such a sturdy foundation. They all ordered further investigations on Zero Wing, desperate to know more about the basic combat devices and magic-breaking crossbows. Due to this latest battle, the various superpowers realized that while guild experts were important, God's domain's tools were just as crucial. Zero Wing's success in fending off Miracle was the best proof of this. The Black Dragon Empire's large guilds, in particular, feared for their survival after watching Zero Wing slaughter Eternal Undead's 3,000-man force. When they heard that Miracle had withdrawn its players from the war, they immediately recalled their forces from the Ice Jade Forest and reached out to butter up to Zero Wing. If even a super first-rate guild like Miracle was powerless against Zero Wing, what hope did their guilds have? Zero Wing had proven its strength to everyone in the Black Dragon Empire with the battle in the Ice Jade Forest. Although it was not a super first-rate guild, it had the power to stand against one. Zero Wing was now only second to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in the hearts of the Empire's players. To be precise, the Black Dragon Empire's general populace recognized Zero Wing as a Quasi-super-first-rate guild, and that it was only a matter of time before it became a true super first-rate guild. Meanwhile, the various large guilds that had previously provoked Zero Wing, or taken delight in the guild's misfortune, were now quite nervous. Especially the guilds that had openly antagonized Zero Wing. These guilds were terrified that Zero Wing would seek retribution. With Zero Wing's strength, it would have no trouble removing their guilds from the Black Dragon Empire. All it would need was time and resources. Guild leader, more than a dozen guilds are trying to cozy up to us. Each guild is offering magic crystals and rare materials as compensation. Should we meet with their representatives? Gentle Snow asked Feng. Before she had time to recover from her shock over Miracle's abrupt retreat, a large number of guilds had contacted her, wanting to repair their relationship with Zero Wing. They were even willing to make reparations. She hadn't expected this development. Chapter 1966, Overnight Fortune. Compensation. Feng chuckled at Gentle Snow's report. These guilds sure reacted quickly. Now that Zero Wing's strength had been recognized, it was the perfect time to develop its influence in the Black Dragon Empire. However, since Zero Wing's development was currently limited by its resources, it had to claim other guilds' resources. Fortunately, quite a few of the Empire's guilds had openly provoked Zero Wing, so it was well within its rights to eliminate these guilds and take over their resources. No one would reprimand Zero Wing for doing so. Naturally, these offending guilds had considered the possibility of such an outcome. Although Zero Wing could only take on a few guilds at a time, on the off chance that they were one of the unlucky few, they'd be doomed. Hence, the various guilds that had provoked Zero Wing tried desperately to repair their relationships with Zero Wing. Should I call in their representatives then? Gentle Snow understood the meaning behind Feng's comment. While Zero Wing's reputation had improved, it would take some time to develop the guild's strength. Moreover, doing so would require a lot of funds. Rather than waste resources on annihilating one or two large guilds, they needed to use this opportunity to claim compensation from the dozen or so guilds, making a fortune. This way, Zero Wing would gain both the money and the resources it needed for its development without lifting a finger. There's no need. Just tell them this. Second-rate guilds will compensate Zero Wing with 30,000 magic crystals and 50,000 gold in rare materials or lands in major NPC cities. Zero Wing requires 15,000 magic crystals and 30,000 gold in rare materials or lands from third-rate guilds. Feng said. If they don't pay up, they'll have to bear the consequences. While it seemed as though Zero Wing had easily defeated Miracle, Feng knew how close his guild had been to defeat. In God's domain, a war between guilds was a competition of capital and expert players. When a guild went to war, it had to spend money like there was no tomorrow. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's victory had been achieved through spending a massive number of magic crystals and resources. The magic-breaking crossbows were worth the price since they could be reused. They would only disappear after their uses had been depleted. However, the basic combat devices were different. Once they had been activated, they'd vanish after 12 hours. They could not be deactivated to save their remaining duration. Meanwhile, Feng had invested more than 80,000 magic crystals into crafting the two tools. The rest of the materials had also cost a ton of money. In addition, the guild had to compensate its members that had died in the fights. After fighting Miracle for just a few short days, Zero Wing's pockets were almost empty. Fortunately, Zero Wing had secured a manatite vein. Otherwise, the Black Dragon Empire's branch guild would have been finished. He was also fortunate that Miracle didn't know the tool's production costs. Had Miracle known about the expenditures, it would have continued this war. Hearing Feng's demands, Gentle Snow asked worriedly, "Aren't these prices a little too high?" Currently, the average second-rate guild only occupied a few NPC cities, while the more powerful second-rate guilds occupied a dozen or so. These guilds' range of influence wasn't particularly vast. While 50,000 gold in resources or land was bearable for a second-rate guild, 30,000 magic crystals definitely weren't. At this stage of the game, 30,000 magic crystals were roughly half of a second-rate guild stockpile. Although it had become much easier to acquire magic crystals, players also needed to consume more of them, especially after the return of the Survivors expansion pack had been implemented. "It's fine. Just inform them," Feng said, chuckling. While losing half of the guild's magic crystal stockpile was a significant cost, it would not impede the guild's normal operations. It would simply force the guild into stagnation for a short time. Moreover, he urgently needed magic crystals right now. He couldn't afford to be courteous with these guilds. Following which, Gentle Snow conveyed Feng's price to the various large guilds. When they received Zero Wing's demands, all of these guilds went into an uproar. The rare materials weren't an issue since every guild had an extraordinary stock of resources by now, but magic crystals were crucial to a guild's development. Damn Zero Wing. It might as well rob us at this point. Guild leader, what should we do? Pay the guild. We can't afford to stand out right now. Although Miracle failed to destroy Zero Wing, Blackwater and Beast Emperor have still been eyeing the guild in the Or Empire. They won't let Zero Wing off the hook as easily as Miracle has. The various large guilds were enraged when they received Gentle Snow's message. They had barely claimed any resources in the high resource maps Miracle had given them. Yet they were now required to pay such expensive compensation. Their partnership with Miracle had been an utter mistake. However, due to the threat Zero Wing posed, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and swallow the loss. Within 3 hours after receiving Gentle Snow's message, the various large guilds sent their representatives to deliver the requested resources to Zero Wing's residents in Lake Heart City. When Gentle Snow and the guild's other upper echelons received the payments, they were ecstatic. "Snow, we're rich," Zhao Yueru exclaimed as she gazed at the magic crystals and multiple resources in the guild warehouse. They had received compensation from more than a dozen guilds. Among the guilds that had paid their dues, 5 were second-rate guilds, and 8 were third-rate guilds. In total, Zero Wing had received 270,000 magic crystals, a considerable amount even to the current superpowers. Furthermore, Zero Wing had gained 490,000 gold in rare materials and lands. Not only had Zero Wing earned back the resources it had spent in the war, but it had also made a huge profit. With this many resources, Zero Wing could afford to recruit tens of thousands of members in the Black Dragon Empire. It could also strengthen Hidden Fogtown's defenses and upgrade it to intermediate rank. I had expected it to take a few more days to collect 200,000 magic crystals, but I guess I don't have to worry about the deadline anymore. Feng was just as excited to see the miniature mountain of magic crystals. He didn't dare to take risks with the inferior legendary quest from the Jealous Witch. The penalty for failing the quest was no laughing matter. Moreover, he absolutely needed to the field magic array Void Field. Field magic arrays were extremely rare in God's domain, and the only one he knew how to obtain was the one in the Witch's Hill. He'd just have to get lucky to secure another one. Field magic arrays were so rare because of how powerful advanced field magic arrays were in wars, and when plundering resources. Once players reached level 65 and beyond, resources would become significantly more difficult to acquire, due to how dangerous the monsters were in the appropriately leveled maps. Although these monsters had higher basic attributes, they also have visibly stronger combat standards once they reach level 65 and beyond. Moreover, the more resource-rich a map was, the more visible this improvement would be. In comparison, monsters below level 60 had roughly the same combat standards regardless of what kind of map they occupied. At most, their basic attributes would differ slightly. The weakest monsters in level 65 plus maps had combat standards on par with the early stage of the Trial Tower's 3rd floor, while the stronger monsters could reach the 5th floor's early stage. Most importantly, they would travel in larger numbers. Against such an abrupt difference, one could imagine how the various large guilds would fare. Moreover, guild experts had obviously lower basic attributes than monsters. If these guild experts lost their combat standard advantage as well, they'd have a difficult time grinding. Because of this, few large guilds had taken advantage of level 65 plus maps in his previous life, since they weren't strong enough to grind the map's monsters. Hence, field magic arrays had become extremely important. A field magic array would provide a significant advantage over other guilds when guild members left to level up or grind for resources. And Void Field was an advanced field magic array. Now that I've settled matters in the Black Dragon Empire, it's time to revisit the Witch's Hill. When Feng saw that the branch guild's development was back on track, he took 200,000 magic crystals with him and teleported back to Zero Wing City. Chapter 1967, Candlelight expands. Starmoon Kingdom, Zero Wing City. In a 7-story, high-class restaurant a short distance away from Zero Wing's residence, 3 cloaked players observed the residence from a private room. Commander Cloud, the result of Miracle and Zero Wing's war is out. Here is all of the information we purchased from the secret pavilion regarding Zero Wing, a male half-elf said as he handed the male Tigerkin before him a file. The war in the Black Dragon Empire ended when Miracle retreated from the Empire and announced its withdrawal from the war. What? Miracle was defeated? Chopdax, the female Tigerkin beside the male Tigerkin, was slightly stunned. How is that possible? That's Miracle we're talking about. The guild is even stronger than it had been at its peak. How could it possibly lose? As a member of the famous Death God Workshop, she was quite familiar with the various superpowers, especially their territories and overall strength. Miracle, in particular, was one of the superpowers the Death God Workshop watched closely. Not only had Miracle recently expanded its influence in God's domain, but it had also recruited plenty of well-known experts in the virtual gaming world. The Witch of the West, Alice, was one of the best examples. Recruiting Alice had significantly boosted the guild's overall strength, and not long ago, Miracle had secured a key resource point on the Western continent. It only lacked a suitable opportunity to earn the public's recognition as a super guild. If Miracle were granted the title of Super Guild, it would rank in the top half in terms of power. Miracle had a boundless future ahead of itself. Hence, Chopped Axe couldn't believe that Zero Wing had actually defeated Miracle. Miracle has indeed lost. Everyone in the Black Dragon Empire is talking about it. The male half-elf, Frost Rain, confirmed. Miracle retreated because Zero Wing had dispatched 200 experts with combat power on par with peak experts, which caught Miracle completely off guard. Once Miracle realized that a protracted war would be a waste of time and resources, it decided to give up and return home. 200 experts with combat power that rivals peak experts. This can't be true, can it? Chopped Axe instinctively refused to believe Frostrain's claim. Even an ordinary super-first-rate guild only had that many experts, including domain realm experts and true peak experts. It's true, Light Cloud, the male tigerkin, said suddenly. According to the Secret Pavilion's report, Zero Wing has only accomplished this feat because it has used a tool called the Basic Combat Device. However, the Basic Combat Device has a relatively short duration. In addition, Zero Wing has the frightening Magicbreaking crossbow. When a dozen or so of these crossbows are fired together, they can even instant kill a Tier 2 Refinement Realm expert. If Zero Wing amasses a sufficient stock of these crossbows, its members will even be able to instant kill peak experts. So that's the case. I knew a new guild like Zero Wing couldn't be that strong. Chopped Axe could not help but wipe the sweat from her forehead. If Zero Wing truly had so many powerful expert players, it could easily deal with the Death God Workshop. All it would need was some time and resources. The various superpowers were inclined to overlook the workshop's activities for this very reason. Even if these tools have a time limit, they still pose a great threat, Light Cloud said as he rolled his eyes at Chopped Axe. All right, we can return and report to the Chief Commander now. We'll let the Chief Commander decide how to deal with Zero Wing in the fairy country. After saying so, Light Cloud took a return scroll from his bag. He had no intention of wasting any more time in Zero Wing City. Frost Rain and Chopped Axe nodded in agreement. They had never expected Ninth Heaven to secure such a powerful backer. Meanwhile, the first thing Feng did after returning to Zero Wing City was store the rare materials he had obtained in the Black Dragon Empire in Candlelight's warehouse. He then had Melancholic Smile ramp up Candlelight's recruitment for lifestyle players and expand the firm's operations. Although the Candlelight trading firm was developing nicely, it could only afford to nurture a limited number of lifestyle players due to the lack of materials. As a result, Candlelight was restricted when recruiting lifestyle players. Fortunately, Zero Wing had secured 490,000 gold in rare materials through the war in the Black Dragon Empire. With so many materials, Candlelight could easily afford to recruit several thousand more members. Moreover, if Candlelight wished to develop in the Black Dragon Empire and Fairy Country, it would need a lot of additional manpower. As long as Candlelight established a foothold in these two countries, the trading firm's income would double at the very minimum. After all, both the Black Dragon Empire and the Fairy Country had far higher player populations than Starmoon Kingdom. Naturally, the demand for items in these countries would also be higher. Even if Candlelight did not become the #1 trading firm in those countries, it would still earn a sizable income. As for Candlelight's competitive edge, Feng wasn't worried about that. Due to the Philosopher's Hand, Candlelight had gained an additional 5 master lifestyle players despite the fact that Melancholic Smile had kept the item's usage to a minimum to keep it a secret. Among the 5 master lifestyle players nurtured, 2 were master alchemists, 2 were master forgers, and one was a master engineer. To Feng's surprise, Silent Wonder had successfully created an advanced alchemy recipe as well, thanks to the assistance of Titan City and the Philosopher's Hand. Now, Silent Wonder only needed to create one more advanced alchemy recipe to become an intermediate master alchemist. An intermediate master alchemist was no less important than an intermediate master forger. In fact, an intermediate master alchemist played an even greater role in raiding team dungeons. Unlike basic master alchemists, intermediate master alchemists could craft master potions with a feasible success rate. If a team had a full stock of master-ranked defensive or resistance potions, the raid would become much easier. Guild Leader, the auction for the virtual stores has concluded. Not a single corporation is willing to rent our stores. In contrast, the virtual stores in the 2 guild toes are selling like hotcakes, Melancholic Smile said, visibly worried. Although we've earned some credits through selling the weapons and equipment you gave me earlier, it's only enough to maintain the training ground for a short time. Nobody is willing to rent? Feng was slightly surprised as he examined the information on the nearby guild towns Melancholic Smile had given him. These towns have certainly developed quickly. They've already ensnared over 40 corporations? At this rate, won't they become intermediate towns in less than 10 days? The guild town's development had exceeded Feng's expectations. Both had already invested in enough defensive structures to rival an intermediate town. Even more surprising was both towns' defensive magic arrays, protecting the towns from monster assaults. These defensive magic arrays were the reason that the various corporations were so confident in investing in the towns. Guild Leader, you're still in the mood to joke around? Now that we've moved to the new training ground, our daily expenditure has gone through the roof. With the credits we currently have, will only last another 5 or 6 days, Melancholic Smile said, exasperated. She had already seen Liang Jing's financial report, and she had been horrified. The number of credits the guild spent each day was absurd. We're burning through that much money. Even Feng was surprised when he saw the daily costs. He hadn't realized that Ouroboros had spent such a frightening amount of credits each day to maintain its training ground. The operational cost of Zero Wing's training ground could already rival that of Shadow in the past. And this was only the beginning. As Zero Wing recruited more internal members, the costs would increase. However, Feng revealed a faint smile after a moment and said, "Let's see who can outlast who then." Feng instructed Melancholic Smile to sell some of the crafted level 50 bronze and mysterious iron equipment for credits. The credits from these sales should help the guild survive for a while longer. Although primordial gas slowly spread throughout the Witch's Hill, increasing the local monsters' strength and weakening players' combat power, monsters still needed time to evolve. After Feng settled his affairs with the Candlelight trading firm, he used the 7 Luminaries ring to teleport to the Million Forest teleportation array. He then spent 1 magic crystal to teleport to the Otherworld gate. The Jealous Witch appeared not long after Feng had arrived. She quietly hovered in the air, while looking down on Feng. "Young adventurer, why have you returned so soon?" the Jealous Witch demanded. "Lady Witch, I have completed the task you gave me. Here are the 200,000 magic crystals you asked for." Feng said as he removed 200,000 magic crystals from his bag, instantly forming a small mountain before him. Once all 200,000 magic crystals were accounted for, the Jealous Witch waved her hand lightly, and every crystal vanished into thin air. At the same time, the gigantic Otherworld gate released a dazzling glow. Primordial gas surged out. Then a series of system notifications reached his ears. Chapter 1968, Divine Runic Armor. System, you have triggered the new expansion pack, Primordial Heart. Starmoon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Players have triggered the new expansion, Primordial Heart. The Primordial Heart will descend in the Witch's Hill in 3 hours. Please prepare. The system announcement echoed in every player's mind throughout Starmoon Kingdom. When it finally ended, players fell into heated discussions over the new expansion. What's this Primordial Heart thing? Has some major event occurred in the Witch's Hill? This new expansion pack will definitely be a huge opportunity. I wonder how Witch's Hill will change this time? I knew I should have gone to the Witch's Hill to develop. Star Moon Kingdom's players shifted their focus to the Witch's Hill the moment the system announced the new expansion pack. Previously, due to the map's strange phenomenon increasing monsters' strength and reducing players' combat power, only strong independent players had ventured to the Witch's Hill to level and grind. With the addition of the various large guilds' competition over the region's resources, it had become nearly impossible for ordinary players to get a share of the area's benefits. Hence, the Witch's Hills hadn't been very popular among independent players. Only the various large guilds and adventurer teams still vied for the land. Naturally, the kingdom's independent players weren't the only ones paying close attention to this new expansion. The various major powers in the Witch's Hill had launched fervent investigations to learn what changes this expansion pack would bring to the region. So this is the Primordial Heart's activation condition? Surprise flashed in Feng's eyes as he read the system notification. The Primordial Heart expansion pack had appeared during his previous life as well, but it hadn't activated until long after the Otherworld Gate had been discovered. Now that he had triggered the expansion pack so early, Feng did not know how to feel about it. In the past, the Witch's Hill's Otherworld Gate had been discovered far too late. A large number of players had already reached Tier 3, and as a result, the Otherworld Gate had only been considered a good area to grind for unique materials, and for independent players to level up. It hadn't been a particularly valuable map. While it was true that the new expansion pack was an opportunity, the Primordial Heart expansion had hardly been any help to players in the past. When Feng had sealed the Otherworld Gate, it had caused the Primordial Heart's descent, increasing the primordial gas in the Witch's Hill. The gas, in turn, increased the strength of the region's monsters and decreased players' combat power. Even the monsters' levels had increased considerably, though the level cap was still level 70. As for the monsters that had come through the Otherworld Gate, not only were they quite powerful, but their bodies also contained dense primordial gas. When these monsters were killed, they had a certain drop rate for primordial crystal fragments, crystallized primordial gas that contained intense, turbulent energy. One could synthesize these fragments into primordial crystals, which contained even denser energy. The primordial crystal was one of the best materials for nurturing living mounts, even more effective than energy essence that dropped from the Eclipse Gate's monsters. After all sorts of monsters had ruled over God's domain during the ancient area, and they had become so powerful due to primordial gas. However, the primordial crystals had a drawback. Although they were far more efficient than energy essence when nurturing mounts, they could only increase a mount's rank to bronze rank. Hence, players in Feng's previous life had considered the Primordial Heart expansion pack useless. The majority of large guild members had already nurtured their guild mounts to bronze rank by the time the expansion had taken effect, and ordinary players hadn't usually had mounts that were capable of growth. Only guild players that intended to replace their guild mounts had any use for the primordial crystals. However, the primordial crystals were far more valuable to current large guilds. God's Domain's guilds had only started to acquire stables and grow their guild mounts. If they could upgrade their members' mounts to bronze rank with the primordial crystals, they could significantly help their guild's development. Mounts could provide some assistance in battle once they reached bronze rank, and they were considerably faster than common mounts. However, while the Primordial Heart expansion pack would benefit the various large guilds, it also came with plenty of trouble. Activating the Primordial Heart expansion pack would double the number of monsters in the Witch's Hill, and increase the number of field bosses in the area by several fold. Moreover, the field boss's raid difficulty would increase, making survival far more difficult in the Witch's Hill for current players. In addition, the monster sieges would occur far more frequently. Originally, guild towns and cities' chances of being besieged by monsters had only been 10% to 20%. However, once the Primordial Heart expansion took effect, those chances would increase to 20% to 35%. As Feng pondered about how to deal with the primordial heart's descent, the jealous witch, who still hovered in the air, began to reclaim her youth. In a matter of seconds, the old, hunchbacked lady transformed into a charming, middle-aged woman with fair, supple skin. Her black robe also transformed into a pitch-black, sleeveless dress. She now wore a black mage hat, as well, and her wooden staff had become one made of black jade. As she hovered, she radiated an indescribable charm that drew others' gaze. Excellent. Young adventurer, you have helped me seal the Otherworld gate in time, and avoided catastrophe for Starmoon Kingdom. You have also helped lighten the curse I bear. Take this magic array design as a token of my gratitude. The jealous witch addressed Feng. This should have been the end of your job here, but sealing the Otherworld gate had made the Witch's Hill unstable. I now need your help to collect 100,000 primordial crystals. If you collect the necessary primordial crystals successfully, I will give you this forging design I acquired from an ancient ruin after much difficulty. Saying so, the jealous witch waved a hand, and a tome of dragonskin parchment appeared in her grip. The dragon might the tome radiated was so powerful that Feng even struggled to move. When he saw the large words on the cover, his eyes widened in shock. The divine runic armor design. That was an epic forging design. However, unlike ordinary epic equipment, the divine runic armor was standard equipment, created during ancient times. It was similar to the standardized equipment design he had acquired from Titan City. Although the divine runic armor was standard equipment, it was still epic equipment, on a completely different level than dark gold equipment. Chapter 1969, Chamber of Commerce. As the jealous witch finished speaking, the sound of a system notification reached Feng's ears. System, congratulations. You have accepted the inferior legendary quest, Witch's Sin. Quest content. Collect 100,000 primordial crystals in 30 days. Quest reward. Divine runic armor design. Ugh. After the system notification repeated 3 times, the jealous witch vanished without a trace. Now only Feng remained before the Otherworld gate. Collect 100,000 primordial crystals in 30 days? Feng frowned as he fell deep into thought. This inferior legendary quest was simply ruthless. Only chieftain rank and above monsters dropped primordial crystal fragments, and the drop rate for chieftain monsters was only 3%. Furthermore, synthesizing a single primordial crystal required 10 fragments. He'd need 1 million primordial crystal fragments to complete the jealous witch's latest quest. Completing the question wouldn't be that big of an issue if it didn't have a time limit, but there was a time limit. There weren't even 100,000 guild members operating in Zero Wing City right now. Trying to collect 100,000 primordial crystals in just 30 days would be a nightmare. It seems I have no choice but to increase the guild's strength and give it a try, Feng thought to himself as he decided to recruit more players. Fortunately, there was no penalty indicated for failing the quest this time. Thus, the penalty wouldn't be too severe if he failed. Even so, giving up now would be a waste. Unlike standardized fine gold and dark gold equipment, standardized epic equipment was in no way inferior to ordinary epic equipment when it came to basic attributes. The only difference was the lack of additional skills and effects, as standardized equipment didn't have as many to offer players as ordinary epic equipment. Even so, the various major powers would consider the equipment precious, since epic equipment was still so rare in God's domain. Had the divine runic armor been ordinary epic equipment, though he wouldn't be able to mass-produce it due to the rarity of the required materials, and forging the equipment would have been far more difficult. Even an intermediate master forger like himself would only have a small chance of success, and no first-rate guild could afford the total production costs. Only a superpower would have any hope of mass-producing ordinary epic equipment at this stage of the game. However, crafting standardized epic equipment was a different story. Standardized epic equipment had been designed with mass production in mind, so it didn't have high material requirements. Most importantly, it wouldn't be as difficult to forge as ordinary epic equipment. Even an ordinary first-rate guild could afford the production costs if it gave the design to an intermediate master forger, not to mention Zero Wing. Following which, Feng took out a guild transfer scroll and returned to Zero Wing City to prepare for his newest quest. At this point, players from all over Starmoon Kingdom had swarmed to Zero Wing City, skyrocketing the city's player population. As players wandered the city streets, an excited energy crackled between them as they waited for the Primordial Heart's descent. Many adventurer teams had even started to purchase useful magic scrolls and potions in bulk. As soon as the Witch's Hill began to change, they'd rush to take advantage of the opportunity the new expansion pack presented. For a time, Zero Wing City became extraordinarily lively. Guild leader, good news! Due to the new expansion pack, Zero Wing City's player population has finally exceeded 10 million. Aqua Rose exclaimed when she noticed her Feng's return. Moreover, the 7th Street Chamber of Commerce has invited us to join their merchant alliance. Aside from combat guilds, God's Domain had lifestyle guilds, and unlike their combat-focused brethren, lifestyle guilds focused on developing lifestyle players and producing a wide variety of products. Some of the larger lifestyle guilds generally allied to form chambers of commerce. These chambers of commerce were not to be underestimated. They were only unknown to the general public due to their refusal to interfere with combat guilds' matters. However, they didn't lack influence in God's Domain. The best chambers of commerce's influence reached across more than a dozen kingdoms and empires, and they had even more wealth than some superpowers. In fact, many up-and-coming superpowers received funds and resources from some of these top chambers of commerce. Meanwhile, the 7th Street Chamber of Commerce was one of the most powerful in God's Domain. Joining one of the top chambers of commerce was extremely difficult. Ordinary first-rate guilds didn't qualify in the least. Normally, these chambers only accepted superpowers or large guilds with bountiful resources. What are their conditions? Feng asked. He was very familiar with God's Domain's chambers of commerce. To join one, a guild had to meet certain conditions and pay a certain price. The membership cost requires that we supply the alliance with shops and virtual stores in all of our guild towns and cities. We will have to supply at least 5 shops and 2 virtual stores in each, all of which have to be in different locations in the town or city. In addition, they require that our guild sell the alliance 30% of the unique resources we obtain from the Otherworld Gate at market price, Aqua Rose said. That price a little high, Feng said, shaking his head. Tell them that Zero Wing will only give them up to 3 shops and 1 virtual store in every town and city. As for the Otherworld Gate's unique resources, we'll sell them 20% at most. Moreover, I require that they buy the resources at 30% above market price. If one wished to acquire the resources a Chamber of Commerce offered, they had to contribute to the alliance. However, 7th Street's asking price was simply too high. The potential benefits Zero Wing would gain weren't worth the price. The Otherworld Gate's unique resources would become a massive source of income for Zero Wing in the future, and purchasing these resources on the market would become immensely difficult. Meanwhile, the fact that Zero Wing City was within the Witch's Hill meant that Zero Wing would have a greater competitive edge than other guilds when fighting for the Otherworld Gate's resources. Hence, 30% of Zero Wing's harvest was no trivial amount. Furthermore, 7th Street wanted to purchase these resources at market value. This, Feng's counteroffer clearly troubled Aqua Rose. Joining 7th Street wasn't easy. Its influence encompassed over a dozen kingdoms and 3 empires after all. If Zero Wing joined 7th Street, it would elevate the Candlelight trading firm's income to a whole new level. Yet, Feng demanded far more than the 7th Street's offer. However, seeing Feng's determination, Aqua Rose had no choice but to forward her guild leader's reply to the Chamber of Commerce's representative. After dealing with the 7th Street's offer, Feng instructed Aqua Rose to recruit players in Zero Wing City before he returned to his special forging room in Candlelight, carefully retrieving the void field design from his bag. He then clicked on the design to learn it. Chapter 1970, 7th Street Sea of Death, Thunder Island. Big Sis Rain, we've secured the advanced speedboat design. Once we have the materials, we can begin production. Blue Phoenix excitedly reported as she entered the room. Although advanced speedboats were not particularly rare, they weren't available in large quantities. The majority of the various superpowers armadas was still made up of ordinary speedboats. Only the core fleets had a higher number of advanced speedboats. Meanwhile, as players reached higher levels, the competition for resources on land grew increasingly intense. As a result, more guilds shifted their focus to the sea every day. Since Thunder Island was the best locations to develop naval strength, new guilds constantly arrived to take advantage of its resources. This increased competition on the island. The Dragon Phoenix had worried about the increasing competition, but now that it had acquired an advanced speedboat design, it could further fortify its fleet's strength by mass-producing the advanced speedboats, maintaining its lead on the island. It seems they completed the quest. Phoenix Rain breathed a sigh of relief and smiled when she heard Blue Phoenix's announcement. She then changed the topic and asked, "How are things with 7th Street?" "I've sent our nomination to the Chamber's representative, and 7th Street has accepted it. However, Zero Wing apparently thinks the Chamber's asking price was too high. Unfortunately, 7th Street has its own bottom line. Zero Wing doesn't have claim to a lot of resources, and its territory isn't that large. The only thing Zero Wing has going for it is its temporary victory over Miracle. Zero Wing still doesn't qualify to join the alliance, and 7th Street's representative has stated that the Chamber only agrees with our nomination since you were the one who made it. Now that Zero Wing has rejected the offer, his hands are tied," Blue Phoenix said. "Zero Wing rejected 7th Street?" Phoenix Rain blinked in surprise. 7th Street was one of the top chambers of commerce in God's domain with as many as 3 super-first-rate guilds in its alliance. The alliance's other guilds also had the backing of powerful corporations. The chamber had access to bountiful resources as well. By joining the Chamber of Commerce, one would have access to a variety of conveniences, and as long as they had enough money, they could purchase rare materials in bulk. The alliance also sold valuable items that were almost never available to the public. But 7th Street's connections were far more important. By joining 7th Street, one could sell their products in the Chamber's territories, and the 7th Street only demanded a 15% service charge. If Zero Wing joined 7th Street, it wouldn't lack a market to sell its products. Joining 7th Street would be a golden opportunity for Zero Wing. Yet Zero Wing had rejected the offer. Apparently, while he's still willing to return the favor he owes us by helping in another way, he can't do anything more about the situation. Blue Phoenix nodded. She was just as frustrated about Zero Wing's response. "Alright then. Since Zero Wing has its own plans, we'll let the matter rest," Phoenix Rain said, smiling bitterly. "It seems we'll have to find some other way to pay Zero Wing back." She had nominating Zero Wing as a candidate for the 7th Street's alliance as a way of thanking the guild for its help on Savage God Island, but the Chamber of Commerce had its own rules. She couldn't possibly 7th Street to accept Zero Wing. Meanwhile, in Zero Wing City's Candlelight trading firm, Feng focused on learning the Void Field Magic Array's drawing process. Drawing field magic arrays was incredibly difficult as, unlike other magic arrays, field magic arrays consisted of multiple arrays. Even a basic field magic array involved 2 to 5 different magic arrays. The Void Field, a large-scale advanced field magic array, consisted of 12 advanced magic arrays, and all 12 had to be closely interlinked. The slightest mistake would render the link useless. The Void Field was several times more complex than ordinary advanced magic arrays as well, and even an advanced magician like Feng was under immense pressure when attempting to draw the arrays. Just learning how to draw the 12 magic arrays individually had taken him nearly 2 hours. Sure enough, this thing is amazing. It's no wonder why it can rival master magic arrays. Feng took a deep breath as he examined the design in his hands. In the past, the Void Field had even been effective against mythic monsters. Field magic arrays weren't like arrays that summon magic barriers. Magic barriers were mainly used to suppress boss monsters, so they were even effective against high-rank monsters. As long as one used an advanced barrier, a team could suppress a mythic monster. However, field magic arrays had to cover a larger area, thinning its energy distribution. Even suppressing Grand Lord-ranked archaic species would be difficult, not to mention mythic monsters. Fortunately, the Void Field could manage it. Although it wasn't as effective as an advanced magic array, it could suppress an ordinary mythic monster's attributes by 15% and Grand Lord-ranked archaic species by 25%. Lower-ranked monsters would be suppressed by at least 30% with a maximum of 40%, and the Void Field could cover a 3,000-yard radius. Moreover, the Void Field could be useful in large-scale combat. Although the Void Field would be half as effective against players, a 15% to 20% attribute reduction would be fatal, especially to expert players. Now that he had an inferior legendary quest, and had to take down countless monsters that were strengthened by primordial gas, Void Field would be the best tool in his arsenal. If he activated Void Field, even Tier 1 players could easily defeat Witch's Hill's strengthened monsters. Naturally, Tier 2 players would enjoy at least double the grinding speed. Feng then began to craft the Void Field magic arrays. Void Field required incredibly precious materials, and chief among them was Void Blood. Each set of scrolls required 12 drops to produce, and only powerful void creatures had a chance of dropping Void Blood. These 12 drops of Void Blood would serve as the core that controlled Void Field's 12 magic arrays. Fortunately, Feng had acquired 2 bottles of Void Blood after killing the Void Serpent, with each bottle containing 100 drops. If he failed to produce the Void Field, all of the Void Blood he invested would be destroyed. The rest of the materials for the Void Field cost over 500 gold per set, making each attempt extremely expensive. However, money was not Feng's main concern. The material's rarity was far more important. Hence, he needed to be extremely careful with each set of materials. During the production process, Feng had activated Soulfire to clear his mind. Each of his strokes on the blank magic array scrolls was smooth, but just as he reached the final step and linked the 12 magic arrays together, something unexpected happened. Boom! After a bright flash from the magic arrays, the light faded to reveal an empty table. All of the materials Feng had used had disappeared. Seeing this, Feng sat back and fell deep in thought. Following which, Feng attempted to produce the Void Field twice more but failed both times. He couldn't help the heartache he felt over losing 36 drops of Void Blood. Sure enough, trying to draw the Void Field as an advanced magician is pushing it. After giving the matter some thought, Feng took a source of void from his bag. An advanced magician would only have a 50% success rate when drawing ordinary advanced magic arrays, and a much lower success rate when attempting to craft top-ranked advanced magic arrays like the Void Field. If he wanted to produce the Void Field successfully, he'd have to increase his success rate. Fortunately, an elemental source could do more than improve a magic array's effects. It could also increase production success rate. Everything happened as Feng expected. His previous failures were due to his low success rate. His fourth attempt to draw the Void Field was far more smooth, and the flow of mana within the array had calmed. After Feng finished the 12 magic arrays, he began the final linking process. A short moment later, the 12 magic arrays released a dazzling light, illuminating the entire forging room. Was it a success? Chapter 1971. Primordial Heart Descends. As the light in special forging room faded, a brilliant magic array appeared on the table. The 12 arrays had combined perfectly to form a gigantic, silver magic array that caused the space inside the room to freeze. As the silver magic array flowed into the 12 magic array scrolls before Feng, the room reverted to its original state. The 12 magic array scrolls across the table then began to glow with a silvery light. Wonderful! I've finally succeeded. Feng was a little excited as he gazed at the scrolls on the table. Although he had gone so far as to spend an elemental source, he had at least managed to produce one set of void field scrolls. With this, he could proceed with his plans. Following which, Feng inspected the magic array scrolls. So strong! Feng was ecstatic when he saw the attributes displayed. The original void field only encompassed a 3,000-yard radius, but after Feng had used the source of void, the radius had increased to 5,000 yards. Moreover, the strengthened void field could suppress a monster's basic attributes up to a maximum of 50%. It would also suppress mythic monsters by up to 20% and Grand Lord-ranked archaic species by up to 30%. Most importantly, void field's duration had increased from 12 hours to 24 hours. Although a 24-hour duration seemed short, to Feng, who was very familiar with the ins and outs of the Witch's Hill, it was plenty of time, especially now that the Primordial Heart had descended and Witch's Hill's monsters had grown stronger and more numerous. After the Primordial Heart had descended in the past, a forbidden land had appeared in the Witch's Hill. To be precise, a crack in spacetime had manifested, serving as the entrance to the forbidden land. The place beyond the spacetime crack was partly considered a forbidden land due to the spacetime seal that had been placed on the map, preventing players from teleporting there. Moreover, all of the monsters beyond the crack originated from other worlds. Not only were they incomparably powerful, but their combat standards were also higher than monsters in the outside world. Including the randomly appearing boss monsters, players of the same level would struggle to survive in the Forbidden Land. Fortunately, since mainstream players had already reached level 100 by the time the Forbidden Land had manifested, its level 70 monsters had been no threat. On the contrary, the Forbidden Land had become an excellent location to grind for equipment and materials. As monsters originating from other worlds, they had a much higher drop rate for weapons and equipment compared to monsters that were born on the continent of God's domain. Many of the materials they dropped were also unique to other worlds, and they had a chance of dropping the resuscitation potion recipe, which even level 100 plus players coveted. The resuscitation potion only had one function: resurrecting players. However, unlike the healer class's resurrection spells, a player wouldn't lose any EXP when resurrected with the resuscitation potion, although they would have to endure a weakened state for 12 hours. During that time, the resurrected player wouldn't be able to fight. Furthermore, the resuscitation potion could only be used once every 24 hours, and it couldn't be used on Tier 4 or above players. In God's domain, even if a healer resurrected a player, they'd still lose a considerable amount of EXP. When players were resurrected through the system, they'd lose an entire level of EXP. Regardless of how they returned to life, players would have to grind for several days to recover their losses. Hence, the resuscitation potion had been extraordinarily popular among players in the past. Only the resuscitation potion recipe was not easy to acquire. Normally, it only dropped in other worlds, and as a result, players had fervently grinded in the Witch's Hill's Forbidden Land despite having already reached level 100. Due to the recipe's rarity, players had even been able to sell it for several thousand gold in a proper auction. Demand for the resuscitation potion had also been relentless on the market. Despite the 20 silver production cost, the potion had sold for 2 gold per bottle. The resuscitation potion had even sold for 3 gold per bottle at its peak. Many players had made a fortune through selling resuscitation potions. Unfortunately, the Witch's Hill's Forbidden Land was extremely dangerous to Tier 2 players, but now that Feng had the Void Field, he could lead his guildmates to grind there. Not only would they level up quite fast, but they could also grind for the resuscitation potion recipe and primordial crystal fragments, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Now that Feng had experience successfully producing a Void Field, he continued to craft more. He knew that he had made a mistake when combining the 12 magic arrays during his first 3 attempts, but after his success, he had a more accurate grasp of the array's flow of mana. Following which, Feng attempted to produce the Void Field magic array 4 more times, resulting in 2 success. The outcome was barely tolerable. Glancing at the bottle of void blood in his hand, Feng noted that only 4 drops remained in the bottle. It wasn't enough for another attempt. He had previously spent 2 bottles of void blood to activate the teleportation array to the Otherworld gate. Hence, if he wanted to craft more void field magic array scrolls, he'd have to collect more. These 3 sets should last me quite some time. Taking a look at the 3 sets of scrolls in his hands, Feng decided to travel to the Forbidden Land to grind. Once his guildmates were settled in the area, he'd look for more ways to acquire void blood. Following which, Feng left the Candlelight trading firm and made his way to Zero Wing's residence to prepare for his trip to the Witch's Hill's Forbidden Land. The Primordial Heart had descended in the Witch's Hill some time ago. As a result, the number of players roaming the city streets had visibly decreased. The various adventurer teams and guilds had long since left the city to explore this new expansion pack. The majority of the players still around were merchant players, including members from chambers of commerce. These players were currently purchasing monster loot or selling consumable items. Purchasing magic grass in bulk, 3 silver per stock. Buying as many as you have. Offer is available long-term. 4 Seasons Chamber of Commerce purchasing primordial crystal fragments for 20 silver per fragment. 21 silver for those selling more than 10 fragments. 22 silver for those selling more than 100 fragments. Selling primordial crystal fragments for 25 silver each. Only 3 fragments remaining. First come, first served. The voice of hawking players filled the street. The shops on both sides of the street had also put out signs stating that they would purchase primordial crystal fragments long-term. Everyone was going crazy over primordial crystal fragments right now. However, the situation didn't surprise Feng in the slightest. God's domain had very few items that could be used to nurture guild mounts, and most of these items hadn't yet been discovered. Now that players had learned about the primordial crystals, it would cause a massive commotion. Just before Feng reached the guild residence, Aqua Rose contacted him. Guild leader, the secret pavilion's Yuan Tiexin and his entourage have come to meet you. Apparently, he has something important he wishes to discuss with you. Would you like to meet with him now? Aqua Rose asked. The secret pavilion is looking for me? Feng could not help but smile upon hearing this. All right. Have them wait for me in the 2nd floor's reception room. I'll head there immediately. Although he knew that the Primordial Heart's appearance would cause quite a commotion, he hadn't expected it to move the secret pavilion. Feng disconnected the call and made his way to the residence's 2nd floor reception room. Chapter 1972, Joining the Chamber of Commerce Zero Wing's residence, 2nd floor reception room. As Feng entered the room, Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade, who softly chatted on the sofa, stood to greet him. Both of them had already reached level 59, and although they had hidden their weapons and equipment's glow effects, Feng could tell that they carried extraordinary items based on the faint pressure he felt from the 2 players. Purple Jade, in particular, felt like a sharp, unsheathed blade. She also felt quite dynamic. So this is a true genius? Feng was inwardly shocked when he saw Purple Jade. While he could not tell how much her basic attributes had improved, he could sense that Purple Jade had set foot in the realms of truth as someone who had done the same. The realms of truth were different from the realms of refinement. The realms of refinement only focused on improving one's physical control, whereas the realms of truth focused on the application of strength. While better control could reduce players' shortcomings and increase their latent potential, better application allowed players to utilize more of their potential. However, God's Domain's various large guilds didn't have a method of nurturing players in the realms of truth yet. Normally, players needed a wealth of combat experience and self-exploration to reach these realms. Even Feng had only accomplished the feat after many fortuitous encounters. Yet despite receiving no guidance and having far less combat experience, Purple Jade had entered the realms of truth. Even the word genius was not sufficient to describe the young woman. Feng had spent plenty of time trying to guide Zero Wing's core upper echelons to these realms, but even now, not one of them had succeeded. Meanwhile, when Purple Jade saw Feng entering the room, her eyes glowed with fighting spirit. A hint of reverence for the man before her also flashed in her eyes. Unbeknownst to Feng, she had only reached the realms of truth because of him. She had reached these realms recently, and had only been able to do so after diligently studying Feng's numerous battles in the Or Empire. Once she had entered the realms of truth, she had challenged and defeated multiple peak experts from the various superpowers. Guild leader Black Flame, congratulations. Due to the battle in the Ice Jade Forest, Zero Wing's reputation nearly rivals the Dragon Phoenix Pavilions now. Yuan Tiexin congratulated as he watched Feng carefully. Thank you, Feng said. Revealing a faint smile, he continued. However, Elder Yuan, I'm sure you're not just here to congratulate Zero Wing, correct? Indeed. Yuan Tiexin replied as he revealed an envelope. After handing the envelope to Feng, he continued. This is a report regarding Blackwater and Beast Emperor's latest movements. I believe it will be of some help to Zero Wing. You're providing information for free? Feng looked at the envelope in confusion. He had to admit that both Blackwater and Beast Emperor posed a significant threat to his guild. Examining their latest movements would indeed help Zero Wing quite a bit, but information like this was incredibly important normally. The secret pavilion might not even consider selling the information to Zero Wing. That's right. Consider it a gift to celebrate the partnership between the secret pavilion and Zero Wing, Yuan Tiexin said. I believe you can guess the pavilion's goal in this. Naturally, we're interested in the primordial crystals. The primordial crystals are even more effective in nurturing guild mounts than the Eclipse Gate's energy essence. They're also much easier to procure. Meanwhile, Zero Wing owns the only guild city in Witch's Hill, so the secret pavilion wishes to cooperate with your guild. Yuan Tiexin's proclamation didn't surprise Feng. The primordial crystals were indeed an excellent item for nurturing guild mounts. He then asked, cooperation? May I know how we are going to cooperate? The secret pavilion wishes to invite the Candlelight trading firm into the secret chamber of commerce. As for the entry conditions, Zero Wing will only have to sacrifice 5 shops in different locations, and a single virtual store in Zero Wing City. In addition, the secret chamber of commerce requires a permanent reservation of 300,000 entry slots into Zero Wing City. Yuan Tiexin said, chuckling. May I know if you are interested in this offer, guild leader Black Flame? Joining the secret chamber of commerce? When Yuan Tiexin finished speaking, Aqua Rose, who had accompanied Feng, was stunned, flashing the pavilion's representative an incredulous look. The secret pavilion was a transcendental power in the virtual gaming world. The strength it wielded was simply unfathomable. The secret chamber of commerce the pavilion had developed was similarly unfathomable, as very few chambers of commerce could rival Secret's range of influence. Needless to say, Secret was far more powerful than 7th Street. Without a doubt, Secret was one of the best chambers of commerce in God's domain right now. Many superpowers were desperate to join, but very few were actually invited into the alliance. Yet the secret pavilion had visited Zero Wing City to invite the guild personally. Frankly, Aqua Rose didn't know what to say. If Zero Wing joined the secret chamber of commerce, the Candlelight trading firm's income could increase several-fold as long as the firm offered sufficiently attractive products. I'm curious. Why Zero Wing? Feng asked the man before him. There are 2 other guild towns in the Witch's Hill, and both will soon be promoted to intermediate rank. If the secret pavilion gives the word, both ruling guilds will likely hand their towns over on a silver platter. Naturally, we have considered that option, but the Primordial Heart's descent has increased monsters' strength in the Witch's Hill. Monster raids also occur frequently at night. With the town's defenses, they'll have a hard time coping with the map's current monsters. Who knows how long they will last? However, Zero Wing City is different. Even if the Witch's Hill's monsters continue to grow stronger, Zero Wing City will likely remain unaffected. Moreover, Zero Wing City has an excellent environment, which will be of great help to the guild members we send here, Yuan Tiexin said. He withheld no information regarding the secret pavilion's reasons for selecting Zero Wing for a partnership. I see. Feng could not help but admire the secret pavilion's information network and decisiveness. The primordial heart had only recently descended, so the monster's changes weren't yet obvious. Yet the secret pavilion had already considered various possibilities. Feng hadn't expected the pavilion to place so much importance in the primordial crystals that it would offer Zero Wing a seat in the secret chamber of commerce, either. To protect both parties' interests, a guild would offer 1% of its shares when attempting to join a chamber of commerce. Hence, the various chambers of commerce took member recruitment very seriously. Guild leader Blackflame, if you are fine with these conditions, why don't we sign the contract now? Yuan Tiexin asked Feng, who had maintained a calm composure throughout the conversation. Once we sign, Zero Wing's Candlelight trading firm will become a member of the secret chamber of commerce and enjoy all of the connections the alliance possesses. You will find it far easier to sell and buy items. Alright, I have no issues with the offer. Feng had no problems with accepting the mentioned conditions, and joining the secret chamber of commerce would provide Zero Wing quite a bit of help, especially now that the guild lacked materials. The magic-breaking crossbows, hell tanks, and basic combat devices all required a large number of rare materials to produce. If Zero Wing relied on its own strength, it would only be able to collect a limited supply of each material, but with the secret chamber of commerce's connections, it could easily build its stockpile in a short time. After Feng signed a contract with Yuan Tiexin, he handed over 5 shops and 1 virtual store in Zero Wing City. In addition, he reserved 300,000 entry slots in Zero Wing City for the secret pavilion's use. After all, a flood of players visited the city each day, and there was a limit to how many the city could accommodate at one time. If the secret pavilion did not have any reserve slots, its members would be forced to stand in line to enter Zero Wing City. Once the transaction was complete, the Candlelight trading firm joined the secret chamber of commerce's member list, and the two organizations exchanged 1% of their shares. Shortly after Candlelight joined the Chamber of Commerce, news of it quickly spread to the various superpowers. Chapter 1973, Guild Potential. As news about Zero Wing's Candlelight trading firm joining the secret chamber of commerce spread, a commotion erupted among the various superpowers in God's domain. What's going on? How did the secret chamber of commerce accept a guild like Zero Wing? Zero Wing really is impressive. It has already proven its strength to contend with a superpower, and now, it has even joined the secret chamber of commerce. The guild's financial strength will grow considerably now. As long as Zero Wing solidifies its foundations, it definitely has the potential to become a super-first-rate guild. It seems that God's domain will soon have a new superpower. Send someone to investigate Zero Wing immediately. From today on, I want a team stationed in Zero Wing City. I want to know the guild's every move. Many superpowers had no power to join the secret pavilion's chamber of commerce regardless of how much they wanted to. Yet a non-superpower like Zero Wing had done just that. This situation earned Zero Wing many superpowers' envy. In addition, this turn of events had forced the various superpowers to pay closer attention to Zero Wing. They no longer considered the smaller guild insignificant, but one with the potential to become a competitor. Sufficient financial strength was crucial to developing a guild in God's domain. Zero Wing might have repelled Miracle, but it had relied on various tools to do so. Meanwhile, as the various superpowers continued developing in God's domain, it was only a matter of time before they obtained such tools of their own. At that time, Zero Wing would lose its advantage. Hence, the various superpowers hadn't truly considered the guild a threat, but the situation had changed. The secret chamber of commerce was a goldmine. If a guild joined the trade alliance and utilized its connections appropriately, it would generate a massive income and secure a large number of resources. Even if the guild failed to take advantage of Secret's connections, it could still increase its trading firm's income by a large margin through service charges from helping the alliance's other members sell their products. This increased income would greatly help the guild's development, and these benefits would be available until the trade alliance crumbled. Meanwhile, on one of the islands in the Sea of Death. Big Sis Rain, big news. Zero Wing's Candlelight trading firm has joined the secret chamber of commerce. Blue Phoenix reported as she ran up to Phoenix Rain, who currently commanded a battle. Joined the secret chamber of commerce? Phoenix Rain blinked in surprise. How is that possible? So many superpowers have tried to join secret only to be rejected. Even Starlink only managed to join after purchasing the magic crystal vein at the secret pavilion's internal auction. It's true. News of this has already spread to the various superpowers. Everyone's saying that the secret pavilion has lost its mind to invite Zero Wing. Blue Phoenix said, grinning. Big Sis Rain, now that Zero Wing has joined secret, Nine Dragons Emperor won't be able to attack the guild's financials even if we don't help out. That's right. Even if Nine Dragons Emperor uses everything he has to stop Zero Wing's sales, he can't cut off secret's channels. Now we can focus on that large-scale team quest, Phoenix Rain said, nodding. She had nominated Zero Wing to 7th Street because she had been worried that she couldn't stop Nine Dragons Emperor from moving against her ally once she left the continent of God's domain. Now that Zero Wing had joined the secret chamber of commerce, which was even more powerful than 7th Street, the situation couldn't be any more favorable. Similarly, news had reached the various top chambers of commerce. Zero Wing seems to be quite capable. 7th Street rejected Zero Wing's conditions, yet the guild has joined secret? I wonder how 7th Street's members will feel after hearing about this? Zero Wing demanded less than half of what 7th Street required. There's nothing unusual about its refusal. As for Zero Wing's membership with Secret, based on the chamber's focus on profits, I assume its entry conditions were quite strict. Most likely, the secret chamber of commerce's greed is insatiable. Zero Wing must have suffered quite a loss to join Secret. While the various top chambers of commerce were surprised to hear that Zero Wing had joined the secret pavilion's chamber of commerce, they did not consider the matter that important after all. Zero Wing had no value in their opinions, nor did the guild have the support of any corporations. It was a miracle that the guild had risen to its current position without falling. Even if Zero Wing had a future in God's domain, it wouldn't be very bright. Since the secret pavilion had extended an invitation to Zero Wing, it must have demanded an absurd price. However, when the 7th Street Chamber of Commerce heard the news, its members simply smiled. They didn't share the other top chambers' opinions. Whether Zero Wing joined the secret chamber of commerce or not, it had nothing to do with them. They only knew that Zero Wing wouldn't have benefited their alliance even if it had joined. Zero Wing wouldn't benefit Secret either. This incident was nothing but a farce. While God's domain's various powers discussed the matter, Feng had designated Aqua Rose and Melancholic Smile to handle matters regarding the secret chamber of commerce. He then led a team of 10,000 elite and expert players out of Zero Wing City and to the Witch's Hill's Forbidden Land. Zero Wing's members bounced with excitement during their journey. They got to see a mythical player like Feng up close, and he had even informed them that he would take them out to level up during their operation. This meant they would personally get to watch Feng fight. Once they returned, they'd definitely boast about the trip to their friends. But despite their enthusiasm, following Feng wasn't easy. The Primordial Heart's descent had drastically changed the Witch's Hill. Now large groups of monsters were a common sight. Moreover, not only did these monsters possess powerful basic attributes, but they also used strangely impressive combat standards. They encountered a few powerful, 100-man adventurer teams that these monsters had nearly wiped out along their journey. As for the 20-man teams they stumbled upon, they had tread very carefully through the area, unless they had a tier 2 metric tons with them. The Witch's Hill was far more dangerous than anyone had expected. Only the various large guilds' 1,000-man teams barely succeeded near the border of the Witch's Hill's inner region. These guild teams did not dare to venture any farther. As for the teams that operated in the Witch's Hill's inner area, they were either expert teams from the various large guilds or 1,000-man teams from well-known adventurer teams. Only the teams of Tier 2 experts had any hope of surviving with 100 members. The monsters in the inner area were simply too powerful. Even the weakest monster was a level 61 chieftain, and the chieftains employed combat power that was on par with the late stage of the trial tower's second floor. Even an ordinary Tier 1 expert would die against such a monster in a one-on-one, not to mention ordinary players. However, despite entering the Witch's Hill's inner region, Feng showed no intention of letting his team fight here. Rather, he continued to lead his team deeper into the Witch's Hill. As Zero Wings members followed their guild leader, they couldn't help their growing nerves. Although they had 10,000 elite and expert players, the majority of them had only reached Tier 1, and were level 55 or 56. The team's ordinary experts were only level 57, and the Tier 2 experts that accompanied them had only reached level 58. After following Feng's lead for more than 2 hours, these players arrived before a gravel-filled gorge. Not only did this area drown in a deathly aura, but it was also within the Witch's Hill's core area. The weakest monster here was a level 65 chieftain, while most of these monsters were level 66 and 67 lords. There were also quite a few level 69 grand lords around the gorge. At first glance, the gorge contained tens of thousands of monsters, and all of them were far closer to each other than the inner region's monsters. Most importantly, a gigantic level 70 mythic monster lay in the center of the gorge. Chapter 1974, Sacred Leveling Ground. A mountainous, scaled lizard lay in the center of the gorge, and a layer of poisonous, green fog covered a 50-yard radius around it. No life survived within this fog, and even the earth seemed dry beneath it as if the fog had devoured the ground's very life force. Despite gazing at this lizard from afar, Zero Wings members couldn't help but shudder. A level 70 mythic monster. Aside from the fact that it was more than 10 levels higher than they were, the potent, poisonous fog around it made the monster impossible to approach. In addition, its gigantic body, over 100 meters in length, could easily change the terrain with a casual move. A single claw swipe could likely eliminate dozens of them. They hadn't even reached level 60, but even if they were the same level as this monster, they'd likely be able to do little more than watch the giant lizard from afar. After all, the mythic lizard wasn't alone. Tens of thousands of Lord and Great Lord monsters lingered around the boss. To make matters worse, primordial gas filled the gorge. It would likely take a Tier 2 party of the same level to defeat any of these lords, while defeating each Great Lord would require a full, Tier 2 20-man team. Even the guild's Tier 2 MTs, Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian, felt uneasy as they watched the Forbidden Lands monsters, much less the team's elite members. With their current attributes and combat standards, they shouldn't have any issue tanking 1 or 2 level 67 or 68 Great Lords by themselves without activating a Berserk skill. They could even tank 1 level 69 Grand Lord, although they'd have to push their limits to do so. But more than 20 Grand Lords wandered the Forbidden Land, as well as plenty of Great Lords. If all these monsters charged at them together, only death would await these players. Guild leader, even Tier 2 players like us will have trouble grinding here. With the Tier 1 player's strength, I'm afraid that, Shadow Sword said worriedly as he eyed the gorge below him. Ignoring the mythic monster in the center, he could feel the threat of death from several other areas. If he felt like this while subjected to such pressure, the Tier 1 team members would fare far worse. It was safe to say that their team didn't have the power to grind in this forbidden land right now. If we try to grind these monsters as they currently are, it is impossible, but if we have their basic attributes and remove the primordial gas's negative effects. Feng asked, smiling. The Witch's Hill's new forbidden land wouldn't pose any threat to level 100+ players, but it was an immensely hazardous area to players who hadn't yet reached level 70. Of course, it was also a sacred area for leveling and grinding equipment. Since no one had explored the forbidden land yet, it contained the maximum number of monsters it could hold. However, that also meant that the area's drop rate and monster respawn rate were much higher than normal. Even if 10,000 players grinded in this forbidden land, there would be plenty of resources to go around. Unfortunately, transforming this hazardous area into a treasured land required players to fulfill one condition. They had to be strong enough to grind these monsters. A bunch of Tier 1 players that hadn't even reached level 70 would be seeking their own death by coming here, but they could change that with the Void Field. If they could decrease the monster's basic attributes by nearly half and remove the primordial gas's negative effects on players, even level 60, Tier 1 players could slay these creatures. Only their grinding efficiency would be quite poor. However, the bonus EXP from killing monsters of a higher level would even the playing field. Feng had led so many Zero Wing members to such a dangerous area specifically to help them level up quickly, as well as collect primordial crystal fragments. He might be a particularly powerful player in God's domain, and capable of nurturing a significant number of experts in a short time, but at the end of the day, there was a limit to what a small number of powerful players could achieve. If he wanted Zero Wing to become truly formidable, he had to improve the strength of Zero Wing's members as a whole. Naturally, one of the ways players could grow stronger in God's domain was by leveling up. Every 5 levels was a major turning point in the game since better weapons and equipment would become available at those intervals. Hence, Feng had decided to raise his guild members' levels as quickly as possible. If he could help a large number of guild members reach level 60 within the next few days, it would elevate Zero Wing's overall strength. After all, even the various large guilds' peak experts had only recently reached level 59. They were still far from the level 60 threshold, and the various guilds' elite and expert members were even further. Have the monster's basic attributes and remove the primordial gas's suppression? After considering Feng's comment, Shadow Sword deemed that grinding here would be possible if that were true. Even if their Tier 1 MTs couldn't tank these monsters, they could leave the task to the Tier 2 MTs, plenty of which had joined this expedition. But is that possible? Relax. I've prepared an item to do just that, Feng said as he retrieved the strengthened set of Void Field Magic Array scrolls from his bag. A magic array? But with so many monsters, Shadow Sword roughly understood what Feng intended to do when he saw the stack of magic array scrolls. But with so many monsters around them, they'd need dozens or hundreds of arrays to cover the gorge. Wait a moment, you'll understand what I mean, Feng said. He then passed the Void Field scrolls to Alluring Summer and a few other magical class experts. Take these scrolls and activate them in these locations. Try to avoid any monsters while you activate the scrolls. Leave it to us. After examining the coordinates Feng had indicated, Alluring Summer and her companions went into action. Feng intended to activate the strengthened void field from halfway down the gorge. If they successfully activated the magic array there, it would cover nearly half of the area, giving Zero Wing's team enough room to fight. Once Alluring Summer and the other casters were in position, they unfurled the magic array scrolls and activated them. A gigantic, silver magic array then manifested over nearly half of the Forbidden Land, enveloping every monster within range. Void Field then purified the primordial gas in the affected area, dissipating it. In addition, every monster rapidly lost basic attributes. Zero Wing's members were stunned. The Lord and Great Lord ranked monsters' attributes fell by 50%. Now they couldn't even compare to level 60 monsters of the same rank. The only advantages they still had were their combat standards and high level. MTs, start pulling aggro. Fight in 100-man units. Do not enter each other's combat areas. Cola, you and the other Tier 2 MTs will tank the Grand Lords. Tier 1 MTs, you only need to handle the Lords and Great Lords. Feng commanded once the void field was complete. Following which, the 10,000 Zero Wing members quickly split into 100 teams of 100 players. These teams then split up and hit different areas in the Forbidden Land. Each team dealt with 3 to 5 Great Lords, and those with Tier 2 MTs handled at least one level 69 Grand Lord. Due to Void Field's power, the Forbidden Land's danger had significantly decreased. However, Zero Wings members weren't able to deal much damage due to the level suppression. Even Tier 2 damage dealers barely dealt more than -10,000 with each attack. Even so, the region's monsters gradually lost HP. Normally, Zero Wings 100-man elite teams could eliminate a party of lords and grand lords of the same level in 10 minutes or less, but now, it took each team half an hour to defeat a party of monsters. However, as the lords and great lords died, everyone's experience bars increased by a sizable chunk. After gaining an abundance of EXP, the teams regained their enthusiasm. All of the team's level 55 elite members reached level 56 after around 6 hours of grinding, while the level 56 elite players only needed a little more time to level up. At most, they'd need another 4 or 5 hours to reach level 57. Their leveling speed was nearly 5 times as fast as experts in other areas. However, these players were far more surprised by how much loot they gained than the awarded EXP. Chapter 1975. Level Increases. Zero Wings members had fought in the Forbidden Land for 6 hours. The weakest foes they had slain had been chieftain rank, while most had been lords. Perhaps because they were the first to kill these monsters, the team had collected over 4,100 primordial crystals during their 6-hour grind. These fragments could fetch over 1,000 gold on the market, but only a fool would sell their primordial crystal fragments. With 10 fragments, one could synthesize a primordial crystal, which they could use to nurture their guild mounts. If one were lucky, they might even upgrade their guild mount to bronze rank after using 20 to 30 primordial crystals. The Forbidden Lands monsters had also dropped enough weapons and equipment to make these players' eyes glow. All of the dropped weapons and equipment were level 60 or above. The various large guilds had been expending a lot of effort to collect level 55 equipment lately. Raiding level 55 team dungeons wasn't as easy as level 50 dungeons, and unlike the latter, in which Tier 1 players could still be effective, level 55 team dungeons had been tailored for Tier 2 players. Tier 1 players would simply be a burden in level 55 team dungeons. They'd only be useful if they wore extremely high-quality equipment. Hence, the various large guilds struggled desperately for level 55 weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, most of the equipment the lords in the Witches' Hills Forbidden Land dropped was bronze rank. Although they had a small chance of dropping mysterious iron equipment naturally, the great lords dropped mysterious iron and secret silver equipment, with the latter having a severely lower drop rate. While grand lords were guaranteed to drop secret silver equipment, they did have a higher drop rate than great lords. They also had a slight chance of dropping fine gold equipment. Since Zero Wings members were the first to pioneer the Forbidden Land, there was an extremely high number of monsters in the area. Even the rarely seen great lords and grand lords were available in abundance right now. After just 6 hours of hard work, Zero Wings' 10,000-man team had obtained over a dozen pieces of level 60 fine gold equipment, over 100 pieces of level 60 secret silver equipment, and more than 1,000 mysterious iron and bronze equipment pieces. Their operation had been quite lucrative. The team's latest harvest was already worth more than the strengthened void field magic array's production costs. Leveling up here is so fast. At this rate, I'll climb from 57 to 58 in less than a day. Grinding higher-leveled monsters is amazing. Our guild leader is still the best. He actually got his hands on such a powerful magic array. Once I reach level 60, I'll purchase some level 60 mysterious iron equipment and get rid of my outdated level 50 items. My friends will die from envy. 1. That's right. A friend of mine that joined a super-first-rate guild was recently boasting about how he had obtained level 55 secret silver equipment. Once I reach level 60, one can buy 2 or 3 pieces of level 60 secret silver equipment from the guild warehouse. The more Zero Wings members fought, the more enthusiastic they became. They showed no signs of fatigue. They all felt as if their struggle to level up had been a mere hallucination. At the same time, they were in awe of Feng's abilities. After experiencing the wonder of this leveling speed, Zero Wings players grinded with even more effort. They even took out and used their stockpiled exotic stamina potions to stay in battle as long as possible. Feng's team was far more energetic than he had expected. He had assumed that he'd need to use 2 more sets of normal Void Field Magic Array Scrolls to get his team up to level 60, but watching these players' current leveling speed, he might only need 1 more set of Void Field Scrolls. If that were the case, he could bring Zero Wing City's other elite and expert members here to level up as well. Time passed quickly. Whenever a player reached level 60, Feng would tell them to leave. If they had proven their strength, he'd instruct them to challenge their Tier 2 promotion quest if they weren't strong enough. They were told to improve their equipment and techniques. To keep the team full, Feng had Aqua Rose send other guild members from Zero Wing City. After grinding for about 20 hours, several hundred of Zero Wing's Tier 1 experts had reached level 60. Once they traded Feng for level 60 Mysterious Iron or Secret Silver equipment, they left to challenge their Tier 2 promotion quests. Now, even the lowest leveled elite member was level 56, while most of them were level 57. The majority of Zero Wing's Tier 1 experts were now level 59, with only a few stuck at level 58. The team's overall leveling speed was explosive. Grinding here proved far more effective than in 10 resource zones. Aqua Rose was immensely excited to see this. With the resources this forbidden land had to offer, Zero Wing could solidify its foundation and strength. In God's domain, every location had limited resources, and areas that could accommodate thousands of players, allowing them to level up rapidly, were incredibly rare. Generally, the various superpowers dominated these areas. After all, ordinary resource zones could only accommodate several hundred players at a time. If players flooded to a resource zone, leveling speed would decrease. It was easy to imagine how precious zones that could accommodate several thousand players were. Yet this forbidden land easily served more than 10,000 players, and they all leveled at a phenomenal pace. If the various superpowers found out about this, their envy would know no bounds. Guild leader, we've found 3 unknown alchemy recipes and an unknown stone tablet among the loot. Even an advanced appraisal can't identify them. Alluring Summer, who was busy collecting the various teams' loot, suddenly reported. Unknown alchemy recipes and an unknown stone tablet? Feng's lips curled into a smile as he considered a possibility. He then said, "Bring them to me." Understood. I'll be right there. Alluring Summer said as she gave Feng's excited expression an odd look. She then ran toward his current location. Once Feng received the unknown recipes and tablet, he eagerly activated omniscient eyes to appraise the items. I was right. Feng was ecstatic as the items revealed their information. Of the 2 items Alluring Summer had collected, the alchemy recipes were none other than the resuscitation potion recipes. Only master alchemists and above could use these, and each recipe was worth thousands of gold. Countless players had ventured to the Witch's Hill's forbidden land to grind for these recipes, and even then, they were unlikely to drop after a full day of grinding. Yet Feng held 3 copies in his hands. He had to admit that the benefits of pioneering a forbidden land were truly wonderful. Not only were there plenty of monsters to kill, but items drop rates were much higher than usual. The unknown stone tablet, however, was even more valuable than the resuscitation potion recipes. If Alluring Summer hadn't mentioned the tablet, he would have forgotten that it had a chance of dropping here. The unknown tablet had been crafted from red luminary stone. It was an ancient god's secret key, an item that had been immensely famous throughout God's domain in the past. Normally, this item only dropped in other worlds, but since the monsters in the Witch's Hill's forbidden land were from other worlds, it had a slight chance of dropping. Unfortunately, the secret key's drop rate was so minuscule that no one had ever thought of grinding for it here. But despite its abysmal drop rate, an ancient god's secret key had appeared. That you're tuning in to the Limei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference. as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.